Welcome friends. So how you doing? Hope you all are doing great. So in this video we are gonna see, what if Naruto was slept with Ino, Kiba, Hinata, secret revealed. Movie, and this is part 1. If you want more of this, then do 600 likes on this video and check tree link for more. So let's get into video. A sunny Friday afternoon greeted the students of Konoha High as the final bell rang for the week. The trio of Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka and Karen left their final class with the weekend in sight and 2 days of relaxation. In the main corridor, they gathered around Sakura's locker as she grabbed her gym clothing to take home. "Geez, I am so glad we're done for the day," Karen murmured, rubbing her forehead in frustration. "I swear if Sarutobi carried on, I was going to chuck something at him." "Are you still sore at the time he gave you detention because you made that lewd joke regarding Henry VIII's wives?" Ino chuckled, texting her dad a quick message. "Look, it's kind of obvious, isn't it? That king having all those wives, and he doesn't get outed for being a whore? I swear men got away with so much back in those days, I just had to say it." Sakura closed her locker door and hoisted her backpack over her shoulders. "Karen, you really should know when to hold your tongue. Why no? It will land you in serious trouble one day." HMPH, the red-haired huffed with her arms folded. "I am not an ass-kisser. If teachers can't handle the truth, then what hope do we have?" "I am glad to be out of there is all," Ino added. "Did you hear how loud Kiba was being? I swear I got a headache from him." To say it had been an easy Friday would be an understatement. 2 periods of English in the morning, followed by psychology, a session of gym before lunch, and finishing off with history in the afternoon. It was the final hour of the day that always seemed to drag on, especially in Asuma Sarutobi's history class. For Ino, she was hoping to get out of here as soon as possible to divulge in her own hobbies. "Speaking of boys, what's the deal with Sasuke lately?" Karen noted. "He's not been very, what's the word, socially active lately." Sakura looked puzzled. "You're right there. We do have midterms coming up, so maybe he's just been so engrossed in that. You know how much pressure his family puts on him, especially since his older brother was a prodigy here. I work my ass off twice as hard as he does, and yet for some reason, my grades are slacking." The redhead replied, infuriated. "Like I make time for you too and work, so what gives?" She sighed heavily. "I swear they're playing favorites with Uchiha lately." "You got to admit though, he is pretty hot though," Sakura squealed with delight. "When do you think he'll ask one of us out?" "Probably when hell freezes over," Ino snorted. Unlike her two friends, she hadn't taken much of a liking to the Uchiha boy. Sure, he was attractive, but as she put it, he had the personality of a brick. Frankly, she was wondering how anyone could fall for a guy like him. "Up for the usual today, girls?" Karen said as they approached the doorway to the exit. "Sure," Sakura replied. "Not today for me, I am afraid," came a half-bored response from the blonde. "I've got other plans." Karen turned around, hands on her hips. It was not like Ino to turn down a group invite like this. "Are you serious? It's Friday. Time to forget everything for 2 whole days and chill. I thought we could all go to the coffee hut around the corner and grab some food." She thought it was quite suspicious that Ino of all people would turn down their usual Friday afternoon ritual. Ino rolled her eyes, wanting to get out of the conversation. "Thanks anyway, but I am going to hang back here for a bit. There are some things I need to do before I head home." "Okay. Suit yourself," the red-haired shrugged. "If you want to meet up tomorrow, drop me a text." She turned to her other friend. "Sakura, you're still game for some coffee, right?" "Yeah, sure." Sakura gave Ino a small smile. "Catch you later, Ino." As she watched her friends walk out the front doors, Ino quickly headed into the nearby bathroom to change her clothes. Being the end of the day, she decided to dress down out of her school uniform into something more comfortable. Moments after, she left and headed towards the staircase next to the entrance that led down into the music and performing arts department. For a few months now she had a secret that she hadn't wanted to share with anyone else. It was bad enough being labeled as the popular dumb blonde of her group of friends. But if anyone found out what she was really like, who knows what could happen. She reached the bottom and headed left past a few more rooms, reaching a large set of double doors which she opened and stepped inside. This one, in particular, was a classroom that focused on musical theory, but in addition had been set up with a drum kit, keyboards, amplifiers and brass instruments. Seeing the place devoid of people, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank Lord, it's just me. I don't think I could take anyone else being here." She dropped her backpack in the corner next to the door, walking towards a tall locker against the rear wall. Pulling out a key from her back pocket, she turned it into the lock and opened the door, revealing a crimson-colored bass guitar donned with a white lightning pattern. There was another locker like this one on the opposite side that had been untouched for months. Who could that belong to? She pondered. The thing wasn't in the best condition, and she was curious as to why none of the teachers had thrown it out. Thank God Iruka lets me keep this here. She retrieved it and pulled up a chair. She placed her phone down next to a set of speakers, plugged the aux cable into the headphone jack and turned on the speakers. Ino positioned herself on the chair, guitar resting on her lap, and plugged it into the amp on the floor before beginning to tune it. Now let's see. She fiddled with the tuning keys at the head, hoping to get right the sound for herself. She plucked a few strings. No, wasn't it? E, A, D, G. She clicked her tongue, taking some more time to tune as her ears resonated to the sound. A few more attempts and she found the sweet spot. Perfect. Ino reached over to her phone and brought up the music player to load up one of the tracks she had been practicing with for a while now. Enter Sandman by Metallica. Pressing play, she began tapping her foot as the song began its opening. Unbeknownst to her, another student had stayed behind that very same day, and it just happened to be Naruto Uzumaki. The boy who was known in his year group as the hyperactive ramen-obsessed knucklehead. He wasn't as popular as Sasuke Uchiha, the stoic, brooding loner who seems to be perfect in absolutely everything academic and sports-wise. But he was able to get by with B's and C's mainly. His main passion was playing the guitar. However, he was constantly reprimanded by his parents that he should focus on his grades more often rather than playing music. Naruto really wished his parents were more supportive of his endeavors, but at the end of the day, he just hoped he would pass with somewhat good grades that wouldn't lead him to be sent to summer school. Damn Hitaki, he groaned as he left his locker, giving me detention all because I missed one deadline by a few hours. I am glad that's over. He opened his water canister, taking a quick sip of liquid before his hearing was drawn to a heavy bass sound coming down the corridor. He looked ahead to see no one there, but the sound continued. Who the heck is playing that? Naruto carried on walking until he reached the staircase and peered over the railing. Hello, anyone there? No response. He headed down the stairs towards the origin of the sound. He was curious about who could be playing as he remembered his friend Kiba was a drummer and found anything with strings to be a nuisance to handle. Was it Lee or Neji? He had heard that both of them were trying out for different music classes, but they hadn't been clear on what they were trying to accomplish. The Hyuga had some piano skills but wasn't the type to be listening to anything heavy like he was. For Lee, he had dipped his toes in playing keyboard but didn't say how far he had progressed. Finally, he reached the doors and peered in through the small glass panel to see none other than Ino finishing up her song. Hold on, that's Ino Yamanaka, isn't it? His eyes widened at her appearance, noticing the bass guitar in her hand. Isn't she meant to be the popular dumb blonde out of that trio? Since when does she play bass? Or listen to rock music for that matter? As she placed down the guitar pick to look at another song, her vision caught sight of Naruto's face in the glass. Naruto! She exclaimed, almost dropping her instrument in fright. What the hell are you doing here? The blonde boy pushed the door open and stepped into the room. I should be asking the same thing. He chuckled sheepishly. Since when do you play an instrument? Her face turned slightly red, her eyes trailing off to the side. That's none of your concern. Her expression sharpened into one of frustration and anger. And I swear if you tell anyone about this you're dead. Naruto blinked, wondering how he had ended up here. Normally, he had only shared classes with Ino a few times a week and didn't take much notice of her due to her brash attitude and dolled-up appearance. But now, here she was sat wearing a white hoodie, stone-washed jeans, and her hair in a one-sided ponytail with zero makeup to boot. The boy couldn't help but admire how cute she looked, but then mentally reminded himself of what she was like. Wait, so all this time you've been hiding your appearance and your love of music? Naruto scoffed, amused at the revelation before him. And here's me thinking you were such a girly girl. The blonde girl gritted her teeth at his remark. For your information, Naruto, she replied with a tinge of venom in her voice, there are a lot of things you don't know about me, so, if you wouldn't mind, this is my only space to practice, so kindly just leave. Geez, I am sorry. The boy held up his hands to defend himself. It's just weird seeing a girl that plays the bass guitar. I don't even know that many girls in this school that are into that sort of thing. He placed his sling backpack down, not to mention anyone else who is into heavier music that isn't in the top 40 or some weird casual music playlist. He walked over to the second locker that stood next to the onyx-colored drum kit, opened the door, and pulled out a silver guitar. Closing the door, he propped himself up on the desk and began tuning his instrument. "Wait, that's your locker?" Ino asked. She had been wondering for some time about the locker that was discolored and covered in different stickers. "Shouldn't you be keeping your own stuff at home and not at school?" "Yeah, but this is my spare," he commented as he plucked a few strings. "My pride and joy are kept at home, and I don't want to risk damaging that beauty." "Your pride and joy?" She was confused at why he was describing a musical instrument like it was a piece of gold. "It belonged to my dad, and he would kill me if I even got a scratch on it." Ino scowled. What was his deal anyway? She knew him as the loud, obnoxious boy who used to pull pranks on a lot of people, didn't do that well in class and was practically everything Sasuke was not. "Enter Sandman by Metallica, huh? That's a classic," he said softly. "What else do you like?" She locked eyes with him. "I thought I asked you to leave." "Yeah, I heard you, but I have every right to practice here as much as you do." He smirked with pride. "So, what else do you like then? Or am I to assume you've heard one song by a popular band and all of a sudden, you're the queen of the world and decided to play an instrument to impress somebody?" Ino was fuming at this point. "Don't patronize me, you asshole," she hissed. "For the record, I've actually been doing this for 6 months. My dad gave me a head start in learning basic chord progression and learning how to read music, and his record collection is something else too." "Oh shit." She clasped her hand over her mouth, realizing she had just said, leading to Naruto's smirk extending from ear to ear. "Is that so?" he teased, knowing that he could do so much with this new information. "Name me 5 famous bass players then?" She growled before taking a deep breath. "Cliff Burton, Geezer Butler, Geddy Lee, John Paul Jones, Roger Glover." She managed all at once before exhaling. "Is that good enough for you? I am not as dumb as you think I am." The blonde boy's mouth turned into an O shape, recognizing that this girl knew what she was talking about. "I see," he spoke quietly. He had not anticipated that response from her. Ino did look like the kind of girl who would probably listen to pop punk or dance music, not rock and heavy metal. He placed his instrument down flat on the table and crossed his legs, eager to hear more of what she had to say. "Okay, what is your favorite band currently?" Ino lightened her expression, her lips forming a straight line. I am tied between Deftones and Killswitch Engage. Deftones have this weird sound that I am trying to grasp. Like, I don't know if I am supposed to feel happy, sad or angry most of the time. I personally think Koi no Yokon is an underrated masterpiece, but I love Diamond Eyes a lot more. Oh, and let's not forget the magnum opus that is Saturday Night Wrist. Plus Chino Moreno is kind of sexy, but then Killswitch have this primal raw energy. I don't know how to describe it. I was hooked when I first listened to My Last Serenade. Their new stuff is pretty cool though." "Are you a Howard or a Jesse fan?" "Both," she answered amused. "Jesse has a primal, animal instinct about his vocals while Howard goes for a more baritone, operatic feel which I can get behind." Her lip turned upward into a sign of frustration. "Wait, why am I telling you all this?" Naruto laughed. "Well, looks like you do know your stuff, he'll give you that." He lightly drummed his fingers on the table. "I am a Jesse fan myself. No disrespect to Howard, just my preference." He looked at the bass she had in her lap. "So, why all the secrecy, Ino? I am sure everyone would love the fact that there's a girl in this school who is playing the guitar and not a string instrument like everyone else." The blonde girl turned her head slightly, her body looking a little deflated. "It's just, this is kind of special to me, that's all. It's embarrassing enough having to hide this side of me from people. Everyone always assumes I am the dumb, popular blonde who belittles everyone, but that's not the case. Doing something like this helps me de-stress from schoolwork, homework, etc. Why do you think I am not on the sports teams as much? It's mainly because I got sick of playing into other people's ideas of me. The girl who plays badminton and runs in cross-country marathons, that sort of thing. Also, in regards to my uniqueness," she continued with air quotes, "you should know your rock and metal quota. How many women do you see in bands that aren't vocalists for symphonic metal groups like Nightwish and Epica? Gene Sagan from All That Remains, Elsie Hale, Orianthe, Emma Anzai, Lita Ford, Joan Jett." He responded promptly. "Need I go on?" "Oh, now you're just showing off," she pouted. "But do you see my point? You hear it all the time around here. Rock music is dead. No one likes rock anymore. Rock music is for old people. I just wish I could share it with other people without being judged." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "That's what's got you so down?" You shouldn't be so ashamed of liking something different, Ino. It just makes you stand out more. Who cares what others think? He popped off the table, walked over to his backpack, unzipped it, and pulled out a pack of Oreo cookies. Opening the wrapper, he offered one to her. No thanks, I am on a diet. Girl, you are looking down and distraught, and I swear if there's one thing that lifts my mood, it's chocolate. Besides, you look great the way you are. Her face flushed at the compliment, folding her arms with a huff. Flattery will get you nowhere. Also, I thought you liked ramen? Oreo cookies are possibly the greatest snack known to mankind, and you were disrespecting the snack gods by not indulging in one. He shook the pack. Ino rolled her eyes and picked one. Going for a little nibble, her face lit up as she chewed some of the biscuits and swallowed. HMPH. Guess you're right about that. Her thoughts shifted to Karen and Sakura, her two best friends. Would they be as supportive if she told them about her little secret? Maybe, but this was a big deal for her. She hadn't anticipated how this afternoon had turned out. All she had wanted to do was practice a couple of songs. Pick up a katsu curry on the way home at the nearby deli. Then go home and enjoy some films for the night. Meeting Naruto and him discovering her secret was not part of the plan. However, she couldn't help but feel a sense of relaxation from being in his presence. She had known about his love of music because he always walked around with a pair of headphones around his neck. The sound blaring out as he walked into class, but she didn't realize he actually played something too. Perhaps she had judged him too harshly from his initial appearance of being loud and obnoxious, and there was more to him than she had thought. She gazed upon his messy blonde hair and deep cerulean eyes, which seemed to project an ocean of clarity and comfort. He was no Uchiha, but he did look quite attractive. So, Naruto spoke, noticing the room had gone quiet. What shall we play then? Snapping out of her gaze, the blonde shook her head. Say what now? I came here to practice a few songs and go home. I get that, he interrupted. I figure it'd be more fun now to play with somebody. He walked back over to the table and picked up his guitar. Think you can match up to my playing? Ino's mouth widened with surprise. First, he interrupts her day and now he was challenging her? Fine, she replied firmly, flicking her ponytail. What did you have in mind then? He pondered for a second. How about my Curse by Killswitch Engage? Sure. She wondered why he had chosen that particular song. That's a C tuning, right? He nodded as she adjusted the tuning keys again, plucking a few strings with her pick, producing a thick, hollow sound. Ooh, that's nice, he muttered as he heard the low rumble coming from Ino's amp. Now let's see. He plugged his guitar into the spare amp next to him, adjusted some of the knobs and tuning keys to achieve his desired sound. Try to keep up, she stuck her tongue out, leading to a huff from the boy opposite her. As the song began playing, both teenagers began tapping their feet, emulating a drum sound. I watched you walk away, hopeless with nothing to say. I screened my eyes, hoping to see you again, Naruto sang. Much to the surprise of Ino, who almost got thrown off her rhythm by his seemingly smooth voice. As the song continued, he seemed to sing in the right key as well. Which led to the blonde girl wondering what else he was going to do. While he was singing, she noticed he was not doing the distinctive scream for which the song was notable. He's singing the radio-friendly version so he doesn't embarrass himself. Smooth, she chuckled in her head. A moment passed and they reached the bridge and second verse, to which Ino increased her playing speed. Naruto looked up and shot her wink like he was egging her on to join him in crooning. To see you again, dying, inside, these walls, dying, inside, these walls, came the boy's voice again. Once again he accompanied the aforementioned gesture towards her. Not wanting to feel intimidated by him any longer, she decided to do something about it. To hell with it, and I see your face, in these tears, and I see your face, the platinum blonde girl sang out in a soft poetic tone, with her face flushing red as she caught her breath on the last line. Ino had been ashamed of her singing ability for a while, and this was the first time in ages she had actually sung in front of someone. Naruto smiled as they both entered the last part of the song. There is love, they sang together, just as Howard Jones and Adam D had done on the original. 20 seconds passed and the song ended. The two looked at one another with a sense of accomplishment. Their eyes locked on each other. Ino's blush grew more as she laid down the guitar on her lap. That was pretty good, she said half-heartedly, but let out a quick huff. But you egged me on, I didn't want to sing. I thought you were awesome, he replied with another grin. You play bass and sing? Color me impressed. Her lip quivered with hesitation. I took singing lessons when I was younger. I didn't think much of it, just something my mum wanted me to do. I don't think it's that good personally. Don't be so bashful. You sound more like Adam D. than Adam D could Adam D. Ino's eye twitched at his response, holding in a stifled laugh. Was that line even grammatically correct, Naruto? No, but it sounded cool. He placed down his instrument and stretched out his arms. He grabbed his bag and pulled out his water canister. Drink? She nodded gracefully as he tossed her the bottle, taking a few sips for herself. She didn't want to admit it, but this boy had impressed her and it had only taken a short time to do so. So, what did you have planned for the weekend then? He asked, wanting to start some conversation that wasn't music. Relaxation and homework really. That, and I was probably going to hang out with Sakura and Karen. How about you? He placed his hands around the back of his head. Going to have a quiet day, just sleep in and leave homework until Sunday night. She raised an eyebrow. Do you always leave your homework to the last minute? You don't worry about failing at all? Nope, he beamed with a look of confidence. I am good as long as I pass with a C average. He looked off the side briefly. Damn Hitaki's class though. Guy gave me detention all because I submitted one piece of my work a day late. Hitaki's strict like that, Ino replied, taking another sip of water. I barely got by the last term with his demands. Just about scraped by with a C. That's not so bad, not so bad, she retorted as she remembered the class herself. That jackass got me pulling all-nighters thanks to the so-called please add citations to your work crap. She rubbed her forehead annoyingly. Why did I take psychology again? Naruto chuckled. Like me, you're a sucker for punishment, or you wanted a challenge but didn't expect how difficult it would be. She giggled at his remark. Hee, I guess you're right there. Anything else I am going to learn about the great Ino Yamanaka while I am here? The boy began teasing her again. Or have I bitten off more than I can chew? Ino stared him off with daggers, just wondering how and why she had gotten herself into this situation. All she wanted to do was practice. Though, she felt she just couldn't stay mad at him. There was just something so charismatic that oozed off him like a pleasant smell. Her face softened slightly, knowing there was no point in feeling negative around him. I think you've heard enough, she said softly, her cheeks tinging pink again. Do you honestly promise not to tell anyone about this? I promise, he replied with a small smile. I always keep my promises, although there's one thing you can do for me. Great, bribery was the last thing she needed. She swore if it was going to be something personal, she would knock him into next week. Ye can show me out to slap de boss like da Madman Flea from D Red Hat Chili Peppers. He had said it in a weird, fake Jamaican accent that was so bad, she couldn't help but burst out laughing hysterically. Naruto sounded like one of those guys who was on a Jamaican food commercial. He looked at her and she continued laughing, having to put down her instrument in fear of dropping it, to the point that she was now crying with laughter. I didn't think it was that bad, he mumbled disapprovingly. She wiped her eyes as regained composure. No, she continued, trying to calm her laughter. It's just I've never heard anyone do an impression so bad I had to laugh. Ha ha ha. Oh, dear, my sides. She took another breath. Oh my, Naruto, you are full of surprises. The blonde boy couldn't help but blush at her compliment. So, do you know how to slap bass then? I've only seen it in videos. Ino pulled the band out of her hair, brushed it through with her fingers and retied it into a normal ponytail. Yeah, I can show you, but promise me you won't ever do that terrible accent again. No woman, no cry ya, he remarked again in the accent, causing him to receive a quick punch in the arm. Don't push it, buddy. The two blondes resumed their little jam session with Ino showing Naruto the slap bass technique. She chose a favorite song of hers, Higher Ground. Having been practicing that one for a while, it had taken her time to get the finger and scale work down, but she managed to pull it off quite well. Naruto himself was impressed with how she handled it. Very nice, he commented as she finished playing the song. Thanks, she rested her instrument down again. You're pretty good yourself, noticing how the boy had played the lead guitar part of the song with her. Ah, I try, he laughed timidly, not going to lie here. I thought you'd be the kind of girl that listened to pop punk or something. You'd make a good Avril Lavigne cover artist, that's for sure. She didn't know whether to feel complimented or downright insulted at that statement. Look, I like a little pop punk, but it's not really my thing. There's no oomph if you catch my drift. Besides, old Avril will always be cooler than new Avril. SK8 our boy. Classic. She scratched her cheek. And I guess Blink 182's not so bad. I love heavier stuff, but Blink's my guilty pleasure, he smiled sheepishly. Huh. So I am not the only one with secrets, huh? She poked her tongue at him while resting her chin in her palm. What else you got for me? His smile grew wider. How about something more challenging? Oh. The girl responded with interest on what else he was going to throw at her. Do tell. Cemetery Gates by Pantera or God is Dead by Black Sabbath. Ino bit her lip. It'll have to be the former. As much as I admire Geezer Butler's unique style, I am still trying to wrap my head around it. What's the tuning for those two? He retrieved his phone and brought up the results from a quick internet search. D-sharp standard, and for Sabbath it's half step. E-flat, A-flat, D-flat and G-flat. They stayed together for about an hour or so, playing along on various songs and talking about their favorite artists and albums. Naruto showed off his knowledge of progressive metal with bands like Dream Theater, Opeth, Mastodon Queensryche, Meshuggah, Periphery, and Devin Townsend. Ino was intrigued by all the songs she had listened to, particularly Blackwater Park by Opeth, fascinated by the combination of extreme sounds and melodic compositions. Their time with each other continued until they were interrupted by one of the teachers entering the room. A tall man with shaggy brown hair, wearing a black suit, white shirt and coupled with some white sneakers. I was wondering who would still be here this late on a Friday. It's Uzumaki and Yamanaka, right? Mr. Yamato, Naruto said, surprised to see his chemistry teacher. We should be asking you the same question. The teacher sighed. Well, I had to take care of some extra marking from my class earlier today. I wanted to get it done before the weekend started. I heard a lot of noise coming from downstairs and I know there's no extra after-school classes down here that often. Noticing the instruments the teenagers were holding, he smiled. Having fun jamming together, I see. The two teenagers blushed together. It's not what you think, Yamato, the girl replied nervously. Ino Yamanaka. And here's me thinking you were on the sports teams, and I find you playing music. He pulled out a ring of keys from his inside jacket pocket. Sorry to do this to you both, but I've got to lock up now. It's practically 5:30 and I was left in charge of everything because the caretakers wanted an extra day off. I'll give you 10 minutes to pack away. Sound good? Sure. Thanks, Mr. Yamato. As they began packing down the equipment, Ino couldn't help but smile to herself. She was surprised at how much fun she had had with Naruto. Even though she had wanted to be alone for the whole time, she no longer felt ashamed about hiding what she really felt and enjoyed. The two finished in the room, heading back upstairs and outside the front of the school. That was pretty awesome, Naruto said. I had a blast playing with you. Ino felt her heart flutter slightly at his compliment, accompanied by a small tinge of pink encompassing her cheeks. Not gonna lie, but I had fun too. But you still promised to not tell anyone what you saw, right? Her face switched to a more serious look, reinforcing her previous statement. Maybe it's best that no one else knows. I just don't feel comfortable expressing myself like this yet, huh? She was startled by the boy playing a hand on her shoulder. Don't sweat it, he said with a reassuring smile. As I said, you should nt care what other people think. I saw another side of you today, Ino, and I personally think you are pretty awesome. I think really you need a bit more confidence in yourself. Despite her wanting to deny it, he was right. Perhaps she just needed to work on herself a bit. She was only 16, but like most teenagers, felt that the world was against her and it was asking her to be something that other people wanted her to be, not what she wanted. She gently nodded. Maybe he's right. I should have a bit more belief in myself and stop trying to live up to other people's expectations. Damn, this boy has a way with words. She took another look at his blue eyes and whisker marks on his cheeks, and he's kind of cute too in a weird goofy way. Anyhow, Naruto stepped back and strapped his backpack across his body. I'd best be off. Gonna have a quiet day tomorrow. Perhaps a lie-in. We should do this again sometime. He turned to head in the other direction towards his home. Have a good weekend, Ino. As he began walking away, she called out to him. Hey, Naruto. He looked back over his shoulder. Something wrong? I was wondering, she said with a soft expression. I am going to grab some katsu curry from the takeaway deli down the road before I head home. Do you want to join me? He sniggered at her choice of food. I thought you were on a diet? She flushed red. Shut up. It's just something I enjoy now and again, that's all. You keep telling yourself that, he teased her, but sure, I'll join you. As the two began their walk together, Naruto himself wondered how this Friday evening had all come about. He served detention, Found out one of the popular girls loves rock music as much as he does and was a lot of fun to hang out with too. Life has a weird way of throwing people together. Wonder if she'd like a date sometime. The following few days had been an interesting one for Ino, to say the least. After the eventful Friday she had spent with Naruto, which included a trip to the local deli to buy some katsu on her way home, she had enjoyed a relaxing weekend, managed to get all her homework finished in one day and taught herself 3 new songs on Sunday which she now had free. Now normally, she wouldn't be as organized as this, but it seemed time spent with the blonde boy had done something to her. It was like an imaginary force saying to her if she did everything she could correctly, she would be able to see him again. Wait, what? That's what she was thinking. But why? Surely one meeting couldn't have changed her perspective, could it? Then again, he had promised to keep her secret. The lunch bell rang as the last of the morning classes ended and everyone headed into the cafeteria for lunch. Sat at her usual spot with Sakura and Karen, Ino unpacked her lunch. Today was one of the few days her mom had actually prepared her something. A chicken mayo baguette with lettuce and tomato. She groaned slightly at the appearance. Damn it. I keep saying to her, no tomatoes. She shook her head as she had to open the baguette and pulled out the offending red fruit to put in a small napkin. Her vision crossed the opposite side of the room, where Naruto was sitting with his friends, Kiba, Inuzuka and Shikamaru Nara. The former was as loud and boisterous as always, and the latter sat there with an unamused expression, taking in everything that was being said around him. Please tell me that you're not looking at him, are you? A voice interrupted her train of thought. Ino turned her head slightly to see Karen tuck into a plate of pasta salad. Looking at who? She questioned her friend, taking a small bite of her lunch. That Naruto guy, Karen replied. What's the appeal of him? Annoying, that's for sure. Ino rolled her eyes. No, of course not. What gave you that impression? Then it's Dogboy Kiba then? No way. He's too loud? Oh. Then it's the nerd then? I wouldn't go as far as calling Shikamaru a nerd, Sakura added. He's just lazy, but it looks like he just wants a challenge. The guy goofs off 9 times out of 10, yet when I hear back from tests, he's always in the top 5%. Does that not strike you as nerdy? As much as Ino didn't want to give it away, she had been gazing upon the blonde boy. It was already Wednesday and the two had barely made contact with each other aside from a glance in the hallway. It had been awkward, to say the least, but she did want to have another impromptu jam session with him. So, the new Billie Eilish song, thoughts? The redhead posed the question to her friends. Enjoyable, I can say, Sakura replied. It's okay I guess, Ino added, biting her lip. Damn, she did not like a lot of modern music, especially Billie Eilish. If only that girl would stop the whole mumble rap, she'd be a lot more interested. Just okay, Karen retorted as she took another mouthful of food. I swear you're never satisfied, Ino. On the opposite table, the trio of boys were chatting about their weekend plans. I'd say we'd go try the outdoor kickboxing class they have in the park in town, Kiba suggested. I've heard word that it's free and if you like what the instructor gives you, he'll give you a discount on lessons. The whole thing sounds like a drag, Shikamaru commented as he sipped his water, but the outdoor gym itself would be nice. Are you afraid of getting your ass kicked? Kiba teased. No, I just don't want to treat bruises for weeks on end. That's not an excuse, Naruto said. Just give it a shot, why no? And speaking of trying things, he turned to Kiba. Do you want to swing by the music room later and practice some songs? Feels like forever since we did some together. What you got in mind? Couple of progressive tracks along with some classic rock. There are a few solos I want to try as well. The lazy genius rubbed his forehead in frustration. More music again? I swear you guys should just drop out and become rock stars. Who says that's not on the cards? Naruto smirked. Your grades, that's for one thing. The blonde boy looked over to where Ino was sitting, casually chatting with her friends. She had impressed him but was wondering if she was feeling better about herself after the conversation they had had. Naruto could clearly see that she was talented, so what was stopping her from taking her skills any further? The day went on seemingly as normal for the teens. 3:30 came. The bell rang and everyone began departing. Remember class, this week's assignment is about how the impact of the War of the Roses had on the British monarchy. Make sure you get all the citations correct and remember to verify where your sources came. Class dismissed and I'll see you Friday. Asuma Sarutobi, the history teacher with a School of Hard Knocks attitude, ended his class for the day. Geez, Karen muttered, stretching out of her seat, I thought this day would never end. Tell me about it, Sakura added, it's bad enough we got to take care of this assignment. As the trio of girls packed away their books, Ino looked up to see Naruto shooting her a wink and gesturing to meet her outside the classroom. She blinked and wondered what the heck he could be wanting to say to her. She hoisted her backpack on her shoulder and headed out to find him. Hey, I've got to take care of some stuff, I'll catch you later. Again? Karen huffed, noticing this was the second time Ino had left them. What's so important this time? Don't worry, Ino turned back with a small smile, just, don't wait up, okay? Karen and Sakura looked at each other, both feeling inquisitive about what had led their friend away again. What do you think is up? Sakura questioned, do you think there's a guy involved? Exactly. The red-haired cried, this is the only explanation. Ditching us like this. There has to be a guy, but who? I thought she said she wasn't interested in anyone, replied the pink-haired girl as she zipped her backpack shut. Karen pursed her lips, adding an expression of doubt, that's an obvious lie, she's just embarrassed. Her lips curved into a smirk. Maybe we should follow her, see what she's up to. Or perhaps we could just ask her why no. Like a good friend who's concerned about her well-being? The red-haired scrunched her face up in disgust. Ino had literally been one of her closest friends for years and now it felt like she was keeping secrets from her? Fine. Well, ask her later on, however, if I don't like the answer, we're following her. Sakura lowered her head and pinched the bridge of her nose between her eyes. Why is she so hot-headed all the time? It probably really is nothing. Outside in the hallway, Ino followed Naruto until they were downstairs in the music department again. At the bottom of the stairs, she stopped him. Naruto, what's up? She asked. Hey, Ino. Look, in case you are wondering, I haven't been avoiding you or anything. I just wanted to ask you if you wanted to have another jam session on Friday afternoon? It's okay, she replied softly. I know you haven't on purpose, and I've trusted you not to say anything. I've thought about what you said as well, and yes, I could do with a boost of confidence, so yeah, I'd love to play again with you. What songs do you have in mind? I was going to go through some early 2000s bands and some new metal stuff like Linkin Park, Sevendust, Disturbed, Static X, System of a Down. He sighed. As much as that genre gets a bad representative from people, I personally think that a lot of people didn't really get what was going on. I like some of the experimental stuff that came with albums like Hybrid Theory, Toxicity, Down with the Sickness, etc. It's like the grunge era. People didn't like it at first, but I think it just aged with the times. She chuckled. I heard some of that stuff. Pearl Jam and Alice in Chains are in my dad's collection and I enjoyed both. Not sure about the whole new thing though, it's kind of whiny and some of the lyrics don't add up. Who says it has to? I personally just enjoyed what bands did make it in that era, unless you got something else in mind. She shrugged. I wouldn't mind another Metallica practice, or better yet some Sabbath or Zeppelin. You know your stuff then, huh? He replied amusingly, not just a pretty face or yaw? Flushing red, she responded, are you flirting with me now? Ma Abe, he smiled, shooting her a wink. Ino couldn't help but pout in response as the blush seemed to stay glued to her face. Flattery will get you nowhere, buddy. She responded with a huff. She hesitated before continuing, just meet me after school Friday in the room again, and make sure you're not followed. Scout's honor, he held up his hand in defense. See you then. As he watched the blonde girl head back upstairs, he couldn't help but wonder, was she always this cute when she was flustered? Naruto entered the music room, grabbed his guitar and began practicing a few chords and riffs. He was then joined by Kiba, who entered a mere 10 minutes after he started. What kept ya? He asked as he stopped to fix the tuning keys on his guitar. Kiba grumbled, Miss Kurenai, that damn woman and her calculus. I swear she does it just to pick on me. Don't worry about it, I am more concerned about the algebra she's throwing us lately. The brown-haired boy frowned. Easy for you to say. You haven't got your mother coming down on you for getting a D. The blonde raised an eyebrow. That bad, huh? Kiba sat behind the drum kit, adjusting his snare and floor toms. I keep saying to my mum that maths isn't my strongest subject and then she blames it on me playing the drums too much. I am trying my best here, but then she seems to forget that playing music requires some deal of mathematics. We're dealing with time signatures, being able to play in key with other people. She just doesn't get it. He picked up the sticks and struck two of his cymbals simultaneously. Naruto sighed, acknowledging his friend's frustration. I hear you, parents can be frustrating, but I guess they're just looking out for us at the end of the day. Fancy trying some dream theater? Kiba smirked. Yeah, I am up for a challenge, what are you thinking? Constant motion or panic attack? The brown-haired boy's face went stale at Naruto's choices, two of the most difficult songs Fine, give me constant motion. Naruto finished tuning and began playing the opening riffs. To which Kiba began playing along accordingly. Kiba himself was a confident drummer and had been Naruto's friend for a good few years. They had accidentally bonded over the music when they discovered the other one practicing one weekend and decided to turn it into a regular session. Kiba was a fan of 80s thrash music like Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer and Anthrax, but also had a soft spot for playing Iron Maiden, Judas Priest and Motorhead too. Lately, though, Naruto had shown him a lot of modern music, which he enjoyed, but had more fun trying to master playing than listening. The song finished after 6 minutes, with Kiba letting out a satisfactory breath of relief from the intense playing. Nice job, especially with the backing vocals, Naruto noted as he took a sip of water from his bottle. Cheers, Kiba acknowledged. I thought if you were going to do a song like that, why not try to sing along as well? Ever thought of trying a death growl or two? He sniggered. Maybe, but it'll stick to sounding like a discount James Hetfield for now. He stretched his arms over his head and positioned himself properly on his seat. What's next? It had been over an hour since Ino had left school and made a pit stop at the Bear Brew coffee shop to grab herself an iced tea. Sitting at a booth, she was noting down in her journal until she was interrupted by a familiar voice. Hey Ino, how's it going? She looked up to see Tenten, a classmate of hers with a cup of coffee in her hand. Is this seat taken? Ino shook her head. The brunette sat down opposite her, placing her satchel down next to her. Ino put down her pen and smiled softly. Hey, Tenten, I am well thanks. What brings you here? Oh, I am a regular here, she commented as she took a sip of her drink. Ooh, nice and bitter, just how I like it. She licked her lips in satisfaction. What's up? I normally see you with those other two friends of yours. How come you are by yourself? Journaling really, the blonde replied with a melancholic look. Gives me some time to unwind and clear my head for a bit. Tenten peered over slightly and saw a neat list of bullet points and a couple of smaller notes scribbled within an outlined box. She blinked, as she was sure those were song titles that Ino had written down. I see, she commented, having observed what she had written. Well, I am here because Neji's at piano practice today. Ino pondered for a moment at the boy's name. Oh yeah, Neji. She remembered the Hyuga prodigy was a gifted piano player. How's that going with him? Pretty good, Tenten replied. He's quite compassionate, but at the same time he's been pretty good at helping me with my studies too. You sure it hasn't been more than just studying? She winked with a Cheshire cat grin. The brunette blushed red and raised her hands in defense. No, nothing like that, she cried. Although, he is pretty handsome, I'll admit, but I am not ready for that level of commitment. It's only been 3 months. Ino laughed amusingly. I am messing with you. Relax, I am sure you two will hit it off quite well. Tenten was a friend of Ino's that she could depend on, not best friends by any means, but she was the sort of girl who if you needed a favor, she'd do her utmost best to help you out. She was an easygoing sort of person and had a love of workshop classes, especially metal shop, and technology. However, her grades in other subjects hadn't been that great, so she had asked Neji to help tutor her. What about you then? The brunette asked curiously. Any guys take your eye as of late? The blonde felt her cheeks tingle slightly pink as the thought of Naruto Uzumaki entered her thoughts again. He had practically flirted with her earlier on in the day and now she wasn't sure what to think of him. Did she like him, or was it just a silly crush brought on by admiration and compliments? She rested her face in her hand and slowly tapped the table with the other. She didn't have an answer, to be quite honest, and she didn't want to have to lie to Tenten either. It's complicated, she replied half-heartedly. I mean, I am not sure if I like him just yet. Maybe I just need some more time to figure it out. Tenten couldn't help but grin herself. Ah, that is so cute. You have a crush and you're not even sure. Hey, keep it down, Ino hissed. Like I said, it's complicated and I don't want it to blow up in my face is all. She nodded. Okay. Well, you know, if you want to chat about it, why know where to find me? Let me guess, in the metal shop or by the cafeteria with a latte in one hand? She replied playfully. Tenten pouted furiously, arms folded. You know me too well. Friday came around once again for Konoha High with sunny spells and cloudy skies to accompany the day. Today, Naruto and his classmates were out in the playground for Might Guy's physical education class. The one class where everyone would want to try and get out of due to their teacher's extraordinary attitude. "Alright you guys," began the eccentric personality that was Guy. "Today we're practicing one of my favorite pastimes. The relay race. I want to see how you all fare working together as a team." A response of unsatisfactory groans greeted the ears of the outlandish teacher, his eye twitching in response. "Oh come on you slackers. I know you've got the power of youth in you somewhere." "Of course Guy. I will show them all how it is done." Rock Lee, one of Guy's favorite pupils, responded with an optimistic attitude and a small salute. Naruto looked over at him with a face of discontent. At least someone's positive today. Damn, all I want to do is practice with Ino again later on. The PE teacher smiled, flashing his teeth with pride. "That's the spirit, Lee. See, you could all learn a lesson from this one." That's right, the group of boys noticed another teacher walk over and join Guy, a female with purple hair tied up in a ponytail, wearing a black and white tracksuit accompanied with white sneakers. This was Enko Midarashi, another gym teacher who looked after the girls' classes. "I think you boys are getting a little soft lately from what I've been seeing," she commented with a toothy grin. "So how about we make this interesting? We'll do a double relay race, boys versus girls. If you boys can't even beat one of the girls, you'll have to stay behind after school today and clean up the girls' locker room." A look of disgust greeted the entire group of boys. Why would she insist on such a crude wager? Guy furrowed his brow. "Midarashi, how can you even suggest such a thing against my honorable students? I can assure you they're not soft as you proclaim." "Care to put your money where your mouth is?" Enko retorted, sniggering darkly. "Isn't gambling illegal on school grounds?" said Shikamaru, wondering how ridiculous this bet was going to be. Guy grew more annoyed. "Fine, I and my beloved students will accept your challenge, but if we win, your girls have to do a rigorous training exercise that involves 50 push-ups, 100 sit-ups and 100 laps around the school grounds." The purple-haired girl laughed. "Oh, this is going to be fun. Best set yourself up, Guy." She turned away to walk over to her group who were on the benches on the opposite side. "I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare." Guy sighed heavily as he wasn't one to normally turn down a challenge, but when it came to Enko, he had his work cut out for him. She was known for having a ridiculously lucky streak when it came to winning bets. No one knew how she did it, but many thought she was cursed by something or she prayed to a deity every night. "Team, we're doing this for the sake of our pride as men. We are not going down like this, and if I go down, you're coming with me." He observed the boys, figuring out a specific order. "I want Sasuke, Naruto, Lee, Neji, and Kiba in that order." The Uchiha scoffed at his teacher's decision. "Please, all these chumps will just slow me down." What was that Uchiha? Too proud to work with someone of equal stature? Neji Hyuga replied, challenging him. "Oh, if you think I am slowing you down, let's go right now one-on-one," Naruto cried, cracking his knuckles ready to take on Sasuke. "Enough!" Guy shouted angrily. "If you keep this up, you'll be serving detention with me later on. Now are we going to do this or what?" "HMPH, fine," Sasuke replied. "Just don't screw this up, dead last." "Oh, it's on," the blonde mumbled quietly, as the guys took up their starting positions on the racetrack. Enko's team of girls were warming up themselves. "Damn Enko. Why'd she put us up to this?" Karen grumbled, stretching her legs. "It can't be helped," Sakura added. "She just loves to win all the time." "Let's go kick their asses," Tenten shouted, fist pumping the air. "You're in high spirits as per usual, aren't you, Tenten?" The pink-haired girl sighed heavily. Did Tenten get all this spirit from all that coffee she drank? The girls joined the boys at their respective spots on the track. The girls were ordered as followed: Ino, Sakura, Tenten, Karen and Hinata. Enko observed the situation from the benches. There was no way she was going to lose this. "All right, youthful ones," Guy commanded. "On the firing of my pistol, you shall take off, and may the best man," a line to which he received a look of death from Enko, or woman win. 3, 2, 1. As the teacher fired the starting pistol, Kiba and Hinata raced off to begin their first lap around the course. The blue-haired girl found herself keeping pace with the boy at first, but had an uncomfortable feeling in her shoulder which began flaring up. "Damn, She grunted as a reaction of shooting pain began to overtake her senses. Kiba, being witness to this, saw this as an opportunity to speed up slightly to tag Neji. He finished his lap, and the Hyuga prodigy began his lap. Hinata had managed to tag Karen but started falling behind. Anko looked at her stopwatch, noticing that she could be a few seconds behind if someone didn't pick up the pace. Damn it, Hinata. Why do you have to fall out like that? The red-haired cursed in her mind as she was trying to keep pace with Neji. The two competitors got round again, tagging in Lee and Tenten respectively. Lee, being Guy's best performer, got an immediate head start and raced around at blistering speed, which surprised the girls immensely. Come on Tenten, don't lose to that mushroom haircut. Karen shouted angrily. The brunette scrunched up her face as she increased her speed. While this happened, Kiba and Hinata sat down on the benches on the side of the track. Hey, you did pretty well out there, he smiled. Is your arm okay? Hinata, taken aback by the boy's words, felt her cheeks turn red. It's nothing. I must have pulled a muscle exercising earlier in. You want me to take you to the nurse's office? No, it's fine thank you, Kiba. She stammered slightly. She hadn't had much boy's attention lately in the last few months. A rumor went round she had liked Naruto at some point, but Hinata didn't really feel that she was attractive enough to have a boyfriend, and her father's overzealous attitude towards boys in general. But here Kiba was showing concern. Was he being nice? Or was it more? She had a terrible habit of overthinking things. The race carried on with Naruto and Sakura neck and neck with each other. The blonde was cursing himself mentally. Why did he agree to this insanity? Meanwhile, Sakura believed she had him on the ropes. She enjoyed racing like this, and there was no way she was going to lose. Sasuke, who had been watching the whole thing, was not amused. Come on, you idiot. Don't make us lose. He gritted his teeth as Naruto almost stumbled on the final stretch. Before tagging him in, the Uchiha was off like a shot with Ino seemingly having gained seconds ahead. What? How did she? The race was entering its final lap and both groups were cheering on their last team members. Do it Sasuke. Smash it Ino. Don't let them show us up. As the last two competitors entered the last stretch, both of them pushed as hard and fast as they could. They eventually crossed the finish line and collapsed both out of breath. See, Ino panted heavily, clutching her chest in pain. We kicked your ass. Sasuke regained his breath, spitting out saliva and glaring at the blonde girl with a furious look. Not a chance, I did. Guy and Anko came over to each other, both wondering how to settle this. It's obvious Sasuke crossed the line first, so we win, Guy declared triumphantly. Are you blind? Anko shouted. Ino got here first, so we win, so pay up Guy. What? He answered flabbergasted. I didn't agree to any financial wager. Well, I am saying you did. You owe me 2,000 yen, not a chance. The male teacher stood his ground. I am saying Sasuke won here fair and square. The two teachers squared off with each other, with Sasuke and Ino staring down at each other as well. That is until they were interrupted by another individual. Might Guy and Anko Midarashi, if I may, I can tell you who won. I was watching the whole thing. They both turned to see Vice Principal Shizune Kato, a young woman wearing a dark brown blazer, white blouse and long skirt. Vice Principal Kato, what brings you here? Shizune placed her hands on her hips. Just getting some fresh air while Tsunade has a meeting. I was watching the whole race and I noticed they both crossed the line at the same time. Both teenagers' jaws hit the floor in shock. What? It's true. These eyes of mine don't lie. Both Uchiha and Yamanaka crossed the line together. No two ways about it. She turned to Anko, her gaze sharpened. As for you Midarashi, if you had any kind of wager on this, I suggest dropping it. It was a draw, so neither of you won. She turned to head back into the main building. I'll catch you two later. Anko, annoyed as anything, growled at her fellow teacher. I demand a rematch. Anytime. Guy boasted proudly. I'll show you again why my students are the best. Sasuke and Ino, however, looked completely dumbfounded by the whole situation as they walked over to join their friends. How could they have tied? Sasuke scoffed. If the dead last loser over here hadn't stumbled over his own shoes, I would have won that. What was that, bastard? Naruto snarled as he stood up from his seat. You want to go a few rounds? You're cruisin' for a brussin' Uzumaki. He yelled as the two teens faced up to fight one another. Sasuke flew a right hook towards his face, to which the blonde countered with a block from his elbow. Retaliating, he went for a swift kick towards Naruto's gut, which he dodged by an inch. Both groups were in shock and awe as the two boys started fighting each other. "Stand and fight me, you coward!" Sasuke threw a series of blind jabs furiously, which Naruto managed to avoid before he countered with a few strikes to his chest. Before he could land a third, Sasuke grappled him to the floor, ready to land another blow to his face. Naruto quickly retaliated with a swift uppercut to his jaw, which caused Sasuke to stumble back. The blonde got to his feet, ready to throw another punch, but both their fists were stopped by a third individual who stepped in. "That's enough, you two," Guy bellowed, breaking up the fight. "Detention, 1 hour at lunchtime, my office, the pair of you, and don't make me have to come and find you." The two boys stepped back from each other and walked away. "You got lucky, Uzumaki, don't piss me off again," the Uchiha spat venomously. "Oh, screw you," Naruto replied, flipping him off. Ino looked on at Naruto, who looked disappointed with himself. Sasuke can be a real dick to others. Geez, Naruto was only trying his best. She was feeling a sign of concern for him that she hadn't done before, and was beginning to see what the Uchiha was really like. He's definitely not a team player, that's for sure. Karen looked over from chatting with Sakura as she watched her blonde friend's eyes follow Naruto as he walked away with Lee, Kiba and Shikamaru. Uzumaki? No, she couldn't be, could she? The red-haired pondered, thinking this would require some detective work later. The rest of the day carried on as per normal, despite both Naruto and Sasuke serving detention during their lunch hour. Aside from that, Asuma Sarutobi's history class was a drag as per usual. The final bell rang for Friday as everyone began packing away their books. "Nice work, everyone. I am pleased to see that you're actually getting this," he murmured as reached for his end-of-the-day cigarette. "Shikamaru, nicely done as always." He gestured towards the lazy student, before turning to the trio of girls. "And girls, I am liking the improvement, but Karen," he emphasized her name with a tinge of seriousness, "for the love of God, please remember citations using the correct referencing system. If you don't get any practice with this now, any university you go to is going to be murder." Yeah, Karen droned, wanting to get out of here as soon as. "Plans, people?" Sakura asked, curling some hair behind her ear. "I am hanging out with Tenten today," Ino declared immediately. Karen's jaw dropped. "Say what? The coffee geek. What is she up to?" "Not much, just wants to catch up with me is all," Ino shrugged, eyes darting towards the door. "Look, I am sorry I've ruined both of these Fridays for you too, Raincheck." Sakura, looking a tad disappointed, gave a small smile. "Sure, but you're buying okay, Karen?" The red-haired folded her arms, looking extremely displeased and frustrated. She knew something was up and she was going to get to the bottom of this no matter how long it took. She knew it was probably something to do with Uzumaki, but she couldn't be 100% sure. "Fine," she replied annoyingly, "but you do owe us big time now, Ino." "Cheers, girls." The blonde hoisted her backpack over her shoulders. "Catch you Monday." As she ran out the door, Karen began conducting a plan in her head. All she needed was a little help from a certain spectacled boy who had a habit of spying on people. "Come, Sakura, I need some cake to escape this madness." Naruto quickly made his way to the music room, hoping to find Ino. He entered and set up his guitar, his amp, and waited for her. 10 minutes later, she entered wearing a casual outfit similar to the one previously, except she had swapped out the white hoodie for an aqua blue t-shirt with a grunge graffiti tag that spelled out "No Rules," accompanied by blue denim shorts and black leggings. "Hey, sorry about that." Ino scratched the back of her head sheepishly. She didn't like lying to her friends like this, but it was the only way she'd get some alone time like this. "Don't sweat it." Naruto smiled as he adjusted the tuning keys. He looked up to notice the blonde girl and admired how nice she looked. "Damn, she's hot." He felt himself blush slightly. "I don't know why she bothers with all that makeup and stuff during the day. She's stunning like this." Ino, noticing him in a daze, snapped her fingers to get his attention. "You falling asleep on me, Naruto?" He shook his head, attempting to hide his blush. "No, not at all. You look nice, real rock and roll." As she grabbed her bass from the instrument locker, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter in response. Many boys before would compliment her on her good looks, but something about this one felt genuine. Was it probably because she was in more comfortable clothing and didn't have to doll up as much? Thanks, she replied, her voice almost a whisper. Do you think so? She swayed her hips slightly, to which the blonde boy's eyes widened at her attractiveness. Yeah, like Orianthe but with a bit more punk edge. Ino chuckled. I was hoping you'd say Joan Jett, but she's cool too. She propped herself up on the table and plugged in her amp. Hey, you okay? I didn't know Sasuke was just a jackass, she said, noting the fight that took place earlier. He had no right to do that, it was just a bit of friendly competition. Naruto coughed. Don't worry about it. He seems to get like that with a lot of people. He stretched and rotated his shoulder blades. I was so close to kicking his ass though, would have torn him a new one in detention if Guy hadn't been there. I wouldn't have blamed you if you had done. So, what are we playing then? Didn't you say something new metal? She questioned, remembering their earlier conversation. I did, he answered, browsing through his phone. But I figure this'll be more fun though. Heart in Hand by Opeth. The melodic death metal band? Pretty sure that's way above my level. Nope, their current stuff. This is more progressive and mellow. The tuning you want is EADG. She raised her eyebrow at the requirement. The same as Metallica? Almost but not quite. Have a listen. He started the song, letting her have a taste of the music. It began off with a weird monologue in Swedish and after a few more seconds, the instruments kicked in. She began tapping her fingers on the table to get an idea of the rhythm and how fast she would need to play. About a minute passed, and Naruto stopped the music. Sounds good, right? Ino nodded as she finished tuning her strings correctly. Sure, let's give it a try. The two began playing the song without much trouble, and it was something that she ended up enjoying quite a bit, a different style of music that she wasn't used to playing, but found enjoyment nonetheless. Great stuff, she spoke up after the song ended. It's an interesting style from this band. Indeed, Naruto answered. Opeth are one of my personal favorites. I love all their catalog. He placed down his instrument and took a sip from his water canteen. He offered some to the blonde girl, and she accepted his offer. So I am curious about something else. He had something on his mind he had been wondering for the last week. How have you managed to keep this a secret from Karen and Sakura? Surely your two closest friends haven't caught on that something's amiss with your tastes, right? Ino looked up into his blue eyes and wrinkled her nose. Well, it's not been so bad. I hide the music on my phone when I am out and about, and I don't keep any records in my room. My dad put up shelves of records in the living room some time ago, so if I borrow something, I put it straight back when I am done. You listen to records? Not MP3s? Ino chortled. Blame my dad. He's always like Ino. Nothing beats a nice cozy day sitting in your favorite chair with an ice-cold beer listening to your favorite record on a crisp audio setup, and, I kind of agree, he's got me into vinyl, sort of. Your dad sounds amazing, the blonde boy smiled. I'd love to see his collection sometime. Cheers, she replied with his compliment, and as for wondering how else I hide it, I act and pretend to enjoy most of the stuff they listen to. She shuddered at the thought of having to share headphones with Karen again. I just feel bored. Why no? I hear that, so, how about a perfect circle? Naruto's eyes widened at her choice. That's C tuning, you wanna try that? Don't think I can do it, She poked her tongue out. You wanna lose again today? Naruto smirked, challenge accepted. Ino began retuning to C drop, striking a few chords, producing a thick, hollow sound from her bass. Why is it that always sounds good? He thought as she fixed up her tuning, like she is damn good at that. The outsider? He questioned, recognizing part of the bass line she played. Disconnect and self-destruct one bullet at a time, bitch, she teased with another finger snap and a grin plastered on her face. Oh, it's on now, girl. He retuned his own guitar and joined her in playing. Help me if you can, it's just that this is not the way I am wired, so could you please help me understand why you've given in to all these reckless dark desires? The blonde boy crooned as he bobbed his head along to the riffs. You're lying to yourself again, suicidal imbecile, think about it, put it on the fault line. What'll it take to get it through to you, precious, over this? Why do you want to throw it away like this? Such a mess. I don't want to watch you, Ino sang in response, to which Naruto couldn't help but smile. Disconnect and self-destruct one bullet at a time. What's your rush now? Everyone will have his day to die. The two of them sang in unison, their hearts aflutter at how comfortable they were with each other. They carried on singing verses to each other until the song ended. Ino took a deep breath. That was pretty good, Uzumaki. She flicked her ponytail to one side. Told you I could do it. "You've been practicing over the weekend, haven't you?" "Maybe," she replied in a sing-song voice, standing up to stretch. "Got any more cookies?" "Peckish," he teased, remembering her actions last time. She flushed red, wanting to smack him, and what of it? Both of them laughed it off and carried on jamming together a bit longer. Elsewhere, Kiba and Hinata had walked together after school towards her house. After PE class, Hinata had complained of more pain, so the boy had done the gentlemanly thing of walking her to the nurse's office. Turns out the injury just needed a couple of painkillers and an ice pack, nothing too serious, but then she was left with the annoyance of having to carry her books home, to which Kiba kindly offered to help out with. The walk back had been pretty casual, with the two asking each other about likes, dislikes, what they enjoyed in their spare time. Kiba had had a small crush on the Hyuga for a while but wasn't so sure what to make of it. He had heard about the family's strict ruling and wasn't too sure if Neji would be happy with anyone dating his cousin. Hinata herself was pleasantly surprised at the boy's generous nature and how he cracked a few bad jokes which made her giggle with happiness. "Thanks for walking me back, Kiba," she said as the pair reached the front garden of her house. Kiba looked upon her dwelling. Maybe house was a bit of a stretch. This place was more mansion than anything else. A two-story building with what seemed like 5 or 6 bedrooms, accompanied by 2 garages and an attic. Holy shit. He bit his lip, gazing at the well-designed architecture. How rich are these people? And I thought my house was enough, but this is insane. It was no problem, he scratched his right cheek nervously. "Hope you rest up well this weekend and I'll see you on Monday, yeah?" The blue-haired girl's face turned pink. "Yes, thank you, see you Monday." She turned to walk down the gravel path towards her front door. She had never had a boy walk her home before and didn't know what to expect from all of it. Kiba suddenly remembered he had left his backpack behind at school. Shit. Don't want mum busting my balls again on homework this weekend. He hurried back down the several blocks towards the school, checking his phone. It was 4:30 and remembered that the caretakers would begin closing up at 5. He arrived 10 minutes after, bashing through the front door into the main corridor, heading to his locker and retrieving it. Nothing, everything in. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank Lord, it's all here. He heaved it over his shoulder and was about to head back out when his ears caught the sound of a thick, hollow bass line being played. Who the heck could be playing that? He wondered as the rumble seemed to get a tad louder. Is Naruto still here? He told me he usually heads home on a Friday unless he's decided to learn bass as well. He headed towards the staircase down to the music department. As he got down the second set of stairs, the rumble seemed to stop. Weird. I'd best take a look. As he made it down and began checking the rooms for the source of the noise, he noticed the large music room at the end of the corridor. As he walked towards it, the door opened, prompting him to dash into the small alcove nearby. "Say Ino, are you busy tomorrow?" He heard the voice of his good friend Naruto. "And what the heck's Ino doing here? I thought that blonde prissy had better things to do." "No, not really, why?" came her response as he saw the girl midway out the door. What the hell is going on here? In the music room, the two blondes had finished playing a few Metallica songs. "Nicely done, I am enjoying this," Naruto commented as he took another sip of water. The platinum blonde girl smiled softly. "Yeah, me too." She looked at her phone. Crap, is that the time? She hurriedly placed her bass back into the locker and grabbed her bag. "Sorry, I can't stay. My dad's cooking a nice roast dinner tonight and I said I'd help him out with the vegetables." "Sounds delicious." Naruto tapped his foot on the floor, with a burning question on his mind. "Say Ino, are you busy tomorrow?" Ino stopped midway out the door. "No, not really, why?" The blonde boy scratched the back of his head, his eyes dropping to the floor. Well, I was wondering if you'd like to hang out tomorrow." The girl's eyes widened. "You mean, like a date?" "If you want to call it that, yeah." Her whole face went as red as a tomato. It had only been 2 hangouts after school and now he was asking her out on a date. She felt she had suddenly entered the backwards universe where it was raining cats and dogs and up was down. Truth be told, she hadn't had a proper date in a while. There was that time with Sai a few months ago, but the chemistry didn't click. But hey, what did she have to lose? "Sure," came her reply, a little hesitant at first. "We can do a few hours. Meet me outside the Bear Brew coffee shop at 12 p.m. "Great," Naruto grinned widely, pushing open the rest of the door. She shot a look that could only be described as a mixture of seriousness and cute. "And don't keep a girl waiting, Naruto," She brushed her ponytail to one side and walked out of the room towards the back exit towards the car park. Not many people used this exit, but the caretakers would often leave it unlocked for anyone staying behind most days if the front door was locked. Kiba watched as the girl made her way out. He couldn't believe his ears. Were those two really going steady with each other? How did this happen in the first place? So many questions, and he wondered if he was going to get any answers. As Naruto began packing his equipment away, he heard the door open and saw Kiba walking in. "Kiba, what are you doing here?" the blonde queried his friend. "Hey Naruto, forgot some books in my locker and heard the commotion. What's Ino doing here?" He folded his arms, accompanying a stern expression. "I saw her walk out the room and head towards the back door. Are you two together?" Naruto swallowed. How was he going to explain this? Naruto looked at Kiba, wondering how he was going to explain his situation. "How much did you hear?" "Not much. I heard a bass guitar and wondered what the heck was happening. Wait, does Ino play an instrument?" Kiba's face displayed a mixture of confusion, surprise and shock all at the same time. "When did this happen? I thought that was you playing the bass." "Dude, you cannot say a word to what you just saw, got it?" The blonde grabbed his friend by the shoulders. "I made a promise to her not to say anything and I don't want word getting out." Kiba pushed him off. "Naruto, relax would you? If you want to date Ino that's fine. I only wonder what you're getting yourself into, and besides, I kind of have a thing for Hinata and..." "Huh?" he replied, dumbfounded by the news. "You mean the shy one? Neji's cousin?" Kiba could only nod, his eyes trailing off to the side in embarrassment. "Oh great." He slapped his forehead. "When did this happen?" "A couple of months ago. She's beautiful, quirky, she's pretty cool actually," he mused, with a now dopey expression plastered on his face. He shook his head when he realized he was daydreaming. "Anyway, this isn't about me. When did this all start happening?" he continued, wanting more answers. "Ino isn't one to enjoy this sort of thing, is she? How do you know this isn't just a ruse and you're part of a massive prank?" Naruto was hesitant for a second before responding. "Look, I don't know what you think, but she's not as bad as you think. She's actually quite normal. Unlike Karen and Sakura, for one, she doesn't pine over Uchiha, and two, she's a damn good bass player from what I've seen." Kiba blinked, wondering if he was still in the same universe as his friend. This was Ino they were talking about, the popular blonde who was known for a feisty attitude and good looks. What the heck could have happened to make Naruto think otherwise? The more he thought about it, the less sense it seemed to make. "Fine," the Inuzuka shrugged. "I won't say anything, but please, do watch yourself out there, okay?" "I will, trust me." Downtown Konoha felt like the hustle and bustle of any big city. Office buildings peaked most of the skylines, small businesses and shops paved the streets going in and out. And it was rounded off with a scenic park overlooking a flowing river that led out towards the rest of the fire country. After school and on the weekends, most of the metropolis would be home to students who come to hang out, shop or just go for a bite to eat. Today was no different, with Sakura and Karen stopping off at the Yamashiro diner for some food on their way home. The two were sat together in a booth, indulging in some light appetizers. "So I take it you have a plan then?" Sakura asked with a worried look. "Look, whatever Ino has preoccupied, I am sure she'll tell us when she's ready. The point is," Karen gestured with her fork, "is that I am just intrigued. She's been my best friend for almost 7 years now and I know when she wants to be secretive, but this, 2 Fridays in a row, something's up." "Fine, but if I feel you're going too far with this, I am out." "Great," she smirked. "Now, is he in here I wonder?" Her eyes scanned the room, looking at the various booths and tables for a certain someone. Most of the students from Konoha High would be here on a Friday afternoon, sometimes staying until the evening, but there was one, in particular, Karen knew was always in here, no matter what the occasion. Her vision was locked onto a boy who was sitting at his own table. He had gray-haired tied back into a ponytail with onyx eyes donned with glasses, wearing his school uniform. In front of him was a laptop and a small cup of coffee. "Bingo. Be right back." Karen walked over quietly to the table in the center and sat down on the chair opposite, Kabuto Yakushi. The boy stopped typing and looked up to see the red-haired girl plastered with a smirk on her face. He sat up slowly and pushed his glasses up his nose. "KK Karen," he stuttered, surprised by her sudden appearance. "What do you want?" "Oh, not much." She rested her face in her palm. "Just want a little favor from you is all." "What is this about?" You don't normally talk to me, so what's the deal? Boy trouble. That response made her grit her teeth. As for your information, you little dweeb. No, you're going to help me with something. And what's in it for me? Simple. I don't tell Namita about your little secret and the rest of the school doesn't have to humiliate you for the rest of the semester. Kabuto bit his lip. He knew Karen had a lot of friends in high places and he, for lack of trying, didn't. He was friendly with Naruto and Kiba in their respective classes, but he never hung out with them. He had had a crush on another girl in their year class named Namita Suzumeno. She was semi-popular, had good grades and had a fascination with dance. The boy had been smitten by her for the past couple of weeks now ever since they had to partner up for Yamato's science class. Karen had seen this and immediately took advantage of the situation. That and, I'll acknowledge your presence whenever I see you in the hallway. Kabuto's expression remained unchanged. Cool by association, huh? Pretty much. She held out her hand to him. Now, what's it going to be? The boy took a deep breath, exhaling with annoyance. Okay, you win, he replied, shaking her hand. What's the favor? Easy one. You're a photographer. I need some reconnaissance photos. As Sakura watched the two in conversation, she rubbed her forehead. What the hell is she setting that poor boy up with? Saturday morning came with Ino waking up especially early to get herself ready for the day, a date with Naruto. How was this going to turn out? She leapt out of bed, showered and spent some time in front of the mirror deciding what to wear. I don't want to go too far, but then again, I should have to be someone I am not in front of him. She was stuck between a white tank top with a light blue skirt or an urban camo long t-shirt with skinny jeans. Perhaps the tank top with skinnies? She picked up the item and tried it on. Looks good. She opened her side drawer and picked out a small gold chain with a bear tooth. She had bought it a while ago for wearing on a special occasion. Well, today's a special day as any. She placed it around her neck, clipping it together. She admired herself in the mirror, giving herself a small wink. Okay Uzumaki, you'd better be worth it. 10 o'clock presented itself as Ino headed downstairs to the kitchen where her dad, Inoichi Yamanaka, was sat at the table reading. Morning sweetheart, he smiled softly looking up from his book. Morning dad, she replied, kissing him on the cheek. He looked up to see her wearing her necklace. You don't wear jewelry unless it's an occasion. What's the deal today? Oh, no reason, just going out with a friend. She reached into the fridge and poured herself a glass of orange juice. Sakura or Karen? Nope, a boy. He had drunk half his coffee and almost choked while swallowing the rest. Ino, you haven't dated since that Psy boy a few months ago, and I remember I wasn't too fond of him. He hit his chest, stopping the short fit of coughing. So, who's this now? Ino, bemused by her father's reaction, took a small sip of her drink. Well, believe it or not, it's someone I didn't think I'd expect to even want to date in the first place. His name is Naruto. Her father presented her with a puzzled expression. He had heard that name somewhere before, but he couldn't place his finger on it. I see. He sipped the rest of his beverage slowly. Pumpkin. I am going to say have a nice day and make sure this one doesn't even think of trying any funny stuff. Also, make sure you tell him to have you home by 6 p.m. If you're not outside the front door at 6:01, I am coming to kick his ass. Ino smacked her forehead in embarrassment. Dad, I promise you he won't do anything like that and I'll make sure he has me back in time too. She reached and hugged him. I am a big girl now Dad, please. She pulled a face that always made him feel guilty. Sighing, he knew he had lost this battle. Okay Pumpkin. Please. Be careful okay? She nodded and headed towards the door. Thanks, Dad. Love you lots. Love you too, Ino. Naruto arrived at the cafe just shy of a minute before midday and saw Ino leaning against the window. Hey there, see you made it. She admired his choice of clothes for the day. An urban graffiti vinyl white shirt with blue jeans, black sneakers and a black jacket. It was weird seeing him out of uniform for a change, and she couldn't help but notice how broad his shoulders looked. Damn, he's a looker. I wonder what kind of body he has under all that shutted girl. She mentally shouted. You're here to enjoy his company, not go gaga over what he could look like naked. Of course he grinned enthusiastically, taking in her attire. He noticed that the white tank top was clinging to her curves, which left little to his imagination. Damn, she's even hotter than yesterday. So where are we going then? She asked bluntly. Well, I am not going to be the standard kind of guy who suggests something lazy like a movie or a walk in the park. I've got something else in mind. Her face presented a look of curiosity. only wondering what he could have planned for the day. Then again, this was Naruto, the boy who had a knack for the unexpected. "Shall we?" He gestured, his body facing further in town. She smiled softly. "Lead the way." Heading into town, the teen's first stop was at somewhere Ino hadn't thought she'd be spending the first part of her day, a sports and activity center which catered to several different sports including badminton, martial arts, soccer and basketball. Ino was curious when they approached a small section of the center entitled archery. "Archery?" the blonde girl queried as they entered the room together. "I've never tried it either and I've been wanting to do this for a while too." They walked up to the local desk where they were greeted by a white-haired man with a brown jacket, white shirt, blue jeans and a bandana. "G-Day, name's Mitsuki, how ya doing, first time doing archery here?" "Yep," Naruto replied. "Ah, that's good on ya." He reached under his desk and pulled out a clipboard. "If y'all like to just sign your name on air and we can get started." A few quick scribbles on the paper and Mitsuki took back the board. "Right this way, you two." He picked up a set of bows and guided them over to a long hallway with spaced-out netting and a circular target with different colored stripes down at the other end. He slowly explained the safety procedures and how to properly aim using the bow and arrow. After a few test runs and practicing several shots, Naruto and Ino decided to have a little challenge with each other. "Bet you some ice cream I can hit more balloons than you can," she teased the blonde boy as they moved on to the next part of their course. "As if I am a crack shot at aiming. Let's see then." She stuck her tongue out and took up her position at the stand, pulling back as hard as she could. She let the string go and watched as the arrow flew directly into the balloon and popped. She repeated the same trick twice more, watching all 3 balloons burst into nothing. TCH, Naruto positioned himself and aimed, easy. Repeating the same steps as before, the blonde boy raised his bow and pulled back, launching his arrows. Unfortunately, he had missed all 3. With the third one just reaching under the last balloon. "You were saying?" she said, grinning at his result. Naruto was fuming with embarrassment. "Fine. Best out of 5. He waited a moment for the instructor to reset the target, performing the same technique. This time he had only managed to hit 2 out of 3. Ino on the other hand had managed to hit all 3 with perfect accuracy. "You're just letting me win, aren't you?" "I'm not." They had their targets reset 3 times more, and the result turned out the same, except with the final round where Naruto managed to pop all his balloons. "Looks like I win," Ino said gracefully, flicking her ponytail. "So about that ice cream?" The boy looked disappointed. "Fine, you beat me, but I'll still outplay you on a guitar any day of the week." "Challenge accepted," she winked, repeating the same words he had used on her. "Damn, she's feisty," he thought as they headed back towards the front desk. "I didn't think I'd have my work cut out for me." Exiting the sports center, the two were unaware that across the street, Kabuto had managed to snap a few photos on with his camera. He had pretended to be photographing some birds that had flown around the roof of the building, quickly adjusting his position to capture the 2 teens walking together. "So she was right," he muttered to himself. "Ino was out and about with Uzumaki. The only question is why. I thought Naruto wasn't into her. Very strange indeed." He pocketed his camera and began making some notes on his phone. Karen had put him in an awkward situation and he wanted to get out of it as soon as possible. In a way, he looked up to Naruto and respected him, and now he was going to betray his trust. "Damn that cold calculating bitch," he thought. His phone vibrated with a small message. "Karen. Have you seen her yet?" Kabuto blinked twice, his thumb hovering over the reply button. He slowly typed a response. Kabuto. Yes. Naruto and Ino carried on their day and headed towards the main shopping area to get some ice cream to share. "How about a pit stop at the arcade?" the boy suggested as they walked past a large building with a large neon logo. The interior presented itself with pulsing bright colors, intricate noises and a childlike atmosphere that made the boy's heart melt. "Video games? Surely you jest." She only wondered where this was all going. "Nope, besides, amusements can be pretty fun." Ino rolled her eyes. "Okay, I'll bite. What do you have in mind here?" "Nothing, just go with the flow, Ino." The two walked in, side by side admiring the various prize grabbers, video games and penny drop machines. That was until Ino noticed something out the corner of her eye. Realizing what it was, a wave of excitement washed over her. "Is that Dance Dance Revolution?" "Huh?" the boy amused by her reaction. "I've not played this since I was 10, come on, I'll challenge you." What, are you serious? Come on. She grabbed his arm and pulled him over to the dance machine. She stepped on the platform, doing a quick arm and leg stretch against the barrier. You love this sort of thing? Naruto asked. Ino slammed her fist into her palm. Damn right I do. Now join me so I can beat your butt. Naruto smirked as he stepped up onto the platform. You're all fired up, are you sure you're the same Ino who I played with the other week? The compliment took her off guard, and she responded by playfully punching him on the arm. Don't push your luck. Ino selected a song and difficulty and started dancing, having chosen a higher difficulty. Naruto was a bit slow at first with matching up his steps to the ones on screen and watched in awe next to him as Ino seemed to have no problem at all moving in all different directions. There was something about the way she moved with such speed and grace. It was like watching ballet but on hyperspeed. She was hitting all the right symbols in practically perfect synchronization. The song ended, with Ino catching her breath after such intense maneuvers. The score came up, 350,525 to 175,450. Ha! She snapped her fingers. Beat ya again. I'll take my ice cream with sauce and sprinkles now. Naruto opened and closed his mouth, looking at the result with a sign of defeat. How was she this good? Unbeknownst to them, a small crowd had gathered around them to watch them play and now led a small round of applause. Naruto and Ino looked dumbfounded at what their antics had brought them, and both smiled at each other. After a couple more rounds of different games including some shooters, basketball hoops and a ring toss, Naruto and Ino headed further down the road to the small ice cream shop where they were greeted by a girl with honey-colored eyes which matched her long hair wearing a black and white long shirt, black jeans and black apron. Welcome. What can I get you, Ino? The girl's eyes locked with Ino's. Nitora? You work here? Ino exclaimed, recognizing one of her classmates. It's money for me. She mumbled, sounding uninterested. My mum was all like if you want something, get a job and earn the money for it, so I am here. She noticed Naruto, puzzled as to why he was with her. Are you two dating? She asked bluntly. The two blondes blushed in unison before Ino replied. No, we're just hanging out, hee. Suri. She shot a mischievous smile. It's cool though, I don't know you that well Uzumaki, but honestly, I think you two look cute together. Thanks, I think, Naruto replied scratching the back of his head. What'll be then lovebirds? Nitora teased. Cookie dough with white chocolate shavings for me please. Vanilla, 2 scoops, with a little strawberry sauce and a flake. Producing 2 cups with the sweet treats in a matter of seconds, she handed them over the counter. Enjoy your day you two, she added calmly. Don't worry, I won't say anything to no one. Thanks, Tora, you're the best. The blonde girl replied as she turned to walk away. Hey, I told you only to call me that in private, Nitora called back, her eye twitching at the nickname. The two of them headed to the nearby park and sat together on a bench overlooking a lake. Tell me something, Ino asked, her face full of curiosity. How long have you been into music like this? Oh, you mean, right, he took a mouthful of dessert. It sort of started a few years back when I was 13. At that age, I was curious about music, and everything I was hearing on the radio. Well, it was boring, to say the least. Every week there'd be a new song on the radio and I just could not enjoy it. There was no energy, no oomph if you know what I am getting at. I was out one day and picked up a music magazine. It was the cover, had all these bizarre names on the cover and that's what caught my eye. I ended up buying the magazine, reading it cover to cover that day and then jumped on the computer to find out where I could listen to these bands. And what was the first song you ever listened to? Nightmare by Avenged Sevenfold. What? The girl gasped in shock at his answer. That song? I thought you got into heavier stuff. It's funny, he carried on swallowing another mouthful. That's what everyone else says. But it sort of worked out for me. From A7X, I found out about Dream Theater whose ex-drummer played on that track, and then from Dream Theater I found out about other prog metal bands. And I just kept going and connecting bands to other bands like I was drawing a massive spider diagram, and the rest is history. That's pretty cool, Ino replied. I think M's Shadows is kind of hot, it's the arms and the vest he wears on stage at times. You would say that wouldn't you? He countered blankly. Oh, and you're not a sucker for women in symphonic metal bands? She looked at him with an irritated stare. He pursed his lips, his eyes wondering. No comment. Oh, and Ino. What? He picked up the small spoon from his dessert and lightly tapped her nose, leaving a spot of ice cream on her face. Gotcha. She growled in annoyance and did the same back to Naruto. Ha, two can play at that. No fair. He stuck his tongue out, both laughed it off, cleaning it up with a napkin. During this motion, their hands accidentally touched, to which they retracted straight away, blushing as they did. So, music? Naruto offered as he took out his earphones and phone. Sure. She took one of the earphones and placed it in her left ear. Naruto opened up the music player and selected a song. You'll love this. Ino shuffled in her seat, eager to hear what she'd be listening to. The song started with a great guitar and drum line before the lyrics started. Hear the sound of music drifting in the aisle's elevator Prozac. Stretching on for miles, the music of the future will not entertain. It's only meant to repress and neutralize your brain. She bobbed her head along to the beat, taking in the words as the song carried on. What is this? She asked him. It's smooth, but yet so meaningful. One of the wonders of the world is going down. It's going down, I know. It's one of the blunders of the world that no one cares. No one cares enough. The sound of the music by Porcupine Tree. I think it best sums up what most modern music sounds like, to be honest. Made by millionaires who are merely twice your age, she answered, quoting the lyrics. A swift nod was his response. She began tapping the bench with her fingers, her imagination wondering what this would sound like on her bass if she tried practicing it. The two sat together listening to various songs for the next hour. During this, Ino shuffled next to him and rested her head on his shoulder, taken aback by the closeness. He smiled, placing his arm around her waist. Comfy? He joked to her, gazing into her aqua blue eyes. Perhaps. She poked him on the cheek. How about some Metallica? King Nothing? I love the bass line to that. Knew you were gonna say that. On the other side of the park, Kabuto had been watching the couple with anticipation. On one hand, he was envious of their date, and on the other, he grimaced at the fact he was doing Karen's dirty work. Oh, he was so going to get her back for this blackmail. Unfortunately, he didn't know what to do. There had to be someone who could help him out with this, but who? The end of the day had arrived sooner than expected as the two blondes headed home with one another. Ino herself could not deny that she had had an amazing time with Naruto. His idea of dates was not only unique but different. Most guys by now would have probably been trying to sweet-talk her with cheesy romantic lines from a movie they just saw or bore her with talk about themselves. But with Naruto, the conversation had flown freely, like everything felt natural and nothing seemed out of place or forced. It was funny how over a week ago, they were complete strangers who had bumped into each other in the music room, but today, it was like they had known one another for years. The two approached the front door of Ino's house. A small two-story house with a garage and a side passage that led into the back garden. They walked to Ino's front door where they stopped a foot from each other. Naruto, I have to say, I had a really fun day with you today. I didn't know stuff like archery was so much fun, and everything else. A wave of pink encompassed her face and her heart was dancing with joy. Ah, think nothing of it, he chuckled sheepishly. I am glad you enjoyed my crazy ideas, Ino. I had a lot of fun with you too. They gazed into one another's eyes, feeling the warmth that seemed to radiate off one another. Naruto was about to say something else when the door in front of them opened. I thought I heard someone out here. Inoichi stepped out. And you brought my daughter home on time too. Punctuality. I love it. Hey, Dad, Ino replied, feeling embarrassed. This is Naruto I was telling you about. Please meet to you, Mr. Yamanaka, sir. The blonde held out his hand, to which the older man shook in response. Ah, the pleasure's all mine, he chuckled, noting the boy's facial features. Say, are you Minato's boy? Yeah, why? Naruto pondered at his question. Aha. Now I see it, he smiled proudly. I and your dad go way back. Heck, in college, they called him the Yellow Flash. I never knew anyone who could outtrace him when it came to sports classes. Naruto's jaw dropped at his statement. No way. My dad was the Yellow Flash of Konoha State? He never told you. Strange. He rubbed the back of his neck. Hope you're hungry, Ino. Your mom just cooked some dumplings. It'll be ready shortly. Nice to meet you, Naruto. Tell the old man I said hello. He turned away and headed back inside. Naruto was left a bit bamboozled. Your dad's cool, Ino. Ino chuckled. Yeah, when he wants to be. She gently held his hand, which was accompanied by a blush from the both of them. So, I guess I'll see you on Monday then. he asked nervously, wondering what was going to happen next. The platinum blonde smiled, leaned towards him and kissed him on the cheek. "I'll see you on Monday, Naruto. Thank you again for a great date." The boy couldn't help but snigger at the last word. So it was a date then? Her blush turned darker, and, "This stays between me and you, got it?" Her voice raised slightly. "Hee, whatever you say," he replied with a small poke on her forehead, to which she responded with a look of amusement. She flicked his hand away and pulled him into a hug. Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist lightly, returning the aforementioned gesture. They held each other in place for a few seconds before breaking off. "Ino, dinner's ready," a female voice called out from inside the house. "Coming," both nodded in unison, with Ino heading back inside. "See you later." Glancing at each other with one last warm smile, the two teens departed one another, having enjoyed one of the best days they had had in ages. "Ino's really something. I hope we can do this again soon." As the two left each other, Kabuto had watched the scene from afar. He had all the evidence he needed. Now all he had to do was to report back to Karen. A cold Monday morning greeted the students of Konoha High. After what seemed to be a genuinely good weekend, the presence of strong winds as everyone walked to school came as a bit of a surprise. In the main hallway, Naruto and Kiba met up by their respective lockers, with the blonde showcasing a massive grin that didn't seem to leave his face. Kiba shot him a look somewhere between puzzled and bemused. "I am guessing your little weekend went well?" he questioned with curiosity. "Pretty much," Naruto ruffled his own hair. "Not going to lie, she's pretty awesome." Kiba continued, as he rummaged through his books, "But how long do you plan on keeping this hidden? There's only so much you can do before anyone else finds out." "And what if people do find out about it, Kiba? Does it really matter if anything?" he retorted with a tinge of anger. "I am tired of people pretending to be something they're not. Ino's great. She just needs some more confidence in herself, that's all." Kiba's eyes widened at his response. "You mean she puts on this persona during school hours? And how do you know she's genuine? I still think she could pull a fast one on you and leave you humiliated. I am one of your best friends, Naruto. Practically my brother. I won't let my brother fall victim to some bitch's bullshit." He placed a hand on his shoulder. "I appreciate the concern, brother. Let's just call it a gut feeling, Kiba exhaled. "You better be right. Also, speaking of dates," Naruto said, moving on from the subject. "Any plans for Hinata? You spoke pretty highly of her the other day, and now I am curious how you're going to play it cool." "It's not about playing it cool, it's about getting to know her. I mean, I heard stuff about her family, something along the lines of the parents don't approve of certain types wanting to date her." "Got a plan for that? I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Right now, I want to spend more time with her." Further down the hall, Kabuto was at his own locker sorting his books. The rest of the weekend had left him feeling drained, to say the least. Having to spy on Naruto was not part of his plans, and ever since sending a message to Karen on Saturday evening, she hadn't been in contact with him. What was she up to and how was he going to get out of this situation? His train of thought was interrupted by a female voice. "Hey, Kabuto?" He turned over his shoulder to see none other Namita Suzumeno. The girl he had unrequited feelings for. She was roughly the same height as him, had brown eyes with matching brown hair done up in two pigtails, wearing her school uniform to which she had donned with a peach-colored scarf around her neck. The other notable thing that stood out was the small beauty mark under her right eye. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "And Namita, how are you? Is everything all right?" he replied nervously. Namita produced a timid smile. "Very well, thanks. I was wondering, do you have a copy of Mr. Yamato's notes for class later on? I misplaced mine the other day and I noticed that you take notes for most of everything." Her face turned slightly pink. As her gaze fell to the floor, Could I borrow them? I'll make sure you get them back at lunch." Kabuto stood there surprised as anything. Is she talking to me out of pure innocence? Or did Karen go back on her word and this is all part of an elaborate scheme? He lightened his expression. "No, her face says something else, but I can't be too careful." He peered over her shoulder. No sign of Karen. He took a breath. "Sure, just a second." He opened up his notebook and handed over some papers stapled together inside a small plastic wallet. "Here's everything you should need. I think he's going to quiz us, especially on the part of pairings within the periodic table. Just remember Koni, Tei and Ark and you should be fine." She nodded gracefully as she looked over the notes. "That's a great way to remember, thanks, Kabuto." I'll see you at lunch. You're welcome, he answered gently. The two were then joined by one of Namita's friends. Hey Namita, are you all set? It was Wasabi Azumo, a tomboyish-looking girl with short brown hair, green eyes, wearing her uniform combined with a neck choker, black bracelets, green nail polish, lime green mascara decorating her eyes and chewing a piece of gum. Yep, just getting some help is all. She smiled greatly at the boy, causing him to blush in response. I see, Wasabi noted, popping a bubble from her gum, her gaze crossed with his. Yakushi. Azumo, he said flatly, acknowledging her presence. Come, I want to hear all about your weekend. You will not believe what happened to me. Wasabi pulled Namita by her wrist, dragging her down the hallway. Catch ya later Kabuto. Namita cried out as she was pulled away into a classroom. Kabuto had waved her off, now looking completely embarrassed by the whole thing. Ah, how adorable. Then came a voice that he didn't want to hear. He looked over his shoulder to see none other than the Ice Queen herself, Karen. What do you want, Karen? He spoke angrily. I did what you asked, and I thought we'd be done with all that. Karen scoffed. What's up with you? The girl you like asks you for something and now you're acting all alpha on me? Please. You're a joke. She stepped closer, slamming her hand on a locker with great force. Remember, you step out of line with me and I will make your life a living hell. Are we clear on that? Kabuto lowered his eyes. Crystal, he muttered quietly, adjusting his glasses. What do you need from me? Ino and Sakura had met up outside the former's house and began walking to school together. So how was your weekend then, Ino? Sakura asked as they began their walk. The platinum blonde was unsure of how to answer. It was bad enough keeping all of this from Karen, but Sakura, unlike the former, the latter seemed to be the voice of reason when it came to their group. She would often come up with the overall solution to a problem at hand or be the one to cool the air if things became too riled up. Just a couple of months ago, she had managed to defuse a tense situation in the lunch hall when Karen and Sai had squared off over an argument regarding his personal life. Karen had been mouthing off how Sai could possibly be a homosexual since he hadn't dated another girl since Ino, and the latter had overheard it, to which then he had responded that she was a complete and total whore who had no business talking about another person's sexual orientation in public. Sakura had managed to calm the situation down without anyone throwing a punch, but the tension between the two had remained ever since. Ino looked puzzled, thinking how she would respond. After a moment, she had the perfect answer. Oh, I hung out with my dad and my cousin for the day. We went down to the edge of the fire country to the forest there, did some sports, had a cookout. It was great, just great to unwind for a bit. An answer that was furthest from the truth, but Ino told herself that she had the gift of the gab to get out of situations. Aw, that's awesome, Sakura replied. Better than what I did. Stuck doing homework, shopping with my parents and gardening. My parents aren't the most fun to be with, as you probably know. Mum's got to be all about the rules and my dad, well, dad jokes doesn't even begin to cover his level of humor. Ino chuckled. Yeah, I hear that. Too many times I've fallen victim to your dad's terrible puns. If you don't mind me asking you, Ino, Sakura continued, shifting the topic of conversation, is there a boy you like at the moment? The tone of the question made her jump. What makes you say that? She answered with an eye roll. Well, call it crazy, but Karen thought it was because you've missed 2 of our Friday afternoon coffee hangouts. We had the hunch that you've been secretly meeting up with someone. Her face became plastered with a small grin. Come on then, who is it? Have you been secretly eyeing up Sasuke and not saying anything? I promise I won't say anything. The mention of the Uchiha suddenly made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, and a feeling of sickness tickled the back of her throat, prompting her to place her hand over her mouth and swallow back down hard. Sakura was surprised at this, worrying if Ino was all right. Ino coughed, noticing she had made her best friend jump as she did. Sorry, it's just I find Sasuke Uchiha to be an overbearing smug jackass who thinks because he's got heritage to live up to, doesn't mean he has the right to act the way he does. She shook her head, regaining her composure. Look, you saw how he acted towards Naruto and the others last week, over a stupid relay race. How can you get so upset over a ridiculous thing like that? Ino. Sakura didn't know what to think of her friend's manic outburst. Perhaps she was right and Sakura herself really didn't know the boy truly herself. But was Ino really seeing someone? Sakura thought it was best to end the conversation then and there. Hey, I am sorry I asked. If you don't want to tell me, I understand. She felt bad having even brought up the conversation in the first place, but I am your friend, and if you ever want to talk about anything, you know you can. Thanks, I am sorry too, for scaring you like that, Ino said. It's just I never thought someone could make me so mad as much as he did. I'll forget about it though. She looked down at her phone to check the time. We'd better hurry. Don't want Mr. Shiranui kicking our asses for missing English. The two hurried into the school just before the bell rang for the first period. Monday mornings for their year group was always English language and literature with Genma Shiranui. He was a laid-back, easygoing sort of teacher, but like Asuma Sarutobi, if you rubbed him the wrong way, you'd expect a punishment of the highest order. In class, Sakura and Ino sat next to each other as they noticed Kabuto looking a little off. Hey, what's up with Kabuto? Ino gestured, noticing the boy 2 rows in front of her. He looked to be aggressively tapping his pencil on his desk with his right hand, and his left hand scratching his desk with his nail. He looks a little shaken. Sakura looked up. Damn it, Karen, what the hell did you do to him? He looks like he's about to crack any moment. He's probably unwell. Maybe a quick trip to the nurse's office will help, she replied, wishing she could answer truthfully to what was going on. So anyway, can anyone please tell me the meaning behind Hamlet's objective in this play? Do you think he is actually mad or is feigning madness for the sake of finding out the truth? Genma questioned the classroom with a book in his hand. A volume of silence filled the air as the teacher looked around the room scoping for an answer. Anyone at all? Genma asked again. I swear you had better have studied at least part of this. There's a possibility this could come up in the exams soon and you have to make sure you're prepared. Kabuto raised his hand. It's subjective, The teacher turned his head to hear his answer. The whole concept behind Hamlet's madness has been a subject for many decades after the story was published. The first argument is that 1. Hamlet has gone insane due to the death of his father and seeing his father's ghost for the first time. That sanity is therefore questioned throughout, especially when he violently berates his mother later on for marrying his uncle. The second argument comes from the idea that Hamlet has remained completely sane throughout the story and he is only faking madness to uncover the truth behind his father's murder. In the end, he is simply playing the part in order to understand what is happening in the state of Denmark and its people. Genma almost spat out his toothpick at the detailed answer. He placed it on his own desk and cleared his throat. Looks like someone's been reading this book cover to cover. Excellent work, Kabuto, he commented by writing out some information on the blackboard. Kabuto himself took a deep breath. His vision glanced to the right to see none other than Karen, shooting him a look of death. It was like his answer had been a subtle undertone to what was going on with everything around him. Her next request was a simple one, but again, it was something he felt dirty for. How much longer was she going to tie him to a leash like this? Just a few more days of this. I apologize, Naruto. He let out a small grunt of pain, rubbing the side of his forehead. Excuse me, Mr. Shiranui? Can I go to the nurse's office? I have a slight migraine and I forgot my medication today? Genma looked over and nodded. Of course, Mr. Yakushi. Please take your time. I'll have some handouts ready for you to pick up if you don't come back before the end of class. Thank you. He headed out towards the door, noticing Karen's eyes following him out as well. Ino pondered at what she just witnessed. That was weird. And why is Karen eyeing him up like a hawk? Something's not right. During the third period after morning recess, Kiba sat together with Hinata during Kurenai Yuhi's math class. Much to Kiba's annoyance, it was a lesson back to algebraic formulae. He looked over the textbook frantically, reading and rereading the page, but still not understanding it. Damn, this sucks, he muttered annoyingly. How do you even substitute the right number for the letter? As he spent another moment looking over the formula, Hinata lightly tapped him on the arm. KK Kiba, do you want me to help you? He looked up from his book to see her face smiling back at him. His cheeks became tinted with a blush from the embarrassment. Great. How am I supposed to impress her if I can't solve problems like this? What if she thinks I am a complete dumbass? Or what if she doesn't like smart guys and likes not so smart guys like me? Sure, he answered quietly. It's just not sure how this value works. He pointed to the formula. Looking over it, she shook her head lightly. Don't worry. You just have to remember BIDMAS and BODMAS to work out the correct order. See, what you did is that you tried working out the plain numbers before doing the numbers in the brackets when it's meant to be the latter first. She scribbled a few notes on his paper and passed it back to him. See? Kiba looked over both his notes again. realizing she had been right. Great, thanks Hinata, sorry if I troubled you. Hinata went slightly red. Don't mention it, I was more than happy to help you out. Kurenai Yuhi, who was sitting down in her chair, came over when she noticed the two of them talking. Miss Yuhi, Hinata cried, Kiba was just asking me a question is all. The older woman cast her a smile. Don't worry Hinata, you're one of my best students and I've noticed Kiba hasn't been doing so well lately. The last part of that line caused the boy to slam his head on the desk in shame. Kurenai brought her hand to her chin, lightly tapping her thumb against her lip. Tell you what. I think you two should sit together for the next couple of weeks, Kiba. I think it'll be good for you to work with Hinata to improve your grade. I have another test in a month's time and right now, I am looking at a D+ at best for you, and I really don't want to fail you at all. However, if you can scrape by with a C average, it'll let you pass. Otherwise, before next year, I will have to ask you to retake the test again. Kiba's jaw dropped. You can't be serious, he exclaimed with a face of panic. Afraid so, if you don't pass, you'll have to do a makeup test before you're allowed to do your college subjects. The boy's face cast a look of disappointment. If his mom found out about him failing math, she would probably be giving him the talking to of his life. Damn Yuhi and her class. Then again, if Hinata can help that's always a plus. He shook his head abruptly. No damn it. She's here to help you, not so you can go gaga over her. But, she's so damn cute. Sure thing Miss Yuhi, I'd be more than happy to, Hinata beamed. Kiba nodded reluctantly. Yes, Miss Yuhi. As the lesson carried on, the two teens decided on a solution. Hinata would invite Kiba around her house twice a week for a maths refresher to help him with his work. Frankly, he was grateful that she had suggested it. Anything would be better than sitting with Kurenai Yuhi in an empty classroom after hours. It was like never-ending detention for him. The lunchtime bell rang and the students made their way to the cafeteria. Kabuto, who was sitting on his own eating a sandwich, was approached by Namita, who handed him back his notes. Thanks again Kabuto, this really helped me out. You're welcome, Kabuto replied. Let me know if you need any more help. Namita blushed slightly. I will. Is everything alright? I heard from Wasabi you had to break class and head to the nurse's office. The boy was awed by her sudden interest in him. It's nothing. Just had a small migraine and I needed to take some time out of the classroom is all. Acknowledging his words, her face lightened into a smile. Ah, I see, you take care of yourself now, okay? What? Is she actually interested in me? Or is she just being nice? Probably the latter. I am not worth her time. Yeah, thank you, I will. As Namita went off to join her friends at another table, Kabuto was quite stunned by the turn of events. He had to be careful though, especially with the certain redhead girl who had a metaphorical leash around his neck. He turned back to his food and was soon joined by Naruto and Kiba who sat on either side of him. Oh, Naruto, what brings you here? Kabuto questioned his presence. It's not often you sit next to me. I wanted to see how you were doing is all, Naruto said. I know we don't talk much, but you're still our classmate and I look out for others. Your compassion for others is impressive, Naruto. Thank you for your consideration. I am doing okay. Been having some personal troubles is all. He looked at the blonde with a sign of regret. Having to spy on him for someone else was really eating at him inside. That wouldn't have anything to do with Namita now, would it? Kiba joked as he opened his can of drink. It is most certainly not, Kabuto shot back unamused. She only asked for some advice regarding our science lesson together and I was more than happy to help her out. Kiba sniggered. Ah, playing it cool then huh? Don't worry dude, I won't say anything if you have a little crush on her. Kabuto frowned. It's a little more complicated than that, but thanks, anyway. He carried on changing the subject. How was your weekend Naruto? Naruto swallowed a mouthful of noodles abruptly before replying. It was great. Spent the day with a friend and had a great time too. Hadn't seen them in a while, but it was fun to catch up. Although he had already told of his weekend to Kiba, he would tell himself that no one else would find out, unless Ino changed her mind on the matter first. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and he carried on with another bite of food. You don't say? Sounds like a good day out. How about you? The gray-haired boy was hesitant to answer, especially with the matter of what he had actually done. I was in town doing some photography. The park looked nice so I decided to photograph around the lake. Nice, the blonde commented as he took a bite of food. Got anything to show us? Kabuto gulped as he took the last bite of his sandwich. It's all still in the editing process. I have to fix the lighting and whatnot. Sounds great. Can't wait to see it all. Trust me Naruto, you don't. Across the other side of the room sat Ino, Sakura and Karen. So I was thinking maybe we could get together sometime this week and work on Hitaki's assignment. It's kicking my ass and frankly, I could use the catch up with the two of you together. What do you say? Sakura asked her friends. You suggesting Friday then? Karen replied bored, because if it cuts into after school time, forget it. I've got no other spare time, Sakura grumbled. The fact that Sarutobi's already pushing us to revise for a mock test in 2 weeks, plus I've got stuff at home too. In addition, there's the talent show in a month's time too which I am thinking of entering in. Whoa, hold up, talent show? You're not just entering that contest because Sasuke is, are you? No. Sakura retorted with red cheeks, I've got something else in mind I want to try. The red-haired scrunched up her face, you do you, Sakura. Ino rubbed the side of her head, wondering herself if she should do the same. Perhaps she and Naruto could do something together. No. The idea was that no one else would ever find out about what she did in secret. Naruto's been good to me and playing together would be fun, but, she observed the room, thinking about other people's reactions, but, could I really do it, I wonder? Hey, Ino. Not falling asleep on me or ya? Karen's voice bellowed, snapping Ino out of her daydream. Huh? No. I am good. Ino faked a smile. Say, what's up with Kabuto? The guy looked a little on edge, and it's not like him to leave class midway through a lesson. Who cares? The guy's always been a weirdo, probably has issues, Karen spoke rudely. And as for you Ino, don't play innocent with me. I know that you and Uzumaki are up to something, she thought darkly. The end of the day came about, with Kiba and Hinata walking to her home together after school. Are you sure you don't mind doing this? He asked with a worried look. I don't want to impose on you or your family. Kiba, don't worry, she replied softly. I want to help you out where I can. Please. I want to make sure you pass. Besides, it's not like my family will say anything. That's what I am afraid of, he thought, biting his lip. As they approached the front door of her house, the door opened wide and on the other side stood a tall man with chestnut brown hair, wearing a white shirt, black tie, a black jacket with tailcoats with matching black trousers and shoes. Good afternoon, Lady Hinata. How was your day? Greeted the gentleman politely. Kiba stood wide-eyed at the mont's appearance. No way. You have a butler, he blurted out. Hinata giggled. Yes, please let me introduce you to Getsume. And whom do I have the pleasure of speaking with? Young master. Unsure of how to respond, Kiba quickly held out his hand to shake the mont's hand. Inuzuka. Kiba Inuzuka. He greeted the boy with a passive expression. Greetings. Young master Inuzuka. Are you by any chance related to Miss Sume Inuzuka who runs the veterinary clinic in town? Yes, that's my mother's clinic. Do you know her? Not personally, Getsume replied, his expression remaining stoic, but her service for my own pets has always been top class and I always recommend her to my friends. I wasn't aware she had children. Apologies, please do come in. He guided them in as Kiba was gobsmacked by what he was seeing. First a big house and now a butler. How well off was this family? They walked into the living room where the two sat down on a leather sofa with a large coffee table on the side. Kiba's eyes surveyed the room as he noticed a selection of paintings dotting the walls, family photos up on the mantelpiece where the fireplace sat and an entertainment system was placed in one corner of the room. Would you like anything to drink, Lady Hinata? Getsume asked, his hands placed together. Green tea please, Getsume, and you, young Master Kiba? As he wasn't used to being addressed in such a way, he immediately had no clue how to respond. He felt like he had just stepped into a king's palace, fearful of saying the wrong thing in dread of execution. I'd like some root beer if you have any. The butler promptly raised an eyebrow at his request but nodded in return. Certainly sir. I'll see if Master Hiyashi has any of that stored in the cellar. I'll be back momentarily. As Getsume left the room, Hinata turned to Kiba who still had that look of bewilderment on his face. Kiba, are you okay? She inquired. You look extremely surprised right now. He paused with his response before replying. It's just, well, you have a butler. What's the deal with that? He spluttered all at once. Oh, Getsume. That's my father's personal aide. When he's out on business trips, Getsume looks after the house and takes care of any errands for us. She shuffled her feet on the floor. As much as I insist on doing things myself, he's always on hand, and he really doesn't like it when I say no. So, he's definitely a butler then? I think the word butler is kind of pushing it, she answered, but yes, he's great to have around. She picked up her satchel and retrieved her books. Shall we get started then? The two began a quiet hour of maths together. Hinata explained the methods and formulas as best she could, with Kiba taking notes and acknowledging what she had to say. In his mind, this hadn't been his ideal method of getting to know her. A proper date out would have been more his thing. But he realized how knowledgeable she was on the subject, which made him respect her even more. Getsume came in a second time that hour with a plate of food for the two. Some snacks for you both, please enjoy, thank you. As both of them reached for a small cake in the middle of the plate, their hands brushed against each other, causing them to pull back and blush in response. You have that one, Kiba said, and no, please, I insist, Hinata stammered, unsure of the situation. The pair didn't make eye contact, which seemed like hours to them but was only mere seconds. Not wanting to last another moment in awkward silence, Kiba spoke up again. Please, I am more of a custard donut person myself. Jam and cream don't really do it for me, he said, scratching the back of his head. Hinata's mouth parted slightly. Oh, okay then. She reached for the sweet treat, not before taking notice of his facial features. Has Kiba always been so handsome? His eyes are really kind, and the wild hair is kind of a good look for him. So, Kiba continued, what do you know about solving linear equations? The blue-haired girl shook her head as she swallowed the last bit of food. Only a little, but I don't think it's going to come up in the exam. And she noticed the boy staring back at her, causing her to turn beetroot. What's wrong? She asked nervously. You got a little something on your, he said gently, reaching over with his finger and wiping the corner of her mouth. Eep. The girl squeaked, feeling a bit frigid from the touch. Kiba sat back in his seat. Oh, sorry I startled you, he gestured apologetically, noting the red substance on his finger. Strawberry jam, hee. Great way to play it cool, Kiba. Hinata's face turned even darker red than it was before. Thanks, she mumbled quietly. Excuse me, my daughter, but who is this? Demanded a voice from the other end of the room. Both teenagers turned to see a gentleman standing in the doorway with long brown hair, lavender eyes, and wearing a navy blue suit. Father! Hinata exclaimed in shock. Kiba and Hinata looked in surprise as they took in the appearance of the man standing in the doorway. Father, I had no idea you'd be back so soon, Hinata spoke worriedly. He cast a stern expression on the pair of them. And who might you be? His attention drew to the young boy. I don't approve of anyone just fraternizing with my daughter. With all due respect, father, she responded firmly, this is my friend Kiba. I was asked personally by my teacher to help tutor him on his studies. Is that so? He walked in closer, wanting to observe the boy sitting on the couch. His eyes examined him over, noticing his out-of-kempt brown hair, mild complexion, and pronounced canine fang that appeared when he parted his mouth slightly. You look like riffraff. Excuse me, Kiba replied bluntly, wondering what he had done to offend him. Rude as well as messy. Good lord, why did I agree to send you to that public school? So, Kiba, may I ask exactly what business you have with my daughter? She is an academic genius and a proud member of the Hyuga clan. Why should she tarnish her image as well as mine by associating herself with the likes of you? The likes of me? Kiba repeated, feeling offended. What's that supposed to mean anyhow? Got quite the tongue, haven't you? Hiyashi sharpened his brow. Tell me, what kind of work do your parents do? For your information, sir, my mother runs a veterinarian clinic in town. Perhaps you know the one? Inuzuka? He stood his ground, not wanting to lose this battle. Also, it's only for a couple of weeks. Hiyashi blinked when he heard the name. It sounded like the boy had a questionable upbringing indeed. Inuzuka. I see, and why does a boy of your caliber need help? No doubt you think you are one of those so-called cool guys who only have one thing on their brain and let their performance suffer. He grew closer, his face scrunching up into a snarl. Father! Hinata shouted out, causing her father's head to snap at her. If you wouldn't mind, me and Kiba are in the middle of something, and I would appreciate it greatly if you would let us get back to work. Hiyashi was usually a calm individual, but there was just something about the young boy's appearance that sort of rubbed him the wrong way. The Hyuga were a proud and noble clan, who took great pride in raising their families with a strong manner and discipline. He eyed his daughter carefully, realizing that it would be unreasonable of him to cause a scene like this. He took a breath and cleared his throat. "Very well," he muttered, his tone remaining passive-aggressive. "You may carry on with your studies." He turned his sight back to Kiba. "I am warning you, boy. One mishap, one incident or any attempt to harm my daughter, and you will have wished that we'd have never met." Kiba remained calm and still as the older gentleman stepped back and headed out the room, leaving the two to their own devices. "Kiba, I am sorry," Hinata said sadly, feeling ashamed of her father's actions. I don't know why he gets like this." He responded with a hand on her shoulder, comforting her. "It's okay, Hinata, don't worry about it. Thank you for tutoring and I'll see you at school tomorrow." He packed up his books into his backpack and headed towards the front door, leaving the young girl with a face of disappointment. "Young Master Kiba," Getsume said, approaching the door to open it. "Please, I apologize for my lord's behavior. You have done nothing wrong and your mother is a saint to those who love animals, including myself." He slipped a small card into the boy's hand. "If you need anything, do let me know." He gave it a quick look over, his eyes widening in surprise. "But this is..." "It's okay, young man, I wouldn't worry about it." He opened the door for the boy. "Good evening, sir." As the lavender-eyed girl gathered her books together, she felt her heart being crushed inside. It was like someone had taken a shard of broken glass and stabbed her repeatedly. Why was her father like this with her? Hadn't she done enough to prove that she was a well-rounded person, capable of carrying on the Hyuga name? Her eyes began to water slightly, but she quickly wiped them away with the back of her hand. At the kitchen table, Hiyashi sat with a small glass of scotch as he read over some documents from his briefcase. Was he in the wrong? No, he was only doing his duties as a father, wasn't he? At times he did show genuine care and affection for her, but other times he overreacted to her actions and decisions growing up. Perhaps what he was failing to understand was that she wasn't going to be his little girl forever. He sighed and took another sip of his drink. Teenagers, can't live with them, can't live without them. At around the same time, Kiba walked home with Hinata. Naruto left school by himself, wondering what his best friend was up to. Good luck to the guy, the first say, especially if it is just math tutoring, he thought as he replayed the day's events in his head. I wonder what's up with Kabuto. The guy looked a little on edge today. I hope everything's all right. His train of thought was interrupted by a familiar voice. Hey, Naruto. The blonde boy spun around to see none other than Ino catching up to him. Hey Ino, what's up? Great to see you. A smile dawned his face. Yeah, you too, she smiled softly. Do you want to walk and grab some drinks somewhere? Great idea, he replied positively. We could go to my place if you like. I'd like to try and get some work done, especially with the prospect of tests looming over us in the next few weeks. The girl blushed a little. He's inviting me over. Surely that's too quick. We're not even officially a couple yet. Wait, what? Her mind began racing a million miles per hour from the ideas and thoughts in her head. Holy shit. If I end up word vomiting that, I might as well just die from embarrassment right here and now. Sure, she answered meekly. I can probably use some quiet study time too. Lead the way. Naruto grinned as they both started walking towards his house. So, Kiba and I might enter that talent competition in a month's time, he said, wanted to break up the awkward silence that had appeared out of nowhere. Wait, what? Ino questioned. You mean that talent competition our school is putting together? What's it all for? Beats me. Naruto shrugged. I think it's one of those things that say showcase what you're good at and can show off to others. Shikamaru's already got something in mind, but whether he'll pull it off is anyone's guess. The lazy genius has a talent. What, complaining all the time? Naruto laughed, not too sure about that, but he insists on keeping it quiet. I see, so you and Kiba are going to perform a few songs then? Hold up, she didn't even know much about Kiba in the first place. Since when did he play something? What does he even play? Didn't I tell you? He's a drummer and a damn good one too. Also, I've got a couple of numbers I'd like to try out personally, but then end it all with a big finisher. It's kind of a big deal and I am hoping I can pull it off. Ya don't say? She added, sounding impressed. Can I get a hint as to what it might be then? Sorry, top secret, he winked mischievously, but if you play your cards right, you might just get a front row seat to the action. Her face went completely blood red at his remark. Damn this boy and his charisma. I look forward to it, but it better not be something crude. You sound like such a perv saying it like that. Aw really? He pouted with puppy dog-like eyes. I am so hurt, Ino. She playfully punched him on the arm. You goofball. 10 minutes passed and they arrived at Naruto's house, which was a dwelling similar in size to Ino's. Only it was painted with red bricks instead of white paint and had a mosaic stoned pattern wrapped around a gravel square path decorated with potted plants. Naruto reached for his key, turned it into the lock and opened the door. I am home. Entering the hallway, Ino admired the decor that the house presented itself with. A cool teal color decorated the walls donned with artwork of famous buildings, with family photos in between the remaining spaces. That you, son? Called out a female voice. A doorway ahead led towards the kitchen and dining area, and there stood an older woman with long red hair, coupled with violet eyes. She wore a white sleeveless blouse under a long loose-fitting dress, coupled with black sandals. Is that Naruto's mom? She's so beautiful, Ino awed at the older woman's appearance. Hey mom, how are you? Ouch. He was greeted with a swift smack around the head. That's for leaving your dirty dishes on the side again before you left for school this morning. She remarked with a forceful tone. Would it kill ya to scrub some plates before you leave? Ino blinked at her knee-jerk reaction. I guess that's where he gets the attitude from. Geez, I am sorry, he muttered, rubbing the back of his head in pain. Oh, I swear if you don't. She was caught off guard by the presence of the platinum blonde girl standing a few feet away from her. Oh, who might you be? Please, I apologize for my outburst, but my son really needs to learn some proper etiquette when it comes to cleaning the house. I am Kushina Uzumaki, pleased to meet you. I am Ino Yamanaka, the younger girl replied, holding out her hand to shake. It's nice to meet you too, Mrs. Uzumaki. Please, just Kushina is fine. She chortled with a bashful look. I feel so old when people call me that. She looked over Ino with a twinkle in her eyes. Say, were you that girl my son took out for a date the other day? Naruto's face flushed red. Mum, stop it, you're embarrassing me. Ino's face pretty much matched the boy's at this point. Naruto, you told her. I must say, Kushina continued, looking amused. You are quite the pretty one, I have to admit. Wait, Yamanaka? She remembered the name. Oh, Inoichi's kid. I swear Minato doesn't know when to shut his yap nowadays. Say what? Ino didn't know what else to say at this moment, especially with being complimented by her friend's mother of all people. Oh, it's just your father had a bet with my husband that he would have a boy first, and wow, did he lose that bet all right. Cost him a month's worth of beer, that's for sure. Ino shook her head, wondering if she had entered the house of the crazies. I am so sorry. Kushina gestured, looking embarrassed. Where are my manners? Come in please, make yourself at home. There's plenty of stuff in the kitchen, help yourself. Ino couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Kushina. Naruto, still rubbing his head, wondered why his mother was so eccentric. She's like this with everyone. The two entered the kitchen, sitting down at the table to lay out their respective books. So, what are we doing first? Ino inquired. The blonde boy let out a groan of annoyance. We should probably sort out this assignment from Katetsu, I mean general studies. How is that even a subject? You'd rather it be home economics? Naruto shuddered at the thought of that subject. Good God no, I can't imagine taking that class. He looked over the small note he made at the top of the page. What's the assignment again? Discuss a certain art form that can be considered avant-garde from the last 100 years? That could be anything? She gave a shrug of response. Don't they say that art is subjective? Avant-garde could mean anything that's not hit the cultural zeitgeist of mainstream pop culture. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto retorted, feeling dumbfounded at Ino's vocabulary. Ino sighed. What it means is that you have to research a type of art that is unique and different for the time period that it's based in. Unique, huh? The blonde boy pondered, lightly tapping his pen to his cheek. Does progressive metal count? It's not really a big thing compared to most rock and metal music, and I am sure there's a lot to talk about. That's maybe pushing it a little, she added with a hint of concern. Do you even think Katetsu would allow that? Only one way to find out. Walking away from Hinata's place, Kiba found himself frustrated with the situation that had occurred. Who knew that Hinata's father was so uptight? had literally been there to learn something for a few hours and maybe have some small talk with her as well. He did not expect a confrontation of that caliber. He looked down on his phone, wondering if he should message her. Would her father be keeping an eye on that as well? He wasn't so sure, but it wouldn't hurt to try. He tapped a few keys. Kiba. Hey, sorry if I caused you any problems. You were a big help today. If it's too much trouble, perhaps we can try and do the work at lunchtime or after school. He waited a moment or so, hoping she'd reply. After around 2 minutes, his phone vibrated with a response. Hinata. Hey, it's okay. I am sorry he was so angry at you like that. Yeah, sure. We can do it at lunchtime on Thursday if you'd like. XXX. Whoa, hold up. Are those kisses? He felt his cheeks turn red slightly. No, what if she does that to all her friends? It's quite common for girls to do that, unless. He began typing back. Kiba. Thanks a lot, Hinata. You're a great help. XXX. As he hit send, his mind grew worried, not sure if he had creeped her out or anything. Come on, dude. You did nothing wrong. Why would she be scared of you? Another reply came. Hinata. You're welcome. Smiley face. Thanks for being there and such. See you tomorrow. Laughing face. XXX. The brown-haired boy grinned from ear to ear. Did this mean that she liked him back? He could hardly wait for school tomorrow. Naruto and Ino sat together in the kitchen while Kushina prepared dinner. During the time that had passed, the two teens decided they would try and tackle music as their avant-garde discussion. And I guess that's how we sorted really, Naruto commented as he finished writing stuff down. I am calling it Dark Side of the Moon. How Pink Floyd changed the game. Kushina couldn't help but chuckle slightly at her son's statement. Honestly, Naruto, you and your music. As much as I enjoy your creativity, you really should focus up. Don't want to send you to summer school this year. But Mom, this is something else. I am so going to pass with this essay. If you say so, she commented cheekily. How about you, Ino dear? What's your passion at the moment? Ino was startled by her question. Well, believe it or not, it's music as well. 6 months ago, I was bored with a few things and I asked my dad to suggest something new. So he takes me to his music room and shows me a bass guitar. Now I am thinking at first, maybe it's not for me. Why a bass? But after much consideration, I give it a shot. He taught me how to read music and before long I am practicing songs. The red-haired woman was intrigued by her story. Ah, I see. So, will you be playing with my son anytime soon? I am sure you'll be a great partner. However, she didn't think before she had spoken that line and was now faced with two teenagers completely red-faced and shocked to the core. Mum, it's not like that at all. Naruto felt his throat go completely dry and he swallowed hard. Kushina laughed. You know what I meant, right? Ino lowered her head slightly. I mean, I guess playing with Naruto would be fine, but what about everyone else? Maybe I should stop overthinking and just do it. The three were then interrupted by the sound of another person walking into the room. Honey, I am home. There stepped in a man with shaggy blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a white shirt with the top button undone and dark blue jeans. Hey, Dad! Naruto exclaimed with contentment. How's everything? Hey Naruto, he smiled back. Yeah, pretty good I guess. Long day again. He walked over to Kushina and planted a soft kiss on her lips. Welcome home, sweetheart. I've got dinner cooking at the moment. Ah, I thought something smelled wonderful. Can't wait. His attention was drawn to the table where his son sat with a platinum blonde girl with soft aqua eyes. You're Inochi's kid, right? I see my son has finally found himself a nice girl, he added with a smirk. Dad, not you too, Naruto commented, feeling like he had to dig himself a hole to escape from so much awkwardness that had occurred in such a short amount of time. Minato scratched the back of his head. My bad, I am Minato. Nice to meet you. How's the old man doing? Ino Yamanaka, and he's doing great thanks, just living day to day enjoying life. She recollected something else her dad said. Is it true? Are you really the legendary Yellow Flash of Konoha State University? Not to brag but yeah. Minato poured himself a glass of water. Back in the day, from what I've heard no one else has yet been able to beat my record at the campus national relay race. How come you never said anything about this before? Naruto mumbled. You never asked, the older man chuckled. I am always open to talk, Naruto. Even if it is about things that happened way back when. Ino couldn't help but smile. She had never met Naruto's family before, but something about them gave off a sense of warmth and love. They had personalities that seemed to bounce off each other, and no matter how serious things got, they'd always love and treasure each other. It was a feeling Ino knew all too well, but something about it made her heart flutter with excitement. Anyway, Minato continued, sipping his water, has Naruto told you about the crib? The what? Ino raised an eyebrow. Kushina smacked her forehead. Christ Minato, why do you keep calling that? This isn't the 90s and you're not in your 20s anymore. Hey, all because I might not be as hip as my own son, I can still impress his friends when he brings them over. More like to embarrass me, Naruto countered with an eye roll. Minato beamed with pride. Well, it's pretty awesome if I do say so myself. He stood up and headed out of the kitchen. Come, I'll let you have a look. The red-haired woman sighed heavily as she finished slicing vegetables together. If you must, darling, she replied, sounding unimpressed. Ino, dear, would you like to stay for some dinner? We're having stew and I always make too much. Ino nodded. Sure, that would be amazing, thanks Kushina. Minato led the two teens into the hallway, through a door downstairs into what looked like a basement at first. He flickered a light switch, which revealed a spacious room covered in various music and film memorabilia. The walls were painted a light pastel blue, with different band and film posters, vinyl artwork and shelves of books and records decorating the walls. In the center of the room sat some beanbag chairs and an oblong table. Welcome to the crib, the older blonde gestured as he showed off the space. Pretty sweet, huh? I like to come here and unwind when things get a bit stressed and whatnot. That's not what Mum would say, his offspring thought irritably. So, Ino, Naruto tells me you play the bass, right? Minato asked. Yes, that's right, she answered, shooting Naruto a look of frustration. Geez Naruto, how much did you tell him? He walked over to the left-hand wall whereupon several instruments were lined up. A cherry burst Gibson Les Paul guitar, a black and white acoustic, a second Les Paul guitar that had a blue finish, and finally a brownish-looking bass with an obscure-looking body that Ino swore she had seen a picture of in a magazine a while ago. Here, give this a shot. He unclipped it from the wall and handed it to her. Taking it, she looked over it with intrigue and awe. What's the make of this one? That is the Thunderbird bass, first made in '63 by Gibson as an introduction to their range of bass guitars. It's a reproduction, but I've had the strings refitted and the fretboard cleaned up too. Do you like the finish? It's called Tobacco Smoke. Go on, give it a try. As Ino sat down on one of the bean-bag chairs, Minato handed her a pick from the shelf nearby and helped her to plug it into a small amp on the floor. She plucked a few strings, producing a loud but comfortable rumble that was pleasant to her ears. Wow, that's great, Ino commented, stunned by the high-quality sound and performance of the instrument. It's quite light too. Great little piece, isn't it? Also, that's because it's made from mahogany, so it's... Minato, can you give me a hand here please? The sound of his wife's voice came from upstairs. Minato rubbed his forehead. I guess I am being summoned. You two make yourselves at home, and don't break anything. He disappeared back up the stairs, leaving Naruto and Ino to themselves. Seriously Naruto, who is your dad? Ino exclaimed, still marveling at the room she was in. She thought her dad had an impressive collection, but it looked like Naruto beat her in that department. Naruto laughed. Yeah, there's a funny story about that. I guess he's a lot cooler than people make him out to be. A lot cooler? Ino retorted. He just gave me a pristine bass without me asking if I wanted to try it or not. Ya must be impressed him then. Naruto stretched and walked over to the instruments and picked up the cherry burst guitar. Ah, here she is. Your pride and joy, right? She said sarcastically, remembering their first meeting together. He nodded gently and sat back down on the other beanbag chair with Ino. So, shall we have a quick jam session then? He offered. Ino smirked, running her fingers through her hair. Okay, what you got for me today? I'll let you have the first choice today. He shot another wink, causing her to blush in response. She was still busy taking in all the warmth and hospitality from Naruto's parents. She wasn't too sure what she wanted to play. How about one of the songs you were going to show me for the talent show? Surely you can let me in on something. She gestured with her face in her palm. Okay, but you can't tell anyone else about this, deal? Deal, she answered firmly. Naruto fiddled with his tuning keys and struck a few chords hoping to get the right sound, willing by times of grace. She prompted. Thinking that shed come across the name before, isn't that the side project from Jesse and Adam of Killswitch? Yup. So what's the tuning? Drop D, have a listen. Naruto brought out his phone and played the intro of the song. Ino nodded as she worked out the rhythm and tuned the bass in her hands. After a minute or so, he stopped. Shall we? He began playing, with Ino not expecting him to start crooning again. I wake with the wings of morning, to the light of a new day. Now my eyes are open, through the darkest times, I find you always. Ino could have sworn she felt her face begin to flush pink again. Was he singing about her? Or could she misinterpret it and the lyrics could refer to him? It was like he was the light in her darkness, not the other way round. Cover me with your hands, make me see all I am, though I fall I am willing. Her heartbeat quickened and her pulse raced. What is this? Is this, no, am I? Being distracted almost stopped her from playing, but she realized what was happening and carried on without losing rhythm. It was a beautiful song, but she continued wondering why he had picked this one of all things. Right now, she was kicking herself mentally for not saying something like Wood by Alice in Chains or anything by Deftones. 4 minutes passed, and they stopped playing, with Ino still looking bamboozled at why he had picked it. Nicely done, Naruto said, you pick things up quite easily. No worries, she said quietly, her head turning to the side, it's a great song, I can't wait to see you perform it. Ah, thanks, he replied, shuffling in his chair. I've got a few others in mind so I hope you like surprises. Is she blushing? Or has she got a fever? Either way, she's really cute. Ino herself was wondering why she was feeling giddy all of a sudden. Was she really falling for Naruto? What was it that made him so charismatic and a joy to be around? Even she wasn't so sure anymore. Hey, Ino. Huh? You zoned out on me for a second. I asked you, what do you want to try next? Sorry, she answered, shaking her head. Diamond Eyes by Deftones. You love making me work, don't you? He replied with a deadpan look. She struck a few more chords and poked her tongue out at him. It's more fun that way. The two carried on for another half an hour playing songs together until Kushina called them for dinner. Eating dinner at Naruto's was pretty normal. Except Ino had to stop herself from choking a few times due to laughing at Minato's humorous remarks and punchlines. The evening eventually reached 7 p.m. and Ino realized she had to get going home again. Thanks again for dinner, Kushina, you're very welcome, and don't be a stranger. Any friends of my son are always welcome here. As Ino was about to leave Naruto on the porch, she reminded herself of something. Hey, Naruto. Yeah? She shuffled her feet on the ground. I just want to say thanks again for today, I had fun. No worries, me too, hopefully. Well, ace that general studies question Ino's lip curved a small smirk. I suppose so, Also, there's something else I wanted to ask you. She scratched the back of her head, casting a nervous gaze on the floor. Oh, you forget something inside? He replied. No, nothing like that, it's just, she blinked, bringing a thumb to her lip, lightly chewing on the nail. I was just wondering if I could be your bass player for the talent show? Like, I know I am not the best player out there, but I figure, what the heck, it could be fun. As for Karen and Sakura, maybe it'll just come clean. It's like you said, why should I really care what anyone else thinks? Her cheeks tinted pink again. You've inspired me, you could say, Naruto. Ino. I'll understand if you say no and no sweat. I'd love for you to join me. I'll let Kiba know and we'll arrange a little practice together. Does that sound good? Ino's mouth parted at the boy's sincere answer. Wow, I mean, thanks Naruto. Don't mention it, he countered with a grin. Will you be okay getting home? She nodded gently. Yeah, thanks again, Naruto. She embraced him in a hug, to which he returned the aforementioned gesture. They held each other for a bit before breaking off, not before Ino gave him a small kiss on the cheek. See you at school tomorrow. Yeah, see ya. And tell your mom thanks again, your dad too. As Ino raced home that evening, she had never felt more happy and alive in her entire life. It was like a burden had been lifted from her shoulders and now she felt as light as a feather. Could she be in love with him? It hadn't been that long though. Whatever she was feeling at the moment, she didn't want it to end. Naruto headed back inside as he watched her disappear into the distance. Closing the door, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. She was a nice girl, Minato commented as he walked into the hallway heading towards the stairs. Are you going to bring her round again? Dad. Naruto exclaimed with a blush, she's just great to be with, that's all. Sure. The older blonde teased, walking up towards his bedroom. I said the exact same thing to my parents when I was dating your mother, and look how we ended up. If you do like her, he continued, emphasizing a certain word, it would be a shame to lose her, even as a friend. The young boy didn't want to admit it to himself, but it was true. He now had feelings for her, but did she feel the same way? Only time would tell. Kabuto Yakushi had ended his days sitting outside the school on a bench going through his notes. Being alone was something he was used to. No friends or other distractions to bother him. As much as he enjoyed the solitude, deep down he really didn't like it. Sure, Naruto and Kiba seemed pretty nice to him and would speak to him on occasion, but he felt he was missing the potential thing that made people want to be friends with him. In the end, was it really worth overthinking such a thing? He placed down his book and took a sip of water from his bottle. He admired the calmness of the school ground as if it was the end of the world and nothing else was left but him. Thoughts ran through his head as his eyes wandered to the few trees. Noticing two birds flying side by side up a branch, the pleasant sight produced an image in his mind, that of Namita Suzumino. To him, she was the prettiest girl he had ever laid eyes on. Her personality was soft, happy-go-lucky, and she seemed like an all-around great person to be friends with. And here he was, pining over her like she was a figure made out of marble. Kabuto shook his head. She was way out of his league. There's no way she'd date a guy like him, surely. Damn that Karen, he muttered annoyingly. If I can just get her off my back and avoid embarrassment, I could try and get close to Namita. He had his new assignment, tail Naruto for at least another 2 weeks and see if he was really interested in Ino. It seemed bizarre that his two classmates would be interested in each other. They were polar opposites on the surface, but seeing them out on a date on the weekend, he didn't know what to believe anymore. The next thing he noticed was someone else joining him. Another boy in their year group wearing his school uniform had bushy brown hair held together with a bandana and wore sunglasses. Kabuto looked over to see the boy who had joined him. Shino Aburame, he said with a stale expression, what brings you here? After school assignments, and why is that, you ask? It's because I have all the time in the world here. The gray-haired boy clicked his tongue. If there's one thing he knew about Shino, is that he could be literal about everything. So, what's up? Kabuto continued, wanting to carry on the conversation. Shino raised his head slightly and adjusted his posture. I couldn't help but notice something was off with you today. Is there something wrong? Despite the fact he was guilt-ridden over having to spy on Naruto, he had told himself that he shouldn't tell anyone else. But Shino was the kind of person who wouldn't get involved in others' business, so would it hurt to tell him? He took a breath before answering. I'd like to say yes, but the situation has gotten worse, difficult to say the least. It's Karen, isn't it? Huh? How did I saw her? She was eyeing you like a hawk when you were chatting to Namita earlier on, and then I heard her talking to you. She has something on you, doesn't she? I can probably work something out that benefits both of us. Why is that, you ask? It's because I don't want to see any of my comrades fall like this. Kabuto's face presented itself with a look of confusion. And what could you possibly do to help my situation? He answered with a raised tone. She's got me by the balls, literally. That may be, the boy continued, but I know a few things, probably the sort that really shouldn't be discussed in public. Such as? Well, Shino adjusted himself, placing his hands together. There is one thing that might come as a surprise to you. As Monday became Tuesday, the students seemed to carry on their daily lives as normal. Well, except for some of them, that morning, Kiba and Hinata met up before the first period outside the front doors. Upon seeing one another, they embraced each other with a warm hug. I am sorry again, Kiba, Hinata said softly as she felt a pain of guilt envelop her for her father's behavior. I mean, my father, he can be a little antisocial and... Hey, don't worry, he replied, gently rubbing her back. It's fine. I am just glad to see you. He embraced her for a little longer, before letting go. He cleared his throat, noticing how close they had gotten from that one action. So, we'll have a lunchtime study on Thursday, right? Hinata nodded. Absolutely. Meet me in Miss Yuhi's classroom? Sounds good. Ino walked to school on her own today as Sakura mentioned that she'd be running late due to having to take care of something at home. And Karen wasn't answering her phone when Ino rang her. That's strange, she hasn't answered her phone, nor did she respond to my message this morning. She's probably got a reason, but she normally responds to everything. On her way, She walked past the Bear Brew only to see Tenten coming out the door with her favorite beverage in one hand. "Hey Ino, how's it going?" "Hey, Tenten," she replied, "it's going okay thanks." She noticed upon closer inspection she had 2 cups in a styrofoam holster. 2 cups of coffee, Tenten? Don't you drink enough of the stuff? She chuckled, "It's 2 for Tuesday and I always get one with Neji, but he couldn't meet me this morning. Do you want the other one?" "What is it?" she asked curiously. She held her hand out with the second cup, vanilla latte, half-shot syrup with skimmed milk. "Neji doesn't like the sweet stuff as much as me." "Sure, never really tried it before." She received the beverage and took a quick sip. She was immediately greeted with a bitter sensation which was quickly washed away with a sweet taste of vanilla. Not bad. Ino wasn't a big coffee drinker, but this was pretty good. "You're welcome," Tenten said amusingly. "Shall we head on?" The two set off down the road towards the school. "So, how's it all going with that little crush of yours?" Tenten remembering their conversation from a few weeks ago. "Any progress?" A wave of red captured the blonde girl's face straight away. "You could say that. We went on a date and we've hung out a few more times as well and—" "Oh really?" the brunette teased as she took another sip. "Who's the lucky guy then? I know there are quite some lookers in our year group so you would be spoilt for choice." Ino took a breath before replying. "You promise you won't say anything?" "Promise. Well, believe it or not, it's Naruto." Tenten's eyes widened as she spat out some of her drink upon hearing the name. "Say what, you mean blonde hair, blue-eyed whiskers Naruto?" "Yeah, him. He's actually a really down-to-earth guy, interesting, fun to hang out with and just so damn friendly too." Tenten wiped her mouth and took another sip. "Wow, that's something you don't hear every day. Have you two kissed yet?" "No, I did give him a peck on the cheek twice though." The brunette's face lit up in pure ecstasy. "Ah, that is so cute. But if you have another date, you have to make sure you kiss properly at some point." "Did you kiss Neji on your second date?" Ino questioned, wondering if what she was saying was right. "Yeah," she scratched the side of her cheek. "I was kind of embarrassed, but he just made me feel so comfortable being with him I couldn't help myself." The platinum blonde bit her lip. She did like Naruto a lot, so maybe a kiss wouldn't be so bad after all. She added, acknowledging her friend's words, "I'll just have to work it out then is all." Tenten grinned. "That's the spirit, but Naruto? That's something, he must be really impressed you all right." Ino smiled softly. "Yeah, you could say that. Anyway, details," Tenten continued eagerly. "What was your date like?" Inside the school down the main corridor, Naruto set himself up for the day by his locker. As he closed his door, he looked over to see Kabuto on his own. He looked like was fiddling with something, and had trouble sorting it out. Naruto walked over, wanting to inquire if everything was all right. "Hey Kabuto, everything all right? Are you having trouble with something?" On closer inspection, the gray-haired boy was trying to shove a dozen papers in. Without dropping them, Naruto quickly grabbed the bottom of the pile, while Kabuto quickly shoved the top half back in the locker, hoping that the blonde would not notice. "Oh, Naruto," he exclaimed as he received the pile from his friend and hurriedly shoved it back in. Yes, everything is good." He gestured awkwardly, not wanting to let him see what he was up to. Naruto blinked, as he swore he caught the name of Karen on one of the papers that were shoved back in the cabinet. What's he doing with notes on Karen? Unless someone asked him to. "So," his voice broke the blonde out of his gaze, "what can I do for you? Need some advice with a class? Anything in general?" He spoke quite quickly and with such a worried tone, Naruto couldn't help but notice something was amiss. "I am good, thanks. What about you? You look like you've just seen a ghost or something." Ha, you're a funny guy, Naruto." He laughed awkwardly as he really wanted to move on. "Me? Perfectly fine, great, never been better." His tone of voice seemed to crack from awkward to worried to scared all in the span of a few seconds. The blonde had his doubts. Kabuto for the last couple of days had not been himself and Naruto knew something wasn't 100% here. "Kabuto," he spoke, eyeing him up with concern. "I consider you a friend and I know you're a stand-up guy. Anything you want to share with me? You have my word that I won't tell anyone, and that's a promise. Are you sure you're okay?" Kabuto himself was taken aback by Naruto's empathetic nature. He knew that Naruto could make friends easily, but he was worried about his reaction to everything. "It's not like I can come clean." "Oh, sorry Naruto. I've gone behind your back and spied on you because some bitch decided to blackmail me, and less. Naruto, he began his response, regaining his composure with a deep breath. There is something you should know, but not right now. I need a few days to get some clarification. His eyes fell to the floor. I appreciate your concern and thank you. Now if you excuse me, I feel that we should start getting to class. The blonde boy parted his mouth, wanting to reply but stopped himself. Okay. He knew he wasn't going to get any more answers. Let me know when you're ready to talk. Naruto walked ahead into his first class of the day, with Kabuto trailing behind him. I am sorry, Naruto. I am going to fix this. After Friday, the information that he had gathered from Shino had been quite shocking, to say the least, but it would be enough to get her off his back. There was only one way to find out. In their maths class, Namida and Wasabi began chatting while solving equations. So, Kabuto do you like him or something? Wasabi asked. Namida got caught off guard, her face flushing red in response. No, of course not. He's just a good person who likes to help me out is all. You sure? Wasabi raised an eyebrow, because you two looked pretty cozy exchanging notes the other day. Are you sure you didn't get his number too? I did not, Namida replied annoyingly. Look, he's just a nice guy. Besides, I don't know much about him. He's friends with Naruto I think and he does photography, but that's about it really. Wasabi chuckled. Why don't you find out more about him since you seem so interested? I am not. You keep telling yourself that. Wednesday lunchtime arrived and Naruto asked Kiba to join him for some more band practice. The blonde boy got there first and was by himself for a few minutes until Ino joined him. Hey, she entered the room and placed her bag down. Hey, you okay? You didn't reply to my last message. Yeah, sorry about that. Karen and Sakura were being annoying and I didn't want them seeing who I was messaging. She picked up her bass from the locker and propped herself on the table. Did you tell Kiba I was coming? No, I haven't. He had his guitar set up and began tuning the keys at the end, but he's understanding enough. If you're sure, Ino answered. 10 more minutes passed, and Kiba finally appeared, looking a bit out of breath. Sorry, he panted, catching his breath as he entered. Damn you, he knows how to keep people waiting. Huh. His attention was drawn to the presence of Ino, who had set up her bass next to Naruto. Naruto, what the heck is she doing here? He pointed aggressively at her. This was meant to be our practice time and you invited the blonde prissy here? Insulted, Ino dropped her instrument on the table and squared off towards him. Who are you calling prissy dogboy? Can't take the fact that a girl can play too. Dogboy? Kiba countered. Look, all because I have a dog and my family raises dogs doesn't mean I am one. You smell like one, that's for sure, she carried on, rolling her eyes. Oh, so now I smell powder puff? Well, if the boot fits. Guys. Naruto shouted, getting both their attention. Look, me and Ino are getting along well and she's actually volunteered to be our bass player for the show. That doesn't take anything away from the dynamic. I think personally it just improves it. Kiba. Please, let Ino show you what she can do. Kiba folded his arms, his face showing displeasure. Fine, I trust your judgment, Naruto. Eyeing up the girl, he sighed heavily as he walked over to his kit and set up his drums. Naruto tells me you're pretty good, Ino said with an exasperated tone as she tuned her instrument, striking a few chords. Pretty good. I am the best out here and don't you forget it. Why bass, pray tell? He adjusted 2 cymbals, being careful not to drop them. Let's just say I like rhythm and how it sounds, she replied. Why the drums? Anything with strings just overcomplicates things. Too hard for you then? She countered mockingly. Girl, you want to see hard? Watch my footwork with the double bass and you tell me if that looks easy. Naruto looked at the pair of them, rubbing the side of his head. This is going to be hard work. Okay, so I figure we go over what we've got for the show. He pulled out a piece of paper from his back pocket and looked it over. Unless you want to make any suggestions? Kiba smirked, picking up his sticks. I want to see what Blondie here can do. Ino stuck her tongue out at him. You know that insult loses all meaning when there's more than one blonde person in the room, right? Anyhow, Naruto continued, clicking his tongue. Why don't we have a couple of jams and get to groove with each other, so to speak? Fine, Ino added firmly. How about In Waves by Trivium? Both boys looked at her with an expression that could only be described as vacant, mixed with curiosity. You serious? Kiba asked. You wanted to show off that double bass footwork of yours, so why not? She added, snapping her fingers with a sense of authority. That's not a bad choice, Naruto added. It also gives us a chance to work on vocal harmonies. Especially if we're going to be working together like this. How about I do lead? Ino, you do clean backup, and Kiba, you do harsh vocals off every other verse. So like a live performance basically? Kiba interjected. Yep, let's give it a shot. You're on, Ino smirked. Naruto adjusted his position and began playing the opening riff, with Ino and Kiba following his rhythm, as the blonde boy finished screaming the opening words. A sound that caught Ino off guard, and began the first verse. Do I end this all for the world to see, in waves, Ino sang softly. Do I take everybody else down with me? Kiba growled loudly. In waves. Both Naruto and Kiba screamed the next bit together, in the back of their minds. This was sounding pretty good, but what about everyone else? Do I end this all for the world to see? In waves, the girl carried on as she was enjoying the rhythm. Do I take everybody else down? Both boys continued as their vocals clashed with each other like a climactic battle of swordsmen fighting each other. Everybody else down with me, the blonde boy shot Ino a quick wink. I know that death approaches fast. Naruto and Ino sang together before Ino sang her next line solo, in waves. What's the purpose if this life won't last? What's the purpose, pulling everyone down with me? The song continued, with all three of them seemingly getting to grips with each other's timing and precision. Naruto himself was pleasantly surprised at how each of their vocals sounded playing off each other. Ino was having the time of her life right now, but she didn't want to admit it. Maybe music had been her true calling all these years, and it was only now she was accepting of it. The song ended after 4 minutes, with each of them taking a breather after all that work. Damn, you're pretty good, Kiba shooting a compliment over to Ino. Pretty good or just good because I am a girl, Ino remarked. I'd say pretty good overall, sorry about the prissy insult. No sweat, sorry I called you dog boy. She placed down her bass and stretched. That footwork was solid. Where did you learn to do that? A lot of practice and plenty of exercises, he replied, reaching for his water bottle. Not the easiest, but it's fun as anything. He looked up at her. Where'd you learn to sing? Parents, she answered flatly. Naruto smiled, enjoying the calm atmosphere he had created. Nicely done. I think we might be onto something here. Ino brushed some of her hair back. You might be right, that was great. So, do all your songs for the talent show require multiple vocals or just one? Not sure, Naruto commented, biting his lip. 2 out of the 4 I have in mind, but the finale probably not. I mean, we can always change it. I am with you there, dude, Kiba said, rubbing the base of his Adam's apple. As much as I like doing the harsh vocals, it's not so good on the throat. You tried lozenges, herbal teas, stuff like that? Ino queried, remembering she had seen a video online regarding that sort of thing a while ago. Yep, but luckily I have Naruto to change up with me, so it's not too much of a problem. I got to admit, hanging out with these 2 goofballs isn't half bad, she thought, her gaze turning to Naruto. Naruto is really something though. The next date, I hope we can kiss, that way he'll find out how he really feels and… Yo, Ino, Kiba called out, snapping the girl out of her romantic thoughts. You okay? Huh? Oh yeah, Peachy, she chuckled nervously. What were you saying? I was just asking if you want to try something else. Maybe some Iron Maiden or Judas Priest. Her mouth gaped at the names that came from the boy's mouth. Are you sure you're not the same age as my dad? Kiba furrowed his brow. Absolutely not. That's my jam, so to speak. Hello. Scott Travis is one of rock and metal's greatest drummers. Have you never heard of Painkiller? The first time I tried playing that, I almost broke a bass pedal. Naruto laughed. Oh, I remember you telling me that story. Didn't your mom have to come rushing up the stairs because she thought you kicked a hole in the floor from the sound you made? No comment. The group carried on playing another few songs, and they each felt their chemistry was on point with one another. Ino was impressed with Naruto and Kiba's musicianship. 2 people shared the same interests as her and did so without judgment. Such a positive acceptance made her feel warm and comfortable. The lunch hour eventually drew to a close, and the 3 packed away their instruments. That was pretty great, Naruto said. Same time again next week? You bet, Kiba replied. I want to see the look on everyone's face when I bust out the kit. Ino. Placing her base back in the locker, she curled some hair behind her ear. Yeah, sounds great. Noticing he had a message pop up on his phone, Kiba headed out the door with a big grin on his face. Excuse me, I've got to go see someone later. As he rushed out, Ino was curious to who or what could have motivated him to move so fast. So, is it a girl or maybe, you'll have to wait and see, Naruto replied as he heaved his backpack onto him. I gotta go meet Shikamaru before class. What are you going to do? She started slowly. I am going to head to my locker and sort myself out. She looked towards the floor, playing with the hem of her skirt. So, am I officially your bass player then, Naruto? She asked coyly. The boy smiled sweetly. Yeah, you are. I mean, you're pretty damn amazing, that's for sure. We might actually be the best thing there. She nodded. I am looking forward to it actually. Say, do you want to hang out again on the weekend? Naruto's eyes widened at her request. You mean like another date? Yeah, she added blushing. The last one was really fun and I do want to try something different this time. Naruto sniggered. Oh, taking the lead I see. And what do I owe the pleasure of, Miss Yamanaka? He added with a gentlemanly tone. Well, Mr. Uzumaki, you'll just have to wait and see what the day ahead brings. Both laughed with each other as they gazed into each other's eyes. Smiling again, Ino leaned in and hugged Naruto. Ino, he whispered softly, gently hugging her waist. I just want to say, thanks. I feel I don't have to be somebody else around you, like, I can be normal. Why no? She nuzzled her head on his chest. Hey, don't sweat it. He played with a strand of her hair. I am glad to have met someone like you. You are pretty awesome, Ino. A wave of joy encompassed her face, and her heartbeat started pounding like it hadn't before. She looked up into his aqua blue eyes which were so full of wonder and carefree. She blinked and noticed that their faces were a few inches apart. Naruto smiled and slowly leaned in closer, as Ino was doing the same. Their little moment was interrupted by the sound of a large bang outside the room. What was that? Ino wondered, feeling nervous. Sounds like something fell down. Naruto looked out the door down both ends of the corridor. He noticed there was a small trash can next to a janitor's closet where it had been tipped over on its side. Guess they didn't clean up properly, he muttered. Turning back to Ino, they both blushed, realizing what they were about to do. Okay, so we have our second date, yeah? Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Second date it is, she replied, still with a blush on her face. He checked the time and noticed how late he was. Oh shit, Shikamaru's waiting for me, see you later. Naruto raced off out the door, not before Ino noticed he left behind the scrap of paper he had read out earlier. Hey Naru. But he was already out of earshot when she picked it up. The note read the following. Opening solo, riffs, sweet child. In due time willing, acoustic version? Might ask for blacked out. Kiba drum solo. Maybe add another musician, final song, to be decided. Needs to be arena rockish, GNR? Metallica? Need to practice more songs. Note to self. Come up with a cool name for the duo. His list of songs, huh? Interesting. She made a copy on her phone, and pocketed the paper, making sure to give it back to him later. She took a few more moments to head back up for the fifth and final period of the day. Lucky, this one was free time, where students could do what they wanted as long as they didn't leave the grounds without good reason. Ino headed to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Damn, we were literally about to kiss, but it seems like someone or something didn't want us to. She grew concerned. Karen? No, she would have probably flipped her lid. Sakura? But what would she have said? Who else could have followed us? I'd best keep an eye on my surroundings for the next few days. She pouted slightly in the mirror. Still, this second date should be interesting indeed. I wonder if he is a good kisser. Unbeknownst to the duo, Kabuto had witnessed the whole affair. His little accident had him tip over a trash can with his foot, and to hide, he had hidden in the alcove that laid a few doors away. As his suspicions were correct, he decided he was going to do something about it. Naruto and Ino. Interesting couple, but no more games. I know what I've got to do. Friday afternoon. As Friday came and went once again, the final bell rang as Karen, Sakura, and Ino met up around Sakura's locker as she grabbed her books. You two ready to tackle this assignment? It will be good to get it done. Whatever, Karen snorted. Just hope this doesn't take too long out of my Friday. She noticed that her little spy had been quiet all week, not giving her any news on her current situation. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Kabuto had set himself by his locker, sorting out his books. "I'll be right back," she uttered, walking over to the boy. Sakura frowned as she noticed exactly what was going on. "Damn it, Karen. I thought you were done with this." Approaching him, the red-haired cleared her throat, causing his head to snap towards her. "All right, loser, start talking. What did you find out about those two? It's been almost a week and you haven't told me anything." Kabuto's gaze locked with hers firmly. "Why is it any concern of yours what other people get up to? Are you that insecure you have to try and ruin other people's lives?" She snarled and slammed her fist into the locker next to him. "When did you start growing a pair? You think you can just start mouthing off to me? We had a deal." "The deal's off," he replied nonchalantly. "I am not playing your games anymore, Karen." He adjusted his glasses atop the bridge of his nose, or should I say, Karen Uzumaki. And just like that, Karen felt like her whole life had been put on pause. It was like someone had shot her, and the impact of the bullet was tearing through her subconsciousness. But how did he know that information previously? "All right, loser, start talking. What did you find out about those two? It's been almost a week and you haven't told me anything." Kabuto's gaze locked with hers firmly. "Why is it any concern of yours what other people get up to? Are you that insecure you have to try and ruin other people's lives?" She snarled and slammed her fist into the locker next to him. "When did you start growing a pair? You think you can just start mouthing off to me? We had a deal." "The deal's off," he replied nonchalantly. "I am not playing your games anymore, Karen." He adjusted his glasses atop the bridge of his nose, or should I say, Karen Uzumaki. Karen stood there in shock like a deer in headlights, only wondering how Kabuto had found out that information. His comment was loud enough for Sakura and Ino to overhear. "Related to Naruto." "Sakura, what is she talking about?" Ino questioned. Sakura looked at the two, hesitating with an answer. I don't know, she's never said anything." "I am not afraid of you anymore, Karen," he said, raising his voice, standing his ground. "Why should I be? Funny to believe that you'd be related to Naruto of all people. How someone as empathetic and kind as him shares the same name as an arrogant, self-centered bitch like you is unbelievable." And that comment was the last straw for her as she felt her anger boil up inside. The mention of that name, the name calling. Enough was enough. In a blind rage, she grabbed him by the neck and slammed him up against the wall of lockers. The vibration of the noise drew the attention of everyone else who was nearby. "You filthy little shit. Do you think you can just start talking back like you have power over me? I own you." She screamed in his face as he felt the pressure of his windpipe being crushed by her grip. Other students started to form a crowd around the two, with Namita and Wasabi looking on in horror. "Karen, stop," Namita cried. "He didn't do anything to you." Peering over her shoulder at the young girl, Karen growled, "Oh look, lover girl's shown up. If you know what's good for you, you'll stay out of this." Just then Naruto, Shikamaru, Sakura and Ino appeared from both sides of the crowd. Karen's face scrunched up into a snarl, her full attention now on Kabuto. "You're gonna tell me how you found that out, you little dweeb, or I swear." "Enough." Naruto jumped in and wrestled her arm away from the boy's neck. Kabuto dropped to the floor, coughing violently as he did. Shikamaru rushed over to his left side and slung Kabuto's arm around his shoulder. "Karen, what the fuck did you do?" Naruto demanded angrily, clutching the girl's wrist in a tight grip. "Kabuto has done nothing to you. What gives you the right to pick on him like this?" "Oh, don't get me started on you, bastard." Karen spat venomously as she herself snapped away from the blonde's grasp. "I know exactly what you and Ino have been up to." "What? What has that got to do with any of this?" Ino felt a lump in her throat as she looked at both Naruto and Karen with an expression of fear. What was going to happen now? Kabuto continued coughing. "Naruto," he began, gasping for breath, "I am sorry. She asked me to spy on you, on your date with Ino. I am sorry," he said between coughs, trying to catch his breath, "but I couldn't do it anymore. She had no right." "What?" was the blonde boy's only response. "But how?" He thought, disgruntled. Is that why he seemed to be out of it recently? Because he was blackmailed? "I have every right, you filthy creep," she countered, not wanting to lose this battle. "Don't think I don't know what you did to Wasabi Izuno." A gasp elicited from the crowd with Namita looking at her friend worriedly. "Wasabi? What is she talking about? What did?" Wasabi's only response was a stoic expression. her eyes locked on Karen. That's right, Karen continued with a smirk. This little shit has been doing more than just studying with Izuno over there. Things even got a little R-rated, shall we say. All eyes of the students were on Kabuto at this point, only wondering what would happen next. Kabuto, Naruto said, unsure of what was going on. What is she saying? Oh, believe it, she carried on gesturing. This good-for-nothing sack of shit is nothing more than a pervert. He was trading sexual favors for helping her pass her exams last term, and poor little Izuno over here had to. Shut up! Kabuto roared at her accusations. You bitch! You know nothing. Ah, what's wrong? Karen stepped closer to the three, mocking. Poor little orphan here going to run back to his foster parents. They don't even love you, face it. You've always been and will always be a loser. Murmurs and whispers carried on through the crowd. Kabuto's an orphan. Kabuto's a sexual predator. I always knew he was weird, but now he's just a freak. That's enough, Karen. The blonde boy moved forward in front of his friend to defend him. Kabuto is nothing like that, and now you've gone too far. Karen's face continued to elicit anger. Oh, and what are you going to do? Beat me up? You'd have the guts to hit a girl? No wonder that bastard who raised you has no moral compass. Like him, always getting what you want, no matter. What is going on here? Everyone turned round to see the source of the booming voice that pierced their eardrums. It was the principal, Tsunade Senju, looking at everyone with a very crossed look. Go on and head home now, all of you, she demanded. With the crowd beginning to disperse, I will not tolerate this sort of behavior. She eyed up the students who were standing closest to the lockers. And you three. Tsunade pointed to Naruto, Karen and Kabuto. My office, now. But principal, that's an order, she barked. The three students walked into the office as the crowd dispersed, leaving just Shikamaru, Sakura and Ino with each other. Shikamaru's gaze cast over to the two girls, his mind now filled with questions. Do either one of you want to start explaining what the hell is going on here? He asked with a demanding tone. Us? Sakura retorted. Yeah, you. Shikamaru continued. Karen is your friend and all of a sudden she has the nerve to attack Kabuto like that? He's done nothing wrong, and I noticed the other day in the lunch hall that he looked out of place. He folded his arms. Now, care to explain what's going on? Oh, so all because she's our friend, we're the ones to blame? Sakura replied with gritted teeth. Look here, lazy ass. Believe it or not, I am not responsible for this. But clearly you've helped instigate it. The spiky-haired boy emphasized the last word. If you were against it, you would have stepped in and stopped her, wouldn't you? His eyes turned to Ino, who hung her head in shame. And you? Shikamaru questioned. What did Karen mean by you and Naruto? Did you set Naruto up for this? Because I swear if you... No, the girl replied defensively. Shikamaru had to stop himself from cursing the air. What are you? No, I swear I didn't do anything. It's just that, Ino knew she couldn't hide it anymore. Everyone had pretty much heard what Karen had said about the two of them. What would be the point of lying now? Ino, Sakura asked, what's really going on between you and Naruto? At that moment, it was like time had completely stopped for her. Taking a deep breath, she realized there was no point in hiding it anymore. It was time to tell her friend the truth. Meanwhile, the students found themselves sitting in the principal's office, with Tsunade looking over them with a look of fury. So, began the older woman eyeing each of the teens, which one of you wants to explain exactly what happened? Principal, Karen attacked Kabuto and tried to strangle him. Only because he provoked me. He and Naruto, all they want to do is try and ruin me. I was only trying to protect myself, Karen said, proclaiming her own innocence. That's a lie. Naruto responded with a tinge of anger. We did nothing to you. You almost killed him. He pointed to the gray-haired boy's neck, which was now coming out in multiple bruises. Oh, and you're innocent too. You attacked me too, you sick bastard. Enough. The three snapped to attention when they felt the table vibrate next to them loudly from her slamming her hands down. It looks like both of you are to blame for this. What the hell provoked you to attack Kabuto like that? Karen jumped in again to defend herself. You didn't see anything, Principal. These two provoked me. Stop lying. Naruto screamed. I am sick of you thinking you can get away with everything because you're popular. Karen snorted. I am a liar. That's rich coming from you and... Naruto Uzumaki and Karen Tatsumaki. Tsunade interrupted. Feeling her own temper reaching breaking point, this arguing is getting us nowhere, and she glanced over at Kabuto, noticing he was looking quite shaken and still coughing. Kabuto, is this true what Naruto is saying? He could only nod in response, as he didn't have the strength to respond. Please, go to the nurse's office. If she says you have to go home, do so and rest up. Kabuto nodded as he stood up and headed out the door. Right now, I am not sure who I want to believe, the blonde woman continued, placing her hands together. If you really did attack Kabuto for no apparent reason, that is unforgivable. For that extreme behavior, I have no choice but to expel you for 2 weeks. 2 weeks? She yelled, rising up from her seat. You're giving me 2 weeks and not punishing that douchebag. He's a fucking predator and... Sit down, Tsunade demanded, her voice getting louder. For once, I actually don't believe you. You're accusing a student of this school of lewd and sexual acts towards another student. I find that hard to believe. However, I will personally ask him myself, but I doubt it very much given his track record. The blonde boy couldn't believe his ears. He just had to defend his friend, but Principal, Kabuto is nothing like that. And did I say you could speak, Uzumaki? You're just in as much trouble as she is. You could have calmed the situation down and resolved it, but you instead chose to retaliate and fight back. Fight back? All I did was wrestle her off Kabuto before his windpipe was crushed, Naruto thought, disappointed with how he was being treated. Tsunade leaned forward on her desk, rubbing her temples. Uzumaki, I am going to call your parents regarding all this. You're expelled for 1 week. 1 week, but Principal, you want to shoot for 2. As Karen smirked in pride, her face fell when Tsunade addressed her again. And don't think I am going easy on you, Tatsumaki. If you ever harm another student again without reason, you will be permanently expelled. I don't care how rich your family is, don't you dare pull a stunt like this again, am I clear? The red-haired girl trembled in fear. She was usually tough as nails, but when it came to someone like Tsunade Senju, she'd know when to cut her losses and quit. Crystal, she muttered quietly. Tsunade's gaze fell to her desk again. Today was not her day. Kabuto made his way to the nurse's office as the hallway was now completely deserted and void of any life. It was the same emptiness he had felt day after day being by himself, but now, it felt like he just wanted the void to swallow him up and not let him go. What did Namida think of him now? Had he lost all hope of being with her? Was it hopeless to try and resolve it? He didn't know. All that he felt right now was his heart being stabbed over and over, and the aching pain of his neck muscles from where he had almost been strangled. He approached the door and slowly turned the cold, metal handle. He looked down the hall one more time with disdain, before opening the door and walking in. And that's the whole story really. Ino had spent the time explaining herself to Sakura and Shikamaru. So these last couple of weeks, you've been with him? Sakura was taking in all this new information, surprised at what she had heard. How come you lied to me then? Sakura felt hurt by her friend's actions. I asked you if there was a boy you liked and you clearly said no. Why all the secrecy? Ino frowned, rubbing the back of her neck. Well, you know, after the whole thing with Sai? I didn't think I'd be interested in anyone else, and Naruto just happened to show up on that Friday. She broke eye contact with her friend for a split second. I didn't think things would turn out like this. Naruto. Her face fell again. Naruto is a great guy, quite different from anyone else really. And he never once said anything about his relationship with Karen? No, I mean, besides meeting his parents, he never said anything. The red hair though, when I saw his mother, I couldn't help but think there was some kind of connection, but I didn't want to think much of it. Don't ask me either, Shikamaru said with a shrug, noticing that both girls' eyes laid upon him. Yeah, I am friends with him, but that doesn't mean I've had conversations about families. Perhaps I can explain to you about this whole situation. Another voice spoke up and joined the three of them. Shino Aburame. Shikamaru questioned his sudden appearance. What the heck do you know about all this? He adjusted his glasses slightly. Let's just say that things needed to be dealt with and I dealt with them in my own way. Why is that, you ask? It's because I didn't want Kabuto to suffer any longer. Hold on, Sakura interjected. Do you mean the truth about Karen's name or the accusations regarding Kabuto? Because there's no way you knew about all this. On the contrary, the boy replied, his expression remaining unchanged. I know a lot about all of you. Let's just say, when you dig deep enough, you uncover things that you never knew about a person. Why is that, you ask? Could you just shut up and get to the point? Sakura shouted, annoyed at the boy's constant phrasing. What is the deal with Karen and her relationship with Naruto? The boy let out a disappointed sigh, and to think, this is what I get for trying to help out a comrade. Fine, he carried on, turning his back towards the group. Why don't we head outside and talk out front on the lawn? I think everyone here has had their fair share of gossip today, wouldn't you say? Sakura let out a huff. Fine, but if I find out you're lying. Easy, Sakura. Shikamaru held his hand out to stop her from trying to slug him. I personally want to hear what he has to say. For once, he's the only person here with what seems like a clear conscience. The last remark cut through the pink-haired girl like a knife. On the one hand, she felt guilty for not stepping in to stop Karen. But on the other, she felt no remorse for what had happened. She hadn't been involved in this whole blackmail scheme, so why should she feel bad? I want to know too, Ino added, her tone increasingly concerned. This sounds like a big deal. Very well, Shino said. Follow me. Outside the school on the front lawn, the group sat down while Shino began explaining the whole ordeal. So, with regards to how I found everything, he began pessimistically, I managed to gain access to the school records in the principal's office. Let's just say I know where she keeps a spare key. Seeing Kabuto in distress, I knew I had to do something about the situation at hand. But that doesn't explain how you would know about the whole family ordeal. Shikamaru countered with an expression of doubt. Information like that wouldn't be kept in a school record unless it was something that was stated by next of kin. Correct, the boy nodded. However, in this case, it was outlined in a few sentences, and with that to start me off, I did some further digging into it. Sakura and Ino both wondered if Shino was telling the truth. They had been Karen's friends all these years and she had never mentioned anything about being related to Naruto. All they knew is that her mother worked as a lawyer and her father worked as a stockbroker in the financial sector. Her parents were practically loaded and Karen herself would always be boasting about fancy holidays they would take 3 to 4 times a year. Recently, her 16th birthday had been a massive event that took place in a private hall, accompanied with an expensive DJ and a continental buffet to boot. So, what's the deal then? Sakura asked, noticing the obscure silence that now occupied the air. We've always known her as Karen Tatsumaki. Shino adjusted his glasses, observing each member of the circle before replying. It begins years ago. Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's mother, had a younger sister named Mio. From what I found out, Mio and Kushina always had this intense rivalry. Whatever Kushina did, Mio always wanted to be better and more successful than her. This carried on until they were both dating. Mio never liked Minato from the moment they first met. From the information I found, she really had it out for him. Fast forward a few more years and there's a heated family argument. Mio accuses Minato of being unfaithful to Kushina, even tries to photograph evidence to prove it, but it backfires. The sisters stop speaking to one another. Mio leaves with a newborn baby, and then she herself gets married. That's pretty much where most of the history ends. Wait, a newborn baby? So you mean that Sakura began? Naruto and Karen are cousins? Ino interrupted, shocked at the revelation of information that had been presented before her. Precisely, and from what I also read, the new name Mio took is parallel to her old one. Why let your life spiral out of control, when you can become the tornado and become the thing that can destroy another? There's still something I am confused about, Shikamaru continued. If both Kushina and Mio stopped talking, how would Naruto and Karen know about each other? Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe there was a time where the family tried to reconcile. Maybe one of them found out and started asking questions. That's all I could find out. And how, pray tell, did you manage to find all that information? Ino questioned. Something you should know about me, Shino said with a calm, but slightly mocking tone. I was able to hack into various records and databases from genealogy sites and cross-reference what I find out from school records from a bug I found in the software. It was simple really, with a few SQL injections. He adjusted his glasses once more. The talk of technobabble cast a deadpan look across the rest of the group's faces. Why is that, you ask? Because these fools didn't validate their SQL statements, and they think Danzo is a good administrator at handling all this. Pathetic, he spoke arrogantly. Wait, you found a bug in the software? Shikamaru was bewildered by Shino's know-how in technology. I am intrigued, to say the least. Sakura furrowed her brow, unimpressed by the boy's words. Regardless, you used that information to try and get back at Karen? A lot of good that did. Forgive me for trying to do something that I thought was justified. Shino raised his voice, something that no one in the school had even seen much of before. Kabuto is my friend and I was not going to sit by and let him be punished like this any longer. Yes, I'll admit that what happened was uncalled for, and yes, I blame myself for letting him get attacked like that, but you three, he carried on, his tone still lingering on passive aggressiveness, the three of you go about this school as you own it, not giving a damn about anyone else. You honestly think we don't notice it? For your information, I have never bullied or belittled anyone, retorted a now angry Sakura. But you knew about Kabuto, Shikamaru interjected. Why the hell did you let this carry on? Oh, so now we're passing the blame around here. Look, I told her from the get-go that I would be out of this if she went too far, and guess what, she did. Ino, being caught in the middle of this, didn't know to respond at all because she decided to hang out with Naruto one day after school. Even though he promised to keep it a secret, things still ended up turning sour. How did all this happen? She thought sadly as she felt the pain of guilt slowly encompass her heart. I wasn't doing anything wrong, was I? So, Shikamaru spoke, thinking about all he had heard. Now what happens? Kabuto's probably shaken up from being assaulted like that, and Karen, well, I hope she sees some form of punishment from all this. Save it, genius, Sakura muttered. I guess we wait for them to leave and try talking it out with them. That's probably the most honest thing I've heard you say all week, the lazy genius countered with a smirk. Elsewhere after the incident, Namida and Wasabi began walking away from the school in complete silence. It wasn't until Namida herself began shaking, as tears filled up her eyes. No, that's not true. Kabuto's not like that, is he? She looked over at Wasabi, who had remained completely quiet since Karen's outburst in the hallway. Wasabi. She cried out in anguish. Please tell me what Karen said was a lie. Her friend's expression remained unchanged, only an eye roll looking to dodge any kind of response. Wasabi, you're supposed to be my best friend, she carried on, tears running down her cheeks. We're supposed to tell each other everything and... It's not true, Wasabi responded uninterestedly. Huh? She sobbed, surprised by her friend's blunt response. But Karen talks a lot of shit because she's popular and thinks she can get away with bloody murder. Her tone suddenly became more hostile. You honestly think that a girl like me would take shit from a guy? I have a red belt in Taekwondo. Anyone that tries messing with me would get their ass handed to them in more ways than one. The girl brought a hand to her face, her lip quivering in pain. Why, you mean? Wasabi gave an uninterested sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration. Namida, you're a nice girl. But please, stop believing everything you hear. Look, let's go into town, I'll explain everything on the way. An hour had passed, with Naruto and Karen having finally left the principal's office to join up with their friends. The two walked out, not even glimpsing at each other. I can't believe you, Naruto muttered angrily. You just have to go and start shit, don't you? Says you. Karen scoffed. You're always the troublemaker round here. Troublemaker? You almost choked Kabuto to death. He had it coming. The loser. Serves him right for digging his nose into where it doesn't belong. Naruto stopped walking, unable to believe what he was hearing. So let me get this right, all because your friend decided to take an interest in me. You don't like that and you blackmail my friend? I am sorry, you're just pathetic. I am pathetic. Look at yourself. Runt of the fucking litter. No wonder my mom always thought you'd turn out horrible. Must be the jackass of a father. The blonde grew more and more agitated. He was getting sick of her disgusting behavior. Are you going to shut the fuck up or are we going to have to resolve this another way? Karen laughed darkly. You're actually threatening me, Uzumaki? You'd actually hit me? Wow, and you call yourself a man. Keep talking about my dad and let's see where we end up, huh? Guys! Shouted another voice. The two turned around to see their group, Ino, Sakura, and Shikamaru accompanied by Shino. Oh great, a party, Karen said sarcastically. So, Ino, you lied to my face and dated this jackass without telling me? Naruto snapped. Why are you belittling her for own choices? The question should be, why are you so concerned? I will admit, Shino observed, this behavior is borderline obsessive-compulsive. Oh, give it a rest, nerd. The red-haired girl spat at him. I've heard enough for one day. Sakura, Ino, are we leaving or what? We're not done here, Karen, Naruto responded through gritted teeth. You're just walking away as nothing happened. Fuck you, came her reply. I am expelled for 2 weeks, so I am glad I don't have to see your sorry ass for a while. You and that freak Kabuto can both enjoy time together. Sakura and Ino, both stuck in the middle of all this, remained silent. The latter, however, felt something breaking up inside her. It was like her heart was being repeatedly stabbed and she was trying to stop the pain from getting any worse. I can't do this, she cried out suddenly. She had reached a breaking point. What? Karen spoke. You got something to say as well, Ino. The fact of the matter is that you had the balls to date this asshole behind my back is one thing, and now, you're siding with him. My best friend of 7 years, who I've stuck by no matter how tough things got, goes out and lies to me with a guy whose family practically ruined my life. It's just. There you go. Making it all about you again. The blonde boy shouted. Why must everything be about you? In case you haven't realized, there are more people in the world than you and your fucking ego. Grow the fuck up. Oh, that does it. Karen stood her ground, cracking her knuckles loudly. You think I am going to take any more shit from you, you son of a. Just then Ino stepped in between the two of them, and slapped both of them swiftly across the face. I can't do this, she repeated, her eyes now full of pain and heartache. I am sick of this. Sick of being something I am not. Tears began falling down her cheeks. The pair of you. She looked at both of them with daggers. You don't get to decide what's right for me. Ino, he rubbed where she had slapped him, the sting of her hand still residing on his cheek. Save it, she said to the blonde boy. I am not doing this anymore, and you, turning to Karen, who was stunned at her friend's reaction. My so-called best friend, who I thought would be happier for me because I've grown to care for someone a lot, instead berates me because of family-related bullshit. Both of you need to sort it out or just let it die. I am done here. Without a second thought, she heaved her backpack on her and marched straight out the front door of the building. Ino, wait, Sakura called out, trying to reason with her friend, Ino. The rest of the group stood there, unsure of what to say or do with the situation that had occurred before them. Moments later, Kiba Inuzuka made his way to the school. He noticed Ino marching down the road looking quite distressed and upset. Hey Ino, what's she marched on, directly barging into him and almost knocking him over. He blinked with a look of confusion, as he headed towards the front doors. What the hell's wrong with her? As he entered the school building, he was greeted by the appearance of Naruto, Sakura, Karen, Shikamaru and Shino. What's going on here? He asked, noticing the air seemed quite hostile. I was just leaving, Naruto said uninterestedly. My question is, where have you been all this time? It seems that this situation has become unpredictable, Shino said darkly. Naruto, I apologize for how you got caught up in all this. Please be aware I was only trying to help a comrade. I'll see you around. Naruto said nothing as he watched him walk away, while Kiba went to a nearby locker to retrieve some books. Meanwhile, Karen herself had had enough of everything so far. Come on Sakura, let's leave these losers to their own bullshit. She grabbed her satchel and headed out the doors. Sakura slowly followed her momentarily, not before mouthing a small sorry to Naruto. Her apology was received with an angry stare from the blonde as she left. Kiba, let's go. We have a lot to talk about. Naruto turned his gaze to his other friend, Shikamaru. I'll make myself scarce, the spiky-haired boy muttered exhaustedly. This whole day has become more troublesome than it's worth. I am going to try and find Kabuto, make sure he's not too shaken up. Naruto nodded. Thanks Shikamaru. Naruto and Kiba left promptly, the two of them remaining quiet until they were a few feet away from the school. What the hell happened to you? Kiba wondered what had happened since he had been gone for most of the day, and what's going on with Ino. Naruto looked down at the ground beneath him, touching his cheek again. He felt pain in his own heart start to cut, and a wave of heartbreak flowed through him. He had fallen for her, and now, he had lost her for what seemed permanently. Ino arrived home and headed upstairs without saying a word to either of her parents. She slammed her bedroom door shut, crashing into bed and burying her face into her pillow. Fuck them. She cried loudly as she began sobbing into her pillow. Fuck the lot of them. Fuck everything. Tears began staining her pillow as an outburst of crying flowed like a dam bursting. All I wanted was to just find out who I was and try to be myself, not what everyone else wanted, and look where that got me. Why did I even try? As she rolled over on her bed and looked up at the ceiling, an image of Naruto flashed in her mind, the moment when they were about to kiss. Naruto and Kiba had just left Yamato's chemistry class ready to go for lunch. "Are you joining me for lunch, Kiba?" Naruto asked as they walked towards the cafeteria. "No, I am afraid. I am studying with Hinata, studying Naruto grinned. "When did this happen?" "Miss Yuhi's idea." Kiba grumbled, thinking about his teacher, but on the plus side, I am spending more time with Hinata. "Oh yeah, you were saying, what happened the other night when you went round there?" "What besides finding out she had a butler and her dad is an overbearing, overprotecting patriarch who doesn't like the middle class? Dude, he called me riff-raff." Naruto blinked. "I swear I haven't heard that before. Sounds like something my parents would have been called back in their day." "Tell me about it," Kiba sighed, ruffling his own hair. "I had to stand my ground the best I could, but when that failed, Hinata and I agreed to meet in school instead." "Okay. Sorry, what was that about a butler? Like we're talking Alfred Pennyworth from Batman or those weird English butlers you see on TV?" The blonde commented, wondering what kind of the family the Hyugas were. "More like the latter. I mean, I had to get used to being called young master Inuzuka for crying out loud." Naruto laughed. "Wow, entering the high life now, brother? Pretty soon you'll be eating caviar and sipping on champagne." Kiba pulled a look of disgust. "Dude, do you even know what caviar is? It's fish eggs, which sounds horrible." "Uh-huh," came a surprised reaction from Naruto, knowing more about that particular dish. Now that you mention it, he noticed the two of them were about to enter the cafeteria. "I am gonna go join Shikamaru. Have fun on your date." Kiba rolled his eyes. "Whatever, dude, I'll catch you in a bit." He went down across the corridor to Miss Yuhi's room, opening the door to spot Hinata already waiting for him. "Hey there," he greeted cheerfully. "Been waiting long?" Hinata shook her head. "Nope, I just got here and thought I'd eat something. Would you like to share some with me?" she offered, gesturing to her container of food. On closer inspection, she had a bento box. Now she's offering to share her food with me. Is she really into me or what? He was surprised, noticing the impressive quality of food. Sure," he replied. Hinata passed him some chopsticks, took a piece of chicken katsu and slowly took a bite. He savored it for a moment or two before swallowing it with a satisfied look on his face. "Wow, this is great," he commented. "Did your butler make this?" Hinata flushed red. No, I did. I've been cooking for a while and I thought I'd make something to share with you, that's all." Kiba smiled, taking another bite. "You're fantastic at this, Hinata. I haven't had that much homemade bento and this is amazing." "Thank you." Her blush increased more. "I don't think it's that good personally. I've just been trying to improve and cook for myself ever since my mother." She stopped herself. Her eyes fell slightly as she began remembering her childhood. The boy realized what was going on, slowly putting two and two together in his head. "So that's why her father is." "I am sorry," he said sadly, placing his hand across the table overlapping hers. "I am sure she was an amazing woman. She must be been to have raised someone as nice as you." Hinata swore that if she blushed anymore, she'd faint right there and then. Thank you, Kiba, that means a lot," she said, feeling a warm glow enveloping her. Shall we get started?" The two sat together eating lunch and began working through more math problems. Looking over the papers with her, the boy found himself completely lost when they had moved onto a section entitled Pythagoras' Theorem. What now?" grumbled Kiba as he pinched the bridge of his nose between his eyelids. "Isn't that the Greek dude who made all this math stuff in the first place?" Hinata chuckled. "Not exactly, it's basically a formula used for calculating sides on right-angled triangles." She picked up her pencil and began drawing some shapes on a blank page. "You see? The longest side is called the hypotenuse, and when you draw a square on it, it's equal to the sum of the squares on the other two sides." Kiba's face produced a blank response. "So, what's an easier way? Hypotenuse sounds like it should be some kind of disease." Hinata couldn't help but giggle at his response. "An easier way to remember is that the hypotenuse is side c, so the theorem states that a squared plus b squared equals c squared." She wrote down the formula on the top of the page. "Does it make sense?" The boy shrugged, but when he took his pencil and tried it himself, he was honestly surprised at how it all worked out. "Hey, you're right about that. Thanks a lot. Damn, she's really good at this. And here's me acting all smug like I have got it," he thought awkwardly, as his eyes scanned the pages again. "Still, I guess this is pretty fun. Maybe I should reward her for all this?" "Hey Hinata, Yes, Kiba. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I was wondering if you'd like to hang out after school today. Maybe go to the park or something. I, kinda wanna say thanks for helping me out, why no? Hinata couldn't help but turn beetroot. Was he asking her out on a date? Or was it just a little thing between friends? She looked away for a second, gently tapping her fingers together in a nervous twitch. Sure, Kiba, she answered quietly, that'd be great, he's being so modest and kind, I wonder what he has planned. The bell rang signifying the end of the lunch hour. Kiba grinned great, meet me out front at the end of the day? Okay. The school day ended as the two met up again in front of the building. So did I mention to you that Naruto and I are entering that talent competition in a few weeks' time? He asked Hinata as they began walking away from school. Hinata shook her head. No, you didn't, you said you play the drums, right? Yep, and Naruto does lead guitar, we've only just found a bass player too. Oh? Hinata asked intrigued. Who is that? This is going to sound absurd, but, he hesitated before continuing, it's Ino. Hinata's eyes widened upon hearing the name. Wait, Ino? Ino Yamanaka? Since when did she? That's what I asked Naruto, he responded, still unsure himself of the previous day's events. I found it a bit weird when she came in and played a couple of songs with us, but I think Naruto has a thing for her. Hinata, still surprised at this, didn't know what else to say. She herself wasn't close friends with Ino, but they had a mutual respect and understanding for one another, having worked together in Might Guy's gym class a number of times. But why would Ino be interested in someone like Naruto? As far as she knew, the two of them were polar opposites. Regardless, Kiba continued, I think it's all going to work out. How about you? Are you going to enter the show? Not me, she replied, but my cousin Neji is. He's a gifted piano player, probably one of the most talented individuals our family has. I heard something about that, Kiba acknowledged, but I am sure you have something special to share with the world. Hinata, maybe you just need some time to find it. The blue-haired girl blushed yet again. Was he flirting with her? She was not used to these kinds of compliments. Maybe, you'll find it eventually. The two of them made their way to the park in town where they began their afternoon. They skipped stones across the lake, admired the flower beds where Hinata spoke of her interest in pressing different flowers and grabbed ice cream from a local vendor too. The pair sat down on a bench with their sweet treats, until they heard what sounded like a whimpering from behind them. What is that? Hinata inquired, the sound seemingly getting louder from a bush next to them. Let me go have a look. Kiba stood up and pushed the bush apart to discover a small puppy laying on its side. Hey little guy, what's wrong with you? The puppy continued whimpering, its eyes full of sadness. Hey, it's okay. Let me get you up. Using his free arm, the boy carefully picked it up and sat him on the bench next to them. Ah, poor little thing, Hinata said sadly, feeling sorry for it. Do you think someone's lost it? No collar or anything, he observed, looking at the puppy's head. He must be a stray, but he's only a puppy. How did this happen? What breed is it? The girl wondered. It's a beagle. See the dark patches going along his back. I see, Hinata added, but she couldn't help but notice something a bit more horrific. One of the animal's paws looked very swollen and discolored. Kiba, have a look there. That's not normal, is it? Do you think something attacked it? The boy looked at the injured limb. You're right, that looks bad. I am guessing another dog or a fox might have gotten it. Hinata's eyes fell in sadness. We should get him to a vet. Maybe your mum might know what's wrong. Kiba nodded in agreement. You're right, let's go and see what she says. Carefully placing the beagle under his arm, he and Hinata set off across town towards his mother's clinic. The Inuzuka Veterinary Clinic was run by Kiba's mother, Azumi Inuzuka, in the city of Konoha. It was regarded as one of the most impressive and well-renowned businesses for its top-quality treatment and care of animals. Entering the building, Kiba noticed the waiting room. As with every day, it seemed to be busy, with most pet owners coming in to get treatment for injuries or regular checkups. Damn, I wonder if she'll be available to help this little guy. He looked around, and spotted his older sister, Hannah, at the front desk checking over some paperwork with another colleague. She was a tall woman with onyx eyes. Long brunette hair tied up in a ponytail with two small strands of hair that framed her face, wearing a long white jacket, black trousers and black shoes. Hey Hannah, he called out loudly, causing the older woman to snap her head up from what she was reading. Little brother, what are you doing here? She wondered at his sudden appearance. Noticing the animal he had in his arms, she rubbed her forehead and sighed. Kiba, what have I said about bringing in strays like this? You know we can't cater for every lost animal in the city. But this one is hurt really bad. Hinata cried out in anguish. We found him in the park and he's practically limping. Surely you can check him out, right? Hannah was surprised at the presence of the girl standing next to her brother. Oh, and who might you be? Are you Kiba's girlfriend? Because he's never mentioned you before, that's for sure. The young pair blushed while Kiba's eye twitched in annoyance. Come on, sis. There's no time for that. Can you help him out or not? Looking at the injured puppy in question, coupled with a desperate look from both her brother and Hinata, Hannah knew that she couldn't turn them away like this. All right, follow me and let me have a look at him. A wave of joy encompassed both their faces as Hannah led them down the hallway to a small room. Entering, she grabbed a pair of latex gloves from the box on a small cabinet. Okay, little dude, let's see what's up with you. She took the puppy from Kiba and laid it down on the medical bed. She carefully checked over its body, paying close attention to its paws. The older woman clicked her tongue when she noticed that the back left paw looked very swollen and discolored around the claws, the edges brittle and broken. That's not good, she mumbled. What's wrong with him? Hinata questioned worriedly. Is it bad? Where did you say you found him? In the park. Hannah's mouth became a straight line, her eyes falling slightly. He's got a case of paronychia, a nail disorder. The claws on this leg have been infected by something causing inflammation on the whole paw. Can you do anything? Hinata pleaded. Sure I can, Hannah said as she turned over the other paws to check for other problems. It'll take some time and I've got to prescribe the right treatment, but this little guy should pull through. Leave it to me. That's good, Hinata replied. Thanks sis, Kiba added. No worries, come back in a few days or so, and if we can't find him a home, I guess one of you can adopt him? Hinata thought for a moment. Adopting an animal wouldn't be so bad. Perhaps Getsume would be able to help out. She looked up at the boy next to her, and if Kiba's with me, it would be like the puppy has parents. The thought of the idea tinged her cheeks pink. Oh my. Perhaps I should think things like that so early and... Hinata was it? Hannah said, breaking the girl out of her thoughts. Why yes. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to know I've got someone who's keeping my little brother in check now and again. Kiba pouted. Geez sis, have you got anything better to do than embarrass me? The older Inuzuka chuckled. Yeah, I do. I'll message you later when I finish treatment. The young pair nodded in agreement and left the place. The afternoon had taken a different turn for what Kiba had in mind. While it was fun to go to the park and spend time with her, he had no idea that he would end up rescuing an animal as well. Perhaps the best kind of plans are the ones that don't really make much sense, he thought amusingly as the two of them walked side by side, heading towards a crossing. I hope she enjoyed it though, regardless. Hinata couldn't help but smile in the boy's presence. Kiba is really something. He's generous, thoughtful and who knew he had such a sweet side when it came to caring for animals. He's not like other guys, I feel I can trust him with anything. The two teens approached a crossing and waited for the lights to change. Cars rumbled and roared as they passed by, creating a dangerous sense of a concrete jungle. 5 seconds passed and the pedestrian sign switched from stop to go. Kiba started walking first and noticed a split second when Hinata had stopped. Hey Hinata, let's go, he called out, getting her attention. The girl had been lost in thought and shook her head, coming. Unbeknownst to them, a cyclist had come round a nearby corner at blistering speed. Spotting the girl in front of him, he did his utmost best to slow down, doing everything in his power to do so. Hinata. But it was too late. As quickly the cyclist wanted to stop, he couldn't. His brakes gave out, and he collided straight with Hinata. For Kiba, it was like watching it in slow motion. For Hinata, everything was at double speed to the point it felt like her life was flashing before her eyes. She fell back a few feet, her head harshly colliding with the concrete road. The man on the bike fell off to his right side, the bike becoming twisted up between his legs. As her head hit the curb that separated the pavement and road, her senses seemed to shut down one after the other. Only after experiencing what she could describe as euphoric, the smell of petrol from cars nearby filled her nostrils. The afternoon sky enveloped her vision with blue as she felt her eyelids shut and the sounds of people's cries entered her ears. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Kiba cursed hastily, running over to her side. Hinata. He shouted in anguish. He gasped in horror as he saw crimson liquid start oozing from the back of her head. No, no, no. A small number of people gathered around the scene, with the biker in question lying a few feet away in a crumpled heap. "Hey, I am an off-duty paramedic," came the voice of a young blonde woman with soft brown eyes. She immediately took off her jacket and placed it under the young girl's head. "Call an ambulance. I'll try and keep her stable until they get here. She's struck her head quite badly. I'll try and stop the bleeding." He reached into his pocket for his phone and dialed the emergency services. His heartbeat was racing a million miles a second. Moments later, the ambulance arrived and the paramedics got Hinata in on a stretcher. Kiba joined them in the back as his own worst fears began to escalate. He then remembered something else. In his wallet, he pulled out a card. It was the same card that Getsume had given to him a few days prior. Why did he give me this? He must trust me enough to give me his number. I'd best let him know. He dialed the number and waited for the dialing tone to pick up. "Hello?" came the response on the other end. "Hello Getsume, it's Kiba Inuzuka. We met the other day?" "Ah yes, good afternoon young sir, is everything alright?" "No, it's Hinata. She's been in an accident. We're on our way to Konoha General now." "Understood. Thank you young Master Kiba. I'll be there as soon as I can and alert Lord Hiyashi as well." The ambulance ride had him more scared than he could have ever imagined. Upon reaching the hospital, Kiba winced as he watched them wheel Hinata in through the main entrance and down the corridor. He never really liked hospitals. The smell, the sadness when people were close to death, the sight of people being put on different machines, it was something about it all that made him feel uncomfortable whenever he entered one. "Excuse me, young man?" called over. A middle-aged woman with light green hair sat behind the main reception desk. "You came in with that girl, correct?" She looked at the paper in front of her. "Hinata Hyuga, right?" "Yes, I am her friend, Kiba Inuzuka," he replied. The receptionist noted it down. "Thank you Kiba, if you take a seat for me, the doctor in charge of the ward Hinata is on. We'll see you shortly." Kiba nodded as he sat within the collection of chairs in the reception. It was quite a large area with multiple doors leading up to different departments coupled with different colored signs. Every second that passed felt like an hour as his mind continued racing. What was going to happen to her? 20 minutes passed, and he was approached by a man with a doctor's uniform, short black hair and pale blue eyes. "Mr. Inuzuka?" "Yes. I am Dr. Kazuma, one of the practitioners here. I look after the Hashirama ward. You're a friend of Hinata Hyuga?" "That's right. Is she all right? Can I see her?" he asked frantically. "She's going to be okay. Follow me." The two began walking and talking, heading down the main corridor towards the ward. "She's just suffering from a concussion and some bruising where she fell. It's a good thing the collision wasn't more severe otherwise. Well, let's not think about that." Kiba bit his lip when hearing the news. It sounded positive, but he was praying that there would be no long-term effects from all this. Kazuma led him to a small adjacent room on the right of the corridor. He opened the doors, and in the center of the room laid Hinata, draped in a hospital gown, bandages around her head, and hooked up with several wires and tubes. "As I said, she'll pull through. We just want to be sure she's not suffering from any kind of head trauma." "Thank you, doctor," Kiba spoke, still in shock at seeing her in this state. "I just need to grab some files. Would you like anything?" "I'll be fine," he replied flatly. He sat down on the chair next to her bed, his eyes not breaking contact even once. Time passed, and his thoughts and worries were interrupted by the most unlikely of sources. "Where is she?" A loud, booming voice came from down the corridor. "Take me to her." "Oh shit. Why now of all places?" The doors to the room were kicked open and in came a very cross-looking Hiyashi, scanning the room for his child, his eyes locked with Kiba, and all his emotions turned towards him as he stepped over and grabbed the boy by the scruff of his neck. "You," he shouted directly in the boy's face, "I knew there was something about you I didn't like. What have you done to her?" "Mr. Hyuga, please if you let me." "Silence," he roared, his anger completely blinding him from any rational thought. "If she doesn't make it out of this, you and your family are going to be paying for this with your lives. Your mother will be seeing my lawyers about paying for the hospital bills in." "Mr. Hyuga," Dr. Kazuma bellowed, loud enough for the older man to turn round and see the professional, staring him back with a demanding look. "I'll have you know that this young man saved your daughter's life. If it wasn't for him alerting the emergency services when he did, She might have been in an even worse state than she is now. The gentleman in question for causing her accident is in the lobby giving a statement to the receptionist and the police. Now, would you kindly cease this erratic behavior or I will be forced to remove you. His breath was harsh and deep as he looked back at Kiba. He slowly loosened his grip around his collar as he let go and stepped back. Thank you, Mr. Hyuga, the doctor said politely, himself pleased that the situation hadn't escalated any further. As I said, the man responsible is in the lobby if you wish to speak to him. Now if you'll excuse me, I have another patient to see. He'll be back shortly. Please do not make any more noise. He left the two of them, with nothing but the sound of the ventilator humming in the room. Hiyashi sat down on one of the chairs to Hinata's left, watching the rise and fall of her chest as she lay there unconscious. I can't lose her as well. His train of thought was a mess, as he remembered what had happened before. Losing her mother was bad enough, but if Hinata, his eyes turned back to Kiba, wanting answers. Boy, he muttered angrily, care to explain to me what happened to my daughter. It was a cyclist. He came pedaling too fast while we were on a crossing and his brakes gave out. I tried to pull her away, but I wasn't quick enough. He took the time to respond. A crossing? And where, pray tell, were you and Hinata when this happened? She usually comes straight home from school. His voice grew more and more anxious. What were you doing? He repeated, wanting an answer from the teen. Kiba sat with his hands together on his lap. We were visiting my mother's clinic. I thought it would be a nice day to hang out together. She's been helping me a lot with my studies these last few days, and I thought I'd reward her. Reward her? Hiyashi repeated. The whole conversation seemed strange to him. And your studies? He continued, his tone sounding doubtful. What is it exactly that Hinata is helping you with? Mathematics, sir, Kiba replied flatly. It's not my strongest subject at the moment and Miss Yuhi suggested that she help me out. Believe me when I say this, but your daughter is amazing at this and now because of you, she is lying here injured. He snapped. If you would have been a bit more careful and probably a bit more sensible, we wouldn't be having this conversation now, would we? This is not my fault. Kiba shot back. Seriously, what do you have against me? All because I am not from a prestigious background or have a rich family. Maybe I should be grateful that I am not. Otherwise, I'd probably end up like you. Watch your tone with me, boy, the older man retorted. Your kind is the reason why prestigious families like us become a laughing stock. Because we have to associate ourselves with people like you. Give me one good reason why I should even let you be friends with my daughter, because at this rate you're not giving me much to go on. All I see is a rude, arrogant, selfish brat who doesn't know much of anything and should know his place. Kiba stood up, his face sharpened into anger. How dare this man tell him who or what he was? You think I am going to stand here and take any more of this from you? You might be this big shot clan head with all this money and influence, but what about manners? What gives you the right to judge others? Hinata means something to me, and I enjoy spending time with her. Say what you want, he said, not wanting to lose this fight, but I am staying by her side until I know she's awake. Hiyashi Hyuga did not expect this kind of reaction from a boy like this. This teenager was challenging him? He could snap his fingers and using his network could make the Inuzuka family crumble. His mouth became a straight line, as he turned his head to his daughter, who remained in her unconscious state. Get out, he mumbled quietly. I don't want to see you or around my daughter ever again. Forget it, Kiba replied, arms folded as he sat back down. Tell me to jump off a cliff if you want to. I am not moving until she wakes up and I know that she's all right. Maybe drop that attitude of yours and pay attention to what's in front of you for a change. I swear, boy, one more word and I will make you regret we ever met. Ahem. Both looked over to see Dr. Kazuma re-enter the room. I thought I said no more eccentrics, Mr. Hyuga. Hiyashi took a deep breath and shook his head. Do as you wish, but I swear if she doesn't make it out of this, you'll be sorry. He turned himself in the direction of the door. Doctor, I'll be sending my aide later to stay and assist with her. Please send me a full report and how much this will cost. His eyes narrowed towards Kiba, and make sure he doesn't try anything. Of course, Mr. Hyuga. Hiyashi left the room quietly, with Kiba still annoyed at how he had been talked to. Kiba, was it? The doctor asked the boy kindly once Hiyashi was out of earshot. Yeah, what is it, doc? He asked curiously. Feel free to take a seat outside while we run some more tests and diagnostics. I'll let you know when you can come back in and sit with her. Kiba smiled softly. Thanks, doc. For the next hour or so, Kiba sat outside the room while Dr. Kazuma and his nurses looked over Hinata. What was Hiashi's problem? He practically saved Hinata's life, and this is how he was being repaid. The confrontation had left him feeling exhausted, to say the least. He brought out his phone, looking at the few photos he had taken with Hinata hours before. They had taken a selfie in front of a water fountain from their walk in the park earlier, and the blue-haired girl looked absolutely beautiful to him. The way her long hair contrasted her soft pearl eyes, her cute button nose and soft lips, how she laughed at his stupid jokes and enjoyed how he looked after the injured stray they had taken to his mum's clinic. Kiba smiled to himself. Hinata was amazing, smart, kind, and he would do anything for her. Right now, he was more concerned about her pulling through all this. I wonder how Naruto's getting on, hopefully hanging out with Ino again. A while later, he was allowed back in the room with Hinata, along with Getsume, who showed up a few moments after. Young Master Inuzuka, he greeted the boy as he entered. I am pleased to see you. Thank you for notifying me of Lady Hinata's condition. Has Lord Hiashi been to see her? Kiba told the story of the confrontation between the two of them a few hours ago, with the butler quite stunned at how Hiashi had reacted. I must apologize for my lord's behavior. He hasn't been the same since Lady Hikari passed away many years ago. Getsume looked to the floor, but his face remained completely stoic and straight-faced. I had a feeling about that. Hinata herself told me, and I can see why he would act the way he did, Kiba added. Getsume tilted his head slightly. My lord is only doing what he thinks is right for both Lady Hinata and young Lady Hanabi, her sister. Not only that, the other clan members have doubts about the future of the clan. His nephew, young Master Neji, is a prodigy, as you probably have heard. However, they are doubting the progress of Hinata, as they believe she lacks the will and respect to take the clan into the next generation. This family really has its issues, huh? The brown-haired boy thought, shaking his head, but right now, the focus should be on Hinata's safety. Alas, I shall not drown you with family politics. A boy your age probably has other issues on his mind. No, on the contrary, Kiba replied with a compassionate expression. I understand, families can be difficult. Indeed so, young master. I do however appreciate your honesty and your courage to stick by her until she is well again. The butler reached into his bag and brought out a container of food. I thought you'd be hungry after waiting all this time. I would offer some to the young lady, but I'll leave it for when she wakes up. Kiba's mouth parted slightly at the mont's generous offer. Thank you. He took the container. It was another bento box, exactly like the one Hinata had prepared for him earlier. You're welcome, young sir. As much as the boy appreciated the politeness, the constant title was getting a bit frustrating. He pouted with his bottom lip. While I appreciate the formalities, Kiba is fine. Getsume, sir, he said casually as he began eating. He nodded. Of course, Kiba. He unpacked his own food and began eating with the teenager. So I hear from Lady Hinata you are a musician? I was one back in my day. A pianist, mind you. I played at several well-known venues around the world. Would you like to hear my stories? The boy nodded in agreement as he swallowed another mouthful of food. Kiba and Getsume sat together for another few hours as the older gentleman recounted the stories of his youth. Kiba was gobsmacked when he found out Getsume had been drafted into war at the age of 16 and had even made it to the rank of lieutenant. The afternoon turned to evening as the sky darkened outside. Not wanting to leave her side, Kiba insisted on staying, despite Getsume offering to escort him home. The gentleman left him with the still sleeping Hinata. The next thing he noticed was his own eyes opening, his whole body feeling groggy as his vision adjusted to the lights above him. He also noticed a slight discomfort in his lower back, as he leaned forward, realizing he had been in the chair all this time. Wah! What day is it? He yawned and looked around him, to be greeted by the same doctor who he had seen the previous night. It's Friday, and it is currently 10 o'clock. You fell asleep here, Mr. Inuzuka. I tried waking you, but your girlfriend here said to leave you until you woke up. GI girlfriend? He spluttered, turning his head sharply to see Hinata sitting up in bed with a soft smile on her face. Hi Hinata, he said surprised. Are you okay? How are you feeling? A little shook, but I am okay. Ouch, she cried, clutching the side of her head which was now wrapped with a bandage. It's okay Ms. Hyuga, Dr. Kazuma said, checking over his notes. You'll need a few days here to recover and we'll try and discharge you by the end of the weekend. We need to make sure that you have no head trauma from that collision, in addition to seeing if you need any medication. Thanks, Doc, Kiba replied, relieved that the situation hadn't gotten worse. You're welcome. The nurse will be around shortly to take requests for lunch. I'll pass her a note to make sure that this room has 2 orders prepared. Thank you, Doctor. Hinata beamed. The doctor pulled the curtain and left the 2 teens on their own. So, Kiba scratched the back of his head, wanting to fill the awkward silence between the two. Your father was here and... He was. Hinata exclaimed. What happened here? Did he say anything to you? We argued, Kiba said firmly, but his response saw her face fall sadly. But it was all for a reason, he added, hoping to keep her mind at ease. I said to him no matter what I wasn't going to leave your side. He even tried blaming me for the accident, but thankfully the doc was here to help. Oh, I mean I had to tell Getsume first as he gave his number from before, so I guess he must be alerted your father and... Kiba, she interrupted him, leaning over slightly to touch his hand. You stayed with me the whole time, despite my father wanting to push you away. That is the most generous thing I've ever seen. A small blush encompassed her cheeks. That's so sweet of you. Kiba himself became pretty bashful. It was no problem. I just wanted to make sure you woke up is all. His own face becoming red as hers. Well, I am very grateful. She leaned a bit further and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you so much, and thank you for yesterday too. Kiba felt like he was on cloud 9 right now. Sure, things had turned quite bad in the last 24 hours, but to receive a kiss from the girl he liked? That was something else. Kiba chuckled, still in disbelief from the kiss he received. He then remembered something else. Over 12 hours had passed and he hadn't spoken to anyone else since he left school with Hinata. He hastily checked his phone to read the following. Mum. 20 missed calls Hannah. 10 missed calls Mum. Kiba, seriously, where are you? I tried ringing your friends and no one has seen you. Please get back to me ASAP. Hannah. Lil bro, where the hell are you? It's practically gone midnight and Mum is worried sick. Please call one of us. Oh crap, he said quietly. Looks like I am getting the 3rd degree when I am getting in later. He texted back quickly. Kiba. Hi Mum. Apologies for making you worry. We'll be home in a few hours, and we'll explain all. Hinata turned her head slightly, noticing the worried look on his face. Something wrong? He finished texting frantically, and let out a hefty sigh. I left my phone on Do Not Disturb and now I've got people worrying about me. Suddenly, an idea hit him. Hey, if you want, I can head over to school later on and pick up any work for you that you've missed. Did you leave anything in your locker as well? Hinata's face lit up in happiness as her heart started beating faster. He's so generous and caring, and he's doing all this for me? Sure, that would be great of you Kiba. I'll text you my locker combination. Looking at the clock on the bedside next to her, she noticed it was only 10:15. Hey, I have some playing cards in my bag. Do you want to play? Kiba asked her, pulling her attention away from the clock. The girl nodded. Sure. Kiba and Hinata sat together for the next few hours playing cards with each other as well as him sharing some videos on his phone with her. It was weird how things had transpired in the last half a day. But all he cared about now was her safety. Lunch came by and the two shared what was on Hinata's plate, as well as making use of the extra bento box provided to them by Getsume to create a little indoor picnic for the two of them. Not the most romantic setting for them, but it was fun for the pair. At around 3 p.m., Hinata looked up from reading her book that Getsume had left next to her bedside table and right at the clock, while Kiba sat in the chair next to her resting his eyes. Kiba? She asked quietly. He lazily opened one eye. It's almost the end of the school day, she said softly. You should head there and pick up those things before it closes. Don't worry about me. Getsume should be back shortly. Opening both his eyes, he stretched and gave out a massive yawn. Are you sure? Nodding with happiness she added, positive. Thank you for looking after me. You're such an amazing person. No worries, he smirked with pride. The two leaned into each other and embraced in a long hug, adding an extra token of playfulness. The boy kissed her gently on the forehead, which prompted a small giggle to escape her lips. Go on, it'll be fine. You can always come back tomorrow since it's the weekend. Kiba tilted his head slightly. Definitely, see you. As he walked away from her room and headed to the reception, his phone vibrated with another message. Shikamaru. Kiba, something big's gone down. Where are you? What the hell's going on now? He left the entrance of the hospital, knowing it would be about another half an hour before he would even make it back to the school. Friday.
present time, and that's pretty much that.
Naruto and Kiba had arrived at the Bear Brew Cafe after leaving school and were enjoying a couple of light refreshments while Kiba had explained everything to Naruto on where he had been the last day and a half. "You sure Hinata's going to be alright?" Naruto wondered after hearing about the accident. "Positive," Kiba responded optimistically. "I just wish that father of hers would lighten up. I mean, I practically saved her life and even for that I got berated for it." He took a sip of his drink. "Hey, sorry, I wasn't there back at school, but you mind telling me what the hell happened there?" "Karen lost her shit, tried to strangle Kabuto to death and then I got in trouble and pretty much expelled for trying to stop her from carrying on. Then after time in the principal's office, her trash talking and ego get more and more infuriating. Ino suddenly starts crying and slaps me round the face." "Dude, she slapped you? Not just me, Karen as well. I can't tell whether she meant it or if she just did it out of spite for the two of us." Kiba blinked at his statement she slapped her best friend as well. Strange. Ino then storms off and after saying, "I am done here." His friend presented him with a bamboozled look. "That is weird, I don't know what else to say, but what Karen did, that was too far. Why did she attack him like that? It turns out the poor guy was blackmailed into following me when I went on my date with Ino. Apparently, Karen was suspicious of her own friend dating someone, and she wanted information. After that, he found out that me and her." Naruto hesitated for the next part. "Well, believe it or not, that we are cousins, so that's when she lost it and tried to kill him." Kiba could not believe what he was hearing. "First off, how are you two related? I am not even sure I want to know, but whatever Kabuto went through, it sounds like he's going to need all the help he can get. Also, expelled for stepping in." He added, realizing the other thing his friend mentioned. "How long?" "1 week. God, I am going to get the 3rd degree talking when I get in." "A whole week? Damn, what are you going to do about our practice then?" "I'll think it over," Naruto answered pessimistically. "I'll think it over, and I'll message you. I am going to need some time to sort this all out." "Ino though, I can't believe it, didn't I say this was going to happen?" Kiba was replaying the information around in his mind. Did she even know that Kabuto was involved in this? No, she couldn't have had. Kabuto made it clear. "Damn," Kiba grumbled as he noticed the clock on the wall. "Hey, I am going to head home. My mom's probably going to wonder where the hell I've been all this time. Let me know how you get on and anything you want to talk about, you know where to find me." The two fist bumped one another. "Thanks, brother," Naruto said. "I'll see you later." As Kiba left the establishment, Naruto began replaying the day's events in his mind. Had Ino really said she was done with him? Or was it just out of frustration? He didn't know. He got up, paid for the drinks and headed for home. 2 weeks had passed since the incident on the Friday between Karen and Kabuto. No one had said anything, and no one had done anything since. It was Monday morning again, and the students carried on with their daily routines. That also included one Namita Suzumeno. As she closed her locker door, she kept thinking about what Wasabi had said to her that evening of the incident. She was more shocked than anything else but then realized Kabuto had been the victim of a misunderstanding. Flashback on that Friday, Namita and Wasabi made their way to the Bear Brew Cafe. The rain had begun chucking down as they entered the establishment. Namita didn't like the rain, and the change in weather had seemed to make an already bad day even worse. The girls sat in a booth together opposite one another, with Namita ordering a milkshake and Wasabi a black tea. The latter looked at her friend, who still had an expression of pain plastered on her face. "Hey Namita," Wasabi began, wanting to break the silence between the two. "Huh? So, about the whole Kabuto thing, I think it's best I come clean. It's really not that big of a deal, to be honest, and frankly, I've moved on from it." She pulled out her e-cigarette and loaded it with a cartridge. "About that," Namita began with a slight pause. "What happened between you two? Did you two, the thing?" She was embarrassed to even mention such a thing in public, let alone in front of her best friend. Wasabi brought the device to her mouth and took a drag or two, blowing out a small cloud of smoke. The brunette's nose crinkled at the smell. A weird sensation of strawberry mixed with smoke, pleasant at first, but after the first couple of times, it began to irritate her. "Yeah, we did, but it was consensual," she replied flatly. Namita's eyes widened and her jaw parted. "You did what?" She shouted and slammed her hands on the table, causing nearby patrons to turn their heads. Hey, settle down," Wasabi hissed. gesturing with her hands. Look, let me explain. As I said, I've personally forgotten about it. The brunette shuffled in her seat and took a sip of her milkshake, eyeing up her friend as she took another drag of her e-cigarette. Anyway, Wasabi continued as she placed it down for a moment, it began last term, so my mum complained that I was falling behind in chemistry classes and she threatened to kick my ass if I didn't find someone to help, so, she spoke to the teachers, and well, they suggested Kabuto help me out. Hold up, Kabuto was assigned to tutor you? Namita pondered her friend's statement, how come you never said anything? You never asked, the corner of her lip turned upward, besides, I had to make sure that no one else found out, I mean, that school's rough enough as it is. So, what happened then? Well, he ended up tutoring me for a couple of weeks and before you know it, my grades are improving. One afternoon, we finished studying and started talking. Now he lays it all on me quite thick. Why no? Grew up as an orphan, never knew his real parents and got adopted at the age of 7. Also goes on the fact he's never had a girlfriend or heck, even kissed a girl. Wait, you kissed him? Namita cried shockingly, but you know I like him. Correction, she replied, sipping her tea, you only started liking him a month or so ago when you were assigned to be his new lab partner, so my involvement with him becomes null and void. Anyway, so basically, as much as I feel sorry for the guy, I decided to reward him, so to speak. Namita's face carried the same expression of pain from earlier on. You too, did it? Wasabi, how could you? I thought you were better than that in. Geez girl, let me finish, would ya? Wasabi shook her head, and slowly picked up her device to take another drag. Look, at the end of the day, I took pity on the poor boy, like you can call me a slut, a whore, whatever. Afterwards, we just laid together and chatted like nothing happened. Wasabi, Namita was unsure of how to carry on, but how did Karen? The bitch must be realized something. We did spend quite some time walking to school together after it happened, so she probably put 2 and 2 together. Why no? Damn bitch. She just had to go there. She took another drag, exhaling slowly, her eyes taking note of her friend, who remained speechless. Look Namita, I am sorry, if it makes you feel better, I know for a fact he likes you, whatever I and he did. I know it sounds awkward, but at the end of the day, it was pity sex. I basically did him a favor and made him more confident around girls. Oh, and I did threaten I'd kick his ass if he ever said anything. But, you're my best friend, and you always will be. I understand if you don't want to talk to me right now. I just thought you'd like to know. She took another sip of her drink. I am too much of a cynic right now to even consider dating anyone. And right now, Kabuto needs a girl like you. I mean, what's not to love about you? You're always smiling, you see the best in people, and you're one of the best looking girls in our school. Wasabi, but she said, blushing at the compliments she received.
But nothing, Wasabi exclaimed, but her tone suddenly dropped, though I am worried about what's happening to him. Fucking Karen, let's hope Naruto is taking care of him.
Namita lowered her eyes, clenching her fists tightly in her lap. She felt hopeless, like what did a nice boy like Kabuto have to get mistreated so badly? Thank you, Wasabi, she said softly, tears filling up her eyes, you really are an amazing person. Don't you go getting all emotional on me and stuff, Wasabi gestured, I say how it is, why no? End flashback. Upon remembering, she breathed a heavy sigh and closed the locker door. She looked down the hallway, hoping to see him again at his locker. To her sadness, he was nowhere to be seen. Please be okay, Kabuto, you have no idea how much you were missed. She headed towards her first class, looking over her shoulder once more, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. Her face fell as her hopes had been dashed once again. On returning from her exclusion, Karen reunited with Sakura, but as for meeting with Ino, Karen couldn't even begin to consider wanting to speak to her. She felt betrayed, and being off for 2 weeks didn't help the situation either. How dare Kabuto embarrass her like that in front of everyone? She had a reputation to uphold, and now, she had to deal with the fact everyone knew she was related to Naruto of all people? Ino and Naruto hadn't even made a single glance at each other during this whole ordeal. Passing each other in the hallway was difficult enough, as they would pretend to not notice one another going to class. Tenten had been an observer to all this, and frankly, it had begun to annoy her. Closing her locker door, she witnessed yet another awkward pass between the two blondes. She let out a huff as Neji joined her momentarily. Those two have been at it for days now and I am getting ticked off, she muttered to herself as she took a swig of coffee from her flask. My coffee is bitter enough in the morning without those idiots adding anything more to my day. You're still wondering about those two? He questioned, noticing her stare across the corridor. It's been 2 weeks and it looks like they aren't even close to making up. The brunette let out another frustrating huff. It's just, those two had a good thing going. I don't know what the hell Karen said that caused him to lash out like that, but it's getting ridiculous. When Ino spoke to me, she was happy. I could tell she was in love, and she loved spending time with him. Neji looked surprised. I've always known Naruto as being the guy who always messed about and pulled pranks, but if what you say is genuine, then I am shocked. From what I heard, he was just trying to protect someone, Kabuto I think. But he hasn't shown his face since the incident. It sounded like Karen almost killed him. Tenten slowly clenched her fist. Whatever it was, I am not going to stand and let this carry on much longer. There must be some way of getting them back together. Tenten, Neji began, his tone of voice leaning on the negative. I understand how you must feel, but there's no way that's going to happen. Must you be such a buzzkill? She retorted, look, I am going to do this, and you're going to help me? I am being dragged into this. And why if you don't? I am gonna tell Lee you've been messing with his keyboard when he's not around, she threatened, knowing that she had him on the ropes. The Hyuga looked at her, realizing he had lost this battle. Being an academic genius was tough, but when it came to his own girlfriend, Tenten Higurashi, he knew when he was outmatched. All right, he droned, what do you have in mind? In the time that has passed, Ino was no longer feeling herself. Sitting in Genma's English class, she zoned out now and again, not even wondering or caring if she had been following his morning lecture on the evaluation of Hamlet. It hadn't been that class either. All her classes now, she seemed unfocused and uninspired these last 2 weeks. Was she sick? No, she had had a decent breakfast before leaving the house. Did she care that she might even pass this class? Probably not. There was the addition of lecherous rumors and gossip that followed the week after she had returned to school, hearing the comments being passed along the hallway. Did you hear? Apparently, she was dating Naruto. She was the reason Kabuto disappeared. Prissy blonde bitch. I bet she broke that poor boy's heart. Every time a new whisper entered her atmosphere, she felt like the earth would just swallow her up and take her away from all this madness. Her emotions seemed to collide all at once. Anger, sadness, confusion, solitude, pain. All mixed up into a bowl of mediocrity. In the room she was in, her classmates' gazes no longer felt friendly as they used to be, only feeling hostile. She rubbed her forehead, trying to maintain focus on her work and drown out the sounds in her head. So as you can see, though Hamlet is Shakespeare's most famous and most popular tragedy, the tragic action is constantly disturbed by comedy or irrelevance and the protagonist is inadequate as a tragic hero. How far would you say you agree with this statement? Genma noted down on the whiteboard a list of character names and bullet points. A wave of silence greeted him as he scanned the room for an answer. Again, it looks like there's only one person that knows that answer, and he's been off for 2 weeks. He looked over to the seat where Kabuto used to sit. Good riddance I say, Karen said rudely, don't need another freak like him clogging up the place. You got something to say, Tatsumaki? Genma shot back at her, if you want to talk smack about someone, you can do it in detention after school. Ino blinked and looked over to the empty seat. Kabuto's been gone for 2 weeks. Is he purposely not coming back after what Karen did to him? Maybe the little orphan cried back to his foster mummy and now he's staying at home. I'd do the same if I was that kind of. That's enough, Karen. Genma shouted, slamming his fist on the board, his temper slowly rising. One more word out of you and I will keep you back the whole week. I heard personally from the principal you just came back from exclusion because of what you did. Do you honestly think this high and mighty attitude is going to last much longer? Not a lot of people had ever seen Genma Shiranui lose his temper before. Some could even say it was a rare sight, like a comet passing through the night sky. But if you saw it, oh boy, you were in for it. The rest of the class remained silent, not wanting to face the wrath of their teacher. Karen, acknowledging the look of authority in her teacher's eyes, slowly backed down and became silent. Now, if we're all done with the dramatics and slander, I'd like to continue. For Ino, this was all too much for her. Excuse me, Mr. Shiranui? She asked, putting her hand up, may I be excused? I am feeling a little queasy at the moment. Genma took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Yes, Miss Yamanaka, but please don't take too long. Ino stood up from her desk, curled some of her long hair back and headed towards the door, with Karen watching her like a hawk. What is she up to? I am away for 2 weeks and this is how she repays me. Didn't even take my side in that argument, whatever, she thought, rolling her eyes. Ino walked out of the classroom and headed towards the nurse's office. Normally, she wouldn't do this, but she just had to get out of there. If Kabuto really isn't coming back, is it my fault? All because I fell for a boy who I didn't know had family issues. Is Kabuto traumatized? The walk down the corridor felt longer than it should have done, the empty hallway filled with the muffled echoes of students in their respective classes, the rumbling of the ventilation system as it calmly pumped air into the building. Her lip began to tremble as she felt her emotions rise again. A pain traveled up through her body as her eyes began to water and her heart received that painful stabbing pain like before. What have I done? She collapsed to her knees, a few feet away from the nurse's office, clenching her fists and letting her nails dig directly into her palms. Naruto, she began shaking nervously, I should have done that to him, what if he never forgives me for it? A dam burst with tears cascading down her face as she could no longer contain her emotion anymore. She was in love with Naruto Uzumaki, and it bloody well hurt. The door to the nurse's office opened and a friendly face observed her behavior. Ino, is that you? What's wrong? The crying blonde looked up to see none other than Tenten, who had her right hand wrapped in a bandage. Ten? She sobbed heavily, trying to wipe her face with her hands. Tenten bent down to her height where she had fallen and enveloped her into a friendly hug. Shush, it's okay, she whispered gently, just breathe, do you want to talk about it? Ino was surprised at how generous she was being. Normally in the past, she had had moments of upset with Karen or Sakura, being best friends and all, but with Tenten, it was unusually different. It felt like seeing a long-lost family member after many years of being apart. A warm, fuzzy feeling lit her heart up inside. Hey, I know we haven't been friends all that long, she said smiling, but please, you can tell me what's wrong, and I think I know what it is. Her mouth parted as she wondered how this girl was reading her mind. Come. Tenten got Ino to her feet, let's go to the bathroom and get you cleaned up. Naruto and Kiba met up at lunchtime in the music room for their regular jam session. The two remained quiet with each other, only nodding when responding to questions about certain musical ideas. Finally, after much annoyance, Kiba couldn't take the clear signs of denial his friend was putting out on display. Dude, I have to put it out there, what are you going to do? Whatcha talking about? Naruto uttered as he tuned his guitar strings. You know what I am talking about, he replied firmly, it's been 2 weeks and you've done nothing? Kiba, she slapped me and said she was done, what am I supposed to take away from all that? Maybe you were wrong about her. She's not said a word, and how do you know she's flipped back to that prissy persona of hers? Didn't I say that she'd be faking it? Naruto frowned. Why would she be faking it? The whole school heard that we were dating. There's nothing to hide and frankly, why should I care? Because everyone found out that you're related to the most popular girl in school and now they're having a hard time adjusting? For Naruto, the last 2 weeks were not the most pleasant. Being expelled for 1 week did not sit well with his parents. Kushina had banned Naruto from practicing and told him he had to study the whole time. Despite the boy's allegations that he was only doing it to protect Kabuto, his mother questioned how and why Karen got involved. It had been years since Kushina had spoken to her sister and this would only stir up and open up old wounds. A phone call between the two sisters had taken place over that week, with a lot of back and forth saying that Karen was the innocent one and Naruto had started it. Kushina defended her son, but Mio retaliated saying that the boy has no manners, much like his scumbag of a father. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Refusing to continue with an argument, Kushina said nothing more than a silent goodbye, adding to the fact that this petty behavior between the two of them had gone on for long enough. If your son ever comes near my daughter again, I will swear that neither of you will live to see the consequences. That was the last thing that Mio had said before the phone line clicked dead. Kushina knew that this was a veiled threat. Sure, Mio may have connections but there was no way she was going to be taken down like this. Naruto sat in silence for a brief moment while he contemplated the last few weeks. Was Kiba right and he was wrong? Was everything he had experienced with Ino nothing more than a facade? He was missing her, he just didn't know how to explain it. Anyway, Kiba huffed as he adjusted his kit once more, smashing a few cymbals. We should work on finding someone else to help with the dynamics. You got anyone else in mind? Naruto sighed, Well, Lee comes to mind. I am just not sure if he'd be into playing what we like, I'll ask him. The dude who plays keyboard? Kiba questioned. Does this mean you'll have to adjust the song list again? 'Cause I am not sure it'll work with that addition. No, it's fine. We have 2 more weeks until the show. We can work on it and make sure he learns everything. Naruto made a few notes in his journal. Note to self. Adding a keyboard player to a duo that plays guitar and drums is not the easiest thing to do. He sat himself up from where he had been slouching and tuned the keys on his guitar, striking a few chords. The sound echoed through the room. Part of him expected to hear a bass being played alongside him. He looked up for a brief second, expecting Ino to be there with him, but sadly, all that sat next to him was an empty chair and the locker where Ino had kept her instrument. Hey Kiba, Naruto added, sounding distant, let's try the solo again for song number 3, I am feeling rusty today. Kiba nodded as the two resumed playing. Ino and Tenten sat together eating lunch outside on the front lawn of the school. To cheer her up, Tenten shared some of her lunch with Ino as the latter only had her usual baguette her mum had packed for her. How are you feeling? Tenten asked, splitting a chocolate bar with Ino. The blonde took a small bite, the sugary sensation lifting her mood only a little. A little better, I guess, she answered weakly. During her time in the bathroom, the brunette had managed to calm her down. She had cleaned her makeup off, and let her hair down to keep herself more at ease. During that time, Ino had explained the whole story to Tenten, leaving her shocked and appalled at hearing everything. Hey, whatever you did to Naruto, I am sure you didn't mean it. She nibbled and swallowed a mouthful of rice from her lunchbox. To me, it sounds like Karen is the reason why everyone is so tense lately. I mean, what the hell was she thinking? It had pained Ino to admit it at first, but the last 2 weeks had been an eye-opener for her. I've been friends with her all these years and that was the first time I'd ever seen her act that violent way towards someone. She really did look like she was going to kill him. And all because Kabuto found out that she and Naruto were cousins? That's over the top, I have to admit. Tenten's mention of Kabuto made Ino's mouth curl into a frown again. Hey, I heard from Neji, who heard from Shino that Kabuto is doing okay. He's still just a little shaken up from everything. Ino felt her heart lighten at the news, but her eyes were still full of guilt. That's bad, huh? Is that why he's not been back? Seems so. Tenten shrugged as she finished the last bite of her food, but all that stuff about him and wasabi. Ino remembered that outburst that Karen had laid into him. Is it true? Tenten shook her head. I am not one for gossip personally, but from what I could find out, no one could tell me anything, so I am highly doubtful. I think Karen said it out of spite to get one up over him, but hey, this is high school and word spreads around fast. Ino did have her doubts. Kabuto didn't look like the kind of guy who would initiate that sort of thing, so why would Karen say that? Anyway, Tenten realized she was going off topic back to the case that is your potential love interest. When did I say I love him? Ino countered defensively. It's written all over your face, and your crying session in the bathroom was more than enough to explain it. Ino bit her lip. She was right about everything. What if I can't do anything? What if he's completely over me by now? I hurt him, Tenten. How is he going to forgive me? The aching pain in her heart returned, the stabbing sensation remaining constant as her eyes watered again. The brunette placed her hand on her friend's shoulder, giving her an optimistic smile. Ino, when you told me about all the time you spent with him, I think right now he would do anything to make things right with you. Personally, he's having his own troubles and is unsure of how to approach them. However, she winked slyly. I have a plan. You what? Ino said with shock. A plan for what? To make sure you two idiots get back together because you deserve one another. She chuckled. Do you trust me? The blonde girl didn't know what to say. Was Tenten really capable of helping her get back with Naruto? But, she answered doubtfully, what if it doesn't work? Oh, this will work, Tenten replied smugly. Let's just say I've recruited some extra help. Neji sat in the lunchroom enjoying his own food. Whatever Tenten had planned, he had to be ready for it. He felt a vibration in his jacket pocket as he reached in and pulled out his phone. Tenten. Operation Jackpot is a go-ahead, you know what to do, right? Neji furrowed his brow at the message. Neji. This had better work. A few seconds later, she texted back, Tenten. Oh, I am sorry, you got any bright ideas? The Hyuga prodigy rubbed his forehead. This is going to be a long couple of days, he thought annoyingly as he turned back to his lunch. Sakura Haruno always had pride in herself. No matter what life threw at her, she told herself that she would always find a solution to a problem that presented itself. However, at this moment in her life, things were a little more awkward than usual. Being the voice of reason in her friendship group was hard enough, but now, with both her friends not talking to one another, things were much, much harder. Noticing that Ino had abruptly left English class on Monday, Sakura knew that hearing Karen outright insulting Kabuto triggered something. Now, Sakura had an overwhelming amount of guilt weighing on her. It was like carrying a necklace made of iron around her neck, causing more and more pain as she went about her day. While Karen had been excluded for the prior 2 weeks, Sakura hadn't really spoken to anyone, aside from Karen messaging her every other day about how her exclusion was fun at first but then it got boring. That had been pretty much it. She had spoken to Ino during class, but that had been it. No hangouts, no walking to school together, just class discussions and whether one or the other needed help with something subject-wise. And even that felt painful to initiate. It was Wednesday lunchtime and Sakura sat by herself in the lunch hall while Karen went to the principal's office yet again for running her mouth off. Quietly, she observed how cozy and quaint everyone else looked and sat with their friends. Even Shikamaru, who she had noticed had bonded with Shino over the last couple of days, seemed more optimistic than usual. And here she was, by herself and 2 closest friends practically hating each other. It tore her apart inside. Like Ino, it had been a shock to see that Karen was capable of practically murdering someone the way she did. Was this all real though? Sakura knew about the redhead's anger now and again, but to fully lash out and strangle Kabuto like she did? It was painful, and she had done nothing to say or do anything. She took another bite of her sandwich as she looked around the room again. She swallowed hard, the taste of her food feeling more bland than usual. She pushed her plate of food forward, resting her face in the palm of her hands with a sign of anguish. Why did this have to happen? Sakura blinked, noticing across the hall that Hinata was sitting by herself eating her lunch. Hinata's by herself? She wondered, didn't I hear that she and Kiba are now dating? Not that it's any of my business. Her mouth formed a line, her emotions divided into one of 2 camps, one of happiness and one of jealousy. Still, she's a nice girl, and she deserves it. I guess Kiba got lucky. The corner of her mouth turned up a small smile. I guess one of us deserves something good. Her thoughts were interrupted by none other than Karen, joining her at the table. Hey, Sakura looked up to see Karen with a tray of food. Hey, Karen, she replied meekly, how'd it go? Same old with the principal, she said annoyingly. I guess speaking your mind isn't allowed anymore. Anyhow, not like I give a damn. Sakura didn't answer, instead remaining silent. What's up with you? Karen questioned, taking a bite of food. You're quieter than usual. You're still worried about Ino? She hasn't bothered to make an effort to even try and talk to me since I've been back. I mean seriously. The pink-haired girl didn't answer her, but inside, something was building up. It was like a volcano beginning to erupt at any moment. Who was Karen to treat people the way she did? And why did she have to keep following whatever Karen said? This wasn't right, and she wasn't going to let this carry on anymore. Sakura couldn't explain it herself, but it was like she was being strung off a cliff with no one to rescue her. Just then, something inside her snapped. Seriously, that's all she cares about. Maybe Naruto was right. All she cares about is stroking her ego more and more. How the hell can I keep trusting her? Karen noticed out the corner of her eye, Sakura clenching a fist and shaking. What's up with you for real? She repeated the question. Oh, not you as well. She droned, putting her fork down, realizing what was going on. Let me tell you this, Sakura, she continued with a more forceful tone, if you ever think of betraying me as Ino did, I will make your life a living hell. Do I need to remind you of something? Sakura relaxed her hand for a moment, her eyes locked with Karen's. Karen smirked. Oh, it seems I do. So let me jog your memory. Remember when we first entered junior high? Who was your first friend? That's right, it was me. And remember when your mother got into debt and was almost evicted? Oh yes, my father bailed her out. Sakura felt like she had been stabbed with a knife and it was twisting deeper and deeper into her subconscious. So remember where your loyalties lie, Sakura, otherwise. Otherwise what, Karen? Sakura growled, surprising Karen. Sakura stood up from her seat and slammed her hand on the table. Maybe I was wrong. I was wrong to follow you all these years. I am tired of being in your fucking shadow. Do you think I can ignore what you did? You almost killed someone. If this was the real world, you'd be put in prison for that shit. Karen was not expecting this kind of reaction from her. First Ino turned her back on her, now Sakura? This wasn't her day. And what about it? She retorted, noticing she was being challenged. The little shit had it coming. He had one job to do and he decides he's gonna grow a pair. Also, how did he find out about my relationship with that loser? Did you leak that information? Because if you did, so help me God ill. You'll do what? Tatsumaki? The pair snapped their heads in synchronization to see another girl had joined them. A girl with short black hair and harsh red eyes. What do you want, Sarutobi? Karen hissed, this isn't any of your business, so just stay out of it. The girl folded her arms. First off, my name is Mirai. Second, when you cause a scene like this in front of everyone, as head of the student council, it becomes my business. From my perspective, this looks like bullying. And after your little stunt you pulled the other week, I'd think twice about doing anything else. TCH, the redhead scoffed. Relax, would ya? We just got into a silly heated discussion about someone, didn't we, Sakura? Sakura remained quiet, her eyes trailing to Mirai, then back to Karen. Sure, she spoke quietly, picking up the rest of her food. In fact, I was just leaving to go to the bathroom. I'll catch you later. Mirai nodded slightly. Fair enough. She shot a glare at Karen. Watch yourself, Tatsumaki. Don't want you getting expelled again. Karen gritted her teeth. Watch yourself, teacher's pet, she countered aggressively. All because you're Sarutobi's daughter doesn't mean I should go easy on you. Is that a threat, Tatsumaki? Turning her back, she flipped Mirai off. Oh, bore off. Karen walked off out of the lunch hall, slowly following Sakura down the hallway. You got something to say about that little outburst, Sakura? Karen called out, prompting the pinkhead to turn round. You think you can just turn and walk away from me? Remember what I said? Forget it, Karen, leave me alone. Sakura shouted enraged, leave me alone. Karen's jaw dropped as she watched her friend walk into the bathroom and slam the door. Who the fuck does she think she is? I am the reason she even is somebody in the first place. If she thinks she can get away with walking away like this, she has another thing coming. Karen turned and headed towards the gymnasium. There was no way she was going to let Sakura get away with this. In the bathroom, Sakura sat in a stall by herself. Had she just stood up for herself? It was a strange feeling. Like shackles being cut off from her ankles. She took a few deep breaths before exiting and splashing cold water on her face. I have to make things right with Ino. She's probably hurting right now more than ever. Sakura was then joined by Mirai, who entered the bathroom a few minutes after. Mirai? What are you doing here? She asked. Mirai stood with her hands on her hips. Let's just say, you look like you could use someone to talk to. And Karen is getting on my last nerve. I know half of what's been going on. Care to share the rest with me? But you're regardless of my position, Mirai continued softly. Anything you tell me remains confidential unless I deem otherwise. Sakura bit her lip. Great, head of the student council. How did I get myself into this mess? In the last 2 weeks that had passed, Hinata had recovered from her trauma a couple of days after the initial incident. During this time, Kiba had been with her most of the time to spend time with her and make sure she was okay. In addition, Kiba had gotten a bit more studying done along with growing closer to Hinata. The two had effectively become a couple but hadn't said many words of it to anyone. They would each lunch together practically every day or meet up in Kurenai's classroom to work on more mathematics together. Hiyashi, during this period, while he had been concerned for his daughter's welfare and was grateful she had recovered, still had a very dissatisfying outlook towards Kiba. A couple of shouting matches had ended with Hinata storming up to her room and slamming the door, leaving Hiyashi wondering if she was going to change her mind about Kiba. However, this was one battle he refused to admit defeat in. He had remained passive since the last shouting match and he hadn't said anything in the last 2 days. Going to school changed that. Hinata was a lot happier and was always smiling whenever she met Kiba outside the front of the school in the morning. She had never been so in love. Watching from her seat, she had bare witness to the confrontation between the girls. I guess some things never change, but what was up with Sakura? She seemed off. She was then joined by Kiba, who greeted her with a kiss on the cheek. Hey, he smiled politely, sitting down with his own food. Hey, Kiba, she replied, kissing him back, her eyes wandering off slightly. Something up? He questioned the sad look on her face. She mumbled quietly, it's Sakura. She just had a shouting match with Karen, and that's not like her. Usually, those two are pretty okay with one another, but just now, she turned to Kiba. I've never seen Sakura act like that before. Kiba slowly opened his can of drink. Well, it's either a girl's argument about nothing or much like what happened with Ino the other week, they've fallen out. He took a small sip, his eyes looking over at the redhead as she walked out the cafeteria. It annoys me that she's still here. Can't believe she had the guts to do that to someone. Speaking of, have you heard from Kabuto lately? Hinata asked curiously. Shikamaru mentioned that he's okay, just a bit shaken up still. I hope he does come back, he's a decent guy. But from what you told me, do you think he will? Hinata had been told about the whole affair a few days after she had gotten out of the hospital, astonished that Karen did that to someone. Kiba shrugged, beats me, but I'll check on him later. Hinata smiled, that's very generous of you, Kiba, I am sure he'd appreciate it very much. Tenten's plan, Operation Jackpot as she called it, hadn't been what Neji would describe as perfect, himself being an avid planner and strategist when it came to his schoolwork. He enjoyed the challenge that came from making a plan and executing it with precision and perfection. This, however, was far from that. Neji grumbled as he looked at the clock. 12:30, at some point, Naruto would be heading to the music room to practice with Kiba. Well, Neji hoped that he would. Tenten had been keeping a track of Naruto's schedule for the last couple of days, even going as far as getting a copy of his lesson plan from the teachers. Now though, she had another idea. This one involved grabbing something personal from him. Neji's phone vibrated as he looked down, having received another message from Tenten. Tenten. He should be there soon, you know what to do, right? The boy pinched the bridge of his nose as his train of thought began chugging along in his head. Neji. Are you sure this will work? Tenten. Have some faith, would ya? This is foolproof. Just make some small talk and you'll be fine. Neji placed his phone at his side for a moment, taking a deep breath. What was so nervous about this? It was only small talk. Neji. Fine, I'll let you know what happens. He headed downstairs towards the music room and waited for Naruto to show up. Neji observed Naruto walk into the music room and place his backpack down. He signed heavily. There was no way any kind of small talk was going to solve this dilemma. What the heck could Tenten want from his backpack? He thought as he watched Naruto pick up his guitar and started to tune it. Nevertheless, I am not going to waste too long here. Neji noticed a small red handle encased in a glass case next to the staircase. Damn it, Tenten, he gritted his teeth, gazing at the object. You had better not try and get me thrown into detention for this. Without another second of hesitation, he smashed the case with his fist and pulled the handle down, causing an alarm sound to be emitted throughout the school. Naruto and Kiba looked up from playing as the sound began piercing through the room. Oh, that's just great, Naruto shouted, placing down his guitar. Who the hell decided to start a fire now? Attention! The fire alarm had been pulled. Will all students please head outside the building and into the playground immediately, came the voice of Principal Senju through the loudspeakers. Damn, we better go, regardless if it's a drill or not, Kiba said, standing up from his kit. Great, Naruto responded sarcastically, as if my week couldn't get any worse. Neji hid in the small alcove by the stairs, Naruto and Kiba quickly heading past him and up the staircase. Checking the coast was clear. Neji snuck into the room and opened Naruto's backpack. Come on, he muttered quietly looking through his books, it's got to be here. He carried on rummaging until he picked up a small red book with a black binding and covered with various band stickers. This must be it. Neji flicked through the pages discovering notes upon notes of different songs, titles, guitar tunings, along with a very interesting page that was outlined with red ink. The top of the page read, Ino Yamanaka is one hell of a great bass player, plus she's really cute. Neji rubbed his forehead at the cheesy love statement. Geez, he's quite the Romeo, isn't he? He carried on until he reached the back page of the book entitled Final Setlist for Talent Show and Adjustments. I guess this is what Tenten wanted. He pulled out his phone, took a quick photo and placed the book back in the bag. I'd better hurry outside and join the others so I don't arouse suspicion. A few minutes later, he rushed outside to join the other students who stood in the playground in lines as the teachers were doing a head count. Luckily for Neji, he had arrived just in time before his name was called out. Neji Hyuga, called out Asuma with a clipboard in his hand. Present, he replied as he stood next to Tenten. So did you get it? She whispered quietly in his ear. He nodded. Yes, I did. You do realize if they find out it was me who did this, I'll be thrown into detention, right? Tenten responded with a pout. Oh boo-hoo. She hissed annoyingly, the great Hyuga prodigy getting detention on his spotless record. Cry me a river. There's love at stake here, and we're not done yet. Neji could only grunt in annoyance as he faced forward with a scowl on his face. Why did he put up with his girlfriend's antics? That was it? Nothing else? She asked him, looking at the photo he had shared with her. Oh, I am sorry. Do you want to know about Naruto's sappy love-struck notes that sound like he's writing a romance novel? Neji retorted sarcastically. If so, you go back in there and find that. Ahem. Asuma called out, can we have some quiet please? The two returned facing forward with their peers. Moments later, Vice Principal Kato came out into the playground with an announcement. It's all right. It looks like one of the alarms wasn't working and it was set off without us knowing. No harm done here, folks. Please return to your classes immediately. Neji and Tenten looked at one another as they walked back in. You were saying? Tenten sniggered, jabbing him with her elbow. You know I am going to get you back for this, Neji muttered, unamused by the whole ordeal. The students walked back into the school, discussing amongst themselves why there was a weird fire evacuation in the middle of the day like this. Ino, within a small crowd of people, was wondering the exact same thing. She was lost in thought for a moment and didn't realize she bumped into a familiar figure. She lost her balance, falling down next to him. Ouch, sorry, she said, rubbing her head. Hey, it's okay, a familiar voice responded, much to her chagrin. Ino was stunned by the appearance of none other than Naruto, who quickly picked himself up. Ino? He said, with a blank expression. She stepped back a bit and got up, feeling all her emotions come crashing in at once. She looked into his cerulean eyes, which carried the same sparkle from the afternoon they first met. However, her heart right now was not in the same place as her head. Damn. Why now? This is like the first face-to-face in 2 weeks. Does he even remember what happened? Naruto took a deep breath as he looked upon her. Ino. Look, I just want to say that. Ino, startled by his immediate response, quickly cut him off. No, Naruto, I want to say. An awkward silence beckoned the two of them and Ino felt her body shake a little. Why am I so nervous all of a sudden? It's just Naruto. She felt that all too familiar pain slither into her heart once again. Why can't I? The silence was interrupted by another familiar classmate of theirs. Hey, Ino. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Tenten appeared next to her with a cheery expression. Did you manage to find it? Huh? What? Ino replied, confused as anything. Naruto himself was wondering what was going on. You know, Tenten suggested discreetly, the keychain that I made in the metal shop. Did you manage to find it out here? I am pretty sure I dropped it and, her eyes turned to Naruto. Hey Naruto, how's it going? You haven't seen my keychain, have you? It looks like an owl and it's painted white. Naruto shook his head at the girl's strange request. No, but if I see anything I'll let you know. Well, thanks for the offer of help, Tenten grumbled, noticing her friend looking anxious. Come Ino. She grabbed her arm and began pulling her away. Let's check the bathroom stalls again, maybe I left it there. Naruto watched with a raised eyebrow at the two girls headed in front back towards the school. What was that all about? He mumbled to himself. He had wanted to say something to Ino, but couldn't. He didn't want to show it, but his own emotions were a jumbled mess. Perhaps I need more time, she's probably still upset with me. His mind was cast back to the Saturday of their date together. He had enjoyed every moment of it, all the laughter, all the fun discussions and how amazing she had looked that day. To him, Ino was absolutely beautiful and no other girl came close. Was it really over between the two of them? Naruto began walking back to class on his own. Tenten and Ino hurried a few feet ahead, with the former gritting her teeth in annoyance. Talk about awkward, she said frustrated. Geez, what's it going to take for you two to say something to one another? Ino frowned. What did you want me to do? That was like the first conversation in 2 weeks. Tenten's eye twitched at her remark. Conversation isn't the word I would use, that was barely even a sentence. Easy for you to say, Ino thought sadly, you weren't the one who slapped him. Noticing Ino looking depressed again, The brunette placed her hands on her shoulders, prompting the blonde to look up at her again. Look, I promise you, you two are going to be back in each other's arms by the time this term is over. She exclaimed with optimism. Now, do you still trust me? Ino looked into her friend's eyes and nodded. Yes, I trust you. Great, Tenten replied with a smile. Now shall we head to class? Kabuto Yakushi had arrived at the end of the school day after everyone had gone. Mentally, the last 2 weeks had left him shaken and drained. He had stayed at home while his foster parents had telephoned Principal Senju asking about the whole affair that had occurred and that he would be needing some time off to recuperate. Kabuto took it easy, managing to revise for his subjects online and rereading a few books too. Noticing the empty hallway as he entered the building, he breathed a sigh of relief. He headed towards the center of the building when he was stopped by a familiar face. Hey, Kabuto, he turned around to see Kiba with Hinata at her locker grabbing some books. Kiba, he said, noticing the two of them, I had no idea there was anyone still here. Yeah, well, stuff happens, he replied, as he placed the books in his backpack. How are you doing? I heard from Shikamaru you needed some time off. Sorry to hear what happened. I promise you though, as long as me and Naruto are here, we're not going to let anything else happen to you. Kiba had felt guilty for not being there when it had happened, so he was hoping that making a promise like this would be the best way to make it up to him. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, taking in the boy's sincere words. That is most generous of you, Kiba. He blinked, noticing how close Hinata was to him. I see you two are dating now. The blue-haired girl blushed a little as she grasped her arm around Kiba's. That's nice, Kabuto said softly. I am pleased for the both of you. Much to his proud exterior, inside he was feeling a tad jealous and upset. One of the things he had been thinking about was Namita. Had she forgotten about him over the last 2 weeks? Did she ever want to see him again? He didn't know. Thanks, dude, Kiba replied, placing a hand on his shoulder. You let me know of anything that troubles you. Hinata and I will do our best to help you make it right. Trust me. We will not let that bitch beat you like this. You're a genuine guy, Kabuto. That's right, Hinata added, joining Kabuto on his other side. We'll do our best, together. Kabuto looked into the eyes of the Hyuga and saw genuine compassion radiating from them. Is this what it's like to have friends? I've never really felt it before, and now these two are pledging themselves to help me out like this. Simply extraordinary. Thank you, the two of you, Kabuto continued, but I must be going. See you later. He headed down the hallway, leaving the two of them alone. Wonder why he came so late. The day's over, Hinata wondered. Kiba was left with a puzzled look. Beats me, but I am glad to see he's still in one piece. Kabuto approached the door of Principal Senju, giving it a light tap with his knuckle. Enter, came the voice on the other side. He opened the door slowly to see Tsunade going over some documents. Shizune stood on the other side of the room preparing some tea. Kabuto Yakushi. Tsunade questioned his sudden appearance. What brings you here? I thought you were not due back until I had a call from your parents. Yes, but I thought it would be a good time now to explain some things. Tsunade adjusted her posture and placed her hands together, intrigued to hear what the boy had to say. What would you like to discuss with me? Ino walked home alone again. The school days seemed to drag on and on. She really wanted to skip school if she could, but knowing what would happen if her parents found out, it would probably be the end of everything for her. She trusted Tenten that she would help her. Today's situation had just made things more awkward. Her phone vibrated, with a new message popping up. Tenten. I've got what I needed. Can you meet me tomorrow after school to go through what we need to do? I am sorry about earlier. It must have been awkward, but I promise you, he is just as in as much pain as you are. The blonde blinked as she felt her eyes water slightly. Is he though? He didn't seem like it. Maybe I should just give up. He's probably found someone else. A second message followed the first a few seconds after. Tenten. And if you think otherwise, forget it. I am not going to let you two idiots fall out like this. Got it? Anyway, make sure you bring your base. You're going to need it. Damn, did she read my mind or something? Raising an eyebrow at the last sentence, she shook her head. And what does she plan to do? Have me serenade him? Ino arrived home momentarily, throwing her bag on the bottom of the stairs. Walking into the kitchen, Inoichi was sitting at the table reading a news column and sipping some coffee. Hey Pumpkin, how was school today? He asked as Ino responded with what could be described as a grunt. She reached into the fridge and pulled out a bottle of water. "Ino," he said, wondering what had got her in a mood, "can we talk?" She stopped herself from leaving the room as she noticed the last line had a more serious tone to it. "About?" she asked drearily, wanting to get back to her bedroom. Inoichi placed down his paper, offering her a seat next to him, to which his daughter reluctantly agreed. "You, of course," he began bluntly, "the last 2 weeks I've noticed you haven't been yourself lately. You've barely said a word over dinner or on the weekends. Hell, you haven't even been playing your bass either, and you've loved that thing for a while now." His eyes encompassed pain as he looked into Ino's. She had always been a happy girl, but these last few weeks had seen her the most depressed he had ever witnessed. Inoichi loved her very much and couldn't stand seeing her like this any longer. "I am," Ino began her response but felt her mouth go dry, forcing her to take a sip of water. "I am. It's just school, that's all. A lot of work lately and stuff." Inoichi sighed. "Ino, no offense, but you're my daughter and I know when you're lying. Your face right now is saying something completely different to what your mouth did." He gently placed his left hand over hers, as she turned her head in the opposite direction. "It's about that boy, isn't it?" Ino was flabbergasted at his response, turning slightly red. "What? No, how did?" "Minato told me," he replied. "We met over the weekend for some beers and a ketchup. He said something about Naruto being expelled for trying to break up a fight with Karen. A strange story, I thought at first." He brought his free hand to his chin, the thumb stroking the stubble as he contemplated the story he heard. "Ino, what happened between you and Naruto? The other week when you two went out, you were the happiest I've seen you in ages, and now, to see you like this." Ino blinked as her eyes fell slightly. Bumping into Naruto today during the fire evacuation was awkward enough, but now her dad knew about the whole thing. She might as well ask the ground to swallow her up now. Her lip quivered, struggling to form the words that she wanted to say. I screwed up, Dad. I screwed up everything," she repeated, the familiar stabbing pain in her heart returning for the second time that day. "I lost my cool and slapped him, told him I never wanted to see him again." Tears formed in her eyes. "Now he probably hates me." Watching his daughter sobbing began cracking Inoichi's own heart. He clasped his hands over hers again, comforting her best he could. "Ino, it's okay. You made a mistake and that's understandable. I heard everything. It sounds like Karen isn't the person you thought she was. She sounds bitter and full of rage." He furrowed his brow slightly. "I mean to attack someone like that." Ino let go for a moment to wipe her eyes with the back of her hand. "But what do I do, Dad?" she cried sadly. "Naruto. From what Minato said to me," he said, cutting her off, "Naruto sounds like he's just as upset as you are. He's just not showing it," Inoichi said calmly. "Look, if he said he hated you, he would have said something. Now take it from someone who's known Minato for years. He's one of my oldest friends and he has never shown any kind of malice or hatred towards anyone. It looks like Naruto takes after him after all. What I am saying is give it some more time, Ino. Approach him when you feel you're ready. I am sure he'll come around. A nice boy like that would be a shame to lose, even as a friend." "Great, first Tenten and now my dad. Does anyone else want to shove advice in my face today?" Her face softened with a small smile. She couldn't be mad at them for trying. They were only looking out for her best interests. "I guess they're right. Naruto must be in pain too. Well, if Tenten knows something I don't, I should give her a shot." "Thanks, Dad, that means a lot. I'll make sure to make it up to him." Inoichi grinned proudly. "That's my girl. Why don't you go and play some music, It'll make you feel better. Also, I'll tell your mom we're gonna order some takeout tonight. How does that sound?" Ino stood up and gave her dad a big hug. "That'll be nice, thanks a lot." She let go and headed upstairs to her bedroom. Inoichi stood there with a smug look, hands on his hips, shaking his head. "Teenagers. Why did I have to have a girl? Boys would have been so much easier to deal with. Damn you, Minato." Ino entered her bedroom, picked up her bass and sat on the end of the bed. She plugged it into the small amp she had on the floor and began to tune. "Tenten, you'd better be right about all this." Ino plucked a few strings, tuning the keys slowly. 2 weeks of not playing had made her a bit rusty. Maybe it was time to get back into playing to enjoy herself again. "What was that song he showed me?" Willing. Sakura Haruno always had pride in herself. No matter what life threw at her, she told herself that she would always find a solution to a problem that presented itself. However, at this moment in her life, Things were a little more awkward than usual. Being the voice of reason in her friendship group was hard enough, but now, with both her friends not talking to one another, things were much, much harder. Noticing that Ino had abruptly left English class on Monday, Sakura knew that hearing Karen outright insulting Kabuto triggered something. Now, Sakura had an overwhelming amount of guilt weighing on her. It was like carrying a necklace made of iron around her neck, causing more and more pain as she went about her day. While Karen had been excluded for the prior 2 weeks, Sakura hadn't really spoken to anyone, aside from Karen messaging her every other day about how her exclusion was fun at first but then it got boring. That had been pretty much it. She had spoken to Ino during class, but that had been it. No hangouts, no walking to school together, just class discussions and whether one or the other needed help with something subject-wise. And even that felt painful to initiate. It was Wednesday lunchtime and Sakura sat by herself in the lunch hall while Karen went to the principal's office yet again for running her mouth off. Quietly, she observed how cozy and quaint everyone else looked and sat with their friends. Even Shikamaru, who she had noticed had bonded with Shino over the last couple of days, seemed more optimistic than usual. And here she was, by herself and 2 closest friends practically hating each other. It tore her apart inside. Like Ino, it had been a shock to see that Karen was capable of practically murdering someone the way she did. Was this all real though? Sakura knew about the redhead's anger now and again, but to fully lash out and strangle Kabuto like she did? It was painful, and she had done nothing to say or do anything. She took another bite of her sandwich as she looked around the room again. She swallowed hard, the taste of her food feeling more bland than usual. She pushed her plate of food forward, resting her face in the palm of her hands with a sign of anguish. Why did this have to happen? Sakura blinked, noticing across the hall that Hinata was sitting by herself eating her lunch. Hinata's by herself. She wondered, didn't I hear that she and Kiba are now dating? Not that it's any of my business. Her mouth formed a line, her emotions divided into one of 2 camps, one of happiness and one of jealousy. Still, she's a nice girl, and she deserves it. I guess Kiba got lucky. The corner of her mouth turned up a small smile. I guess one of us deserves something good. Her thoughts were interrupted by none other than Karen, joining her at the table. Hey, Sakura looked up to see Karen with a tray of food. Hey, Karen, she replied meekly, how'd it go? Same old with the principal, she said annoyingly. I guess speaking your mind isn't allowed anymore. Anyhow, not like I give a damn. Sakura didn't answer, instead remaining silent. What's up with you? Karen questioned, taking a bite of food. You're quieter than usual. You're still worried about Ino? She hasn't bothered to make an effort to even try and talk to me since I've been back. I mean seriously. The pink-haired girl didn't answer her, but inside, something was building up. It was like a volcano beginning to erupt at any moment. Who was Karen to treat people the way she did? And why did she have to keep following whatever Karen said? This wasn't right, and she wasn't going to let this carry on anymore. Sakura couldn't explain it herself, but it was like she was being strung off a cliff with no one to rescue her. Just then, something inside her snapped. Seriously, that's all she cares about. Maybe Naruto was right. All she cares about is stroking her ego more and more. How the hell can I keep trusting her? Karen noticed out the corner of her eye, Sakura clenching a fist and shaking. What's up with you for real? She repeated the question. Oh, not you as well. She droned, putting her fork down, realizing what was going on. Let me tell you this, Sakura, she continued with a more forceful tone, if you ever think of betraying me as Ino did, I will make your life a living hell. Do I need to remind you of something? Sakura relaxed her hand for a moment, her eyes locked with Karen's. Karen smirked. Oh, it seems I do. So let me jog your memory. Remember when we first entered junior high? Who was your first friend? That's right, it was me. And remember when your mother got into debt and was almost evicted? Oh yes, my father bailed her out. Sakura felt like she had been stabbed with a knife and it was twisting deeper and deeper into her subconscious. So remember where your loyalties lie, Sakura, otherwise. Otherwise what, Karen? Sakura growled, surprising Karen. Sakura stood up from her seat and slammed her hand on the table. Maybe I was wrong. I was wrong to follow you all these years. I am tired of being in your fucking shadow. Do you think I can ignore what you did? You almost killed someone. If this was the real world, you'd be put in prison for that shit. Karen was not expecting this kind of reaction from her. First Ino turned her back on her, now Sakura? This wasn't her day. And what about it? She retorted, noticing she was being challenged. The little shit had it coming. He had one job to do and he decides he's gonna grow a pair. Also, how did he find out about my relationship with that loser? Did you leak that information? Because if you did, so help me God ill. You'll do what? Tatsumaki? The pair snapped their heads in synchronization to see another girl had joined them. A girl with short black hair and harsh red eyes. What do you want, Sarutobi? Karen hissed, this isn't any of your business, so just stay out of it. The girl folded her arms. First off, my name is Mirai. Second, when you cause a scene like this in front of everyone, as head of the student council, it becomes my business. From my perspective, this looks like bullying. And after your little stunt you pulled the other week, I'd think twice about doing anything else. TCH, the redhead scoffed. Relax, would ya? We just got into a silly heated discussion about someone, didn't we, Sakura? Sakura remained quiet, her eyes trailing to Mirai, then back to Karen. Sure, she spoke quietly, picking up the rest of her food. In fact, I was just leaving to go to the bathroom. I'll catch you later. Mirai nodded slightly. Fair enough. She shot a glare at Karen. Watch yourself, Tatsumaki. Don't want you getting expelled again. Karen gritted her teeth. Watch yourself, teacher's pet, she countered aggressively. All because you're Sarutobi's daughter doesn't mean I should go easy on you. Is that a threat, Tatsumaki? Turning her back, she flipped Mirai off. Oh, bore off. Karen walked off out of the lunch hall, slowly following Sakura down the hallway. You got something to say about that little outburst, Sakura? Karen called out, prompting the pinkhead to turn round. You think you can just turn and walk away from me? Remember what I said? Forget it, Karen, leave me alone. Sakura shouted enraged, leave me alone. Karen's jaw dropped as she watched her friend walk into the bathroom and slam the door. Who the fuck does she think she is? I am the reason she even is somebody in the first place. If she thinks she can get away with walking away like this, she has another thing coming. Karen turned and headed towards the gymnasium. There was no way she was going to let Sakura get away with this. In the bathroom, Sakura sat in a stall by herself. Had she just stood up for herself? It was a strange feeling. Like shackles being cut off from her ankles, she took a few deep breaths before exiting and splashing cold water on her face. I have to make things right with Ino. She's probably hurting right now more than ever. Sakura was then joined by Mirai, who entered the bathroom a few minutes after. Mirai? What are you doing here? She asked. Mirai stood with her hands on her hips. Let's just say, you look like you could use someone to talk to. And Karen is getting on my last nerve. I know half of what's been going on. Care to share the rest with me? But you're regardless of my position, Mirai continued softly. Anything you tell me remains confidential unless I deem otherwise. Sakura bit her lip. Great, head of the student council. How did I get myself into this mess? In the last 2 weeks that had passed, Hinata had recovered from her trauma a couple of days after the initial incident. During this time, Kiba had been with her most of the time to spend time with her and make sure she was okay. In addition, Kiba had gotten a bit more studying done along with growing closer to Hinata. The two had effectively become a couple but hadn't said many words of it to anyone. They would each lunch together practically every day or meet up in Kurenai's classroom to work on more mathematics together. Hiyashi, during this period, while he had been concerned for his daughter's welfare and was grateful she had recovered, still had a very dissatisfying outlook towards Kiba. A couple of shouting matches had ended with Hinata storming up to her room and slamming the door, leaving Hiyashi wondering if she was going to change her mind about Kiba. However, this was one battle he refused to admit defeat in. He had remained passive since the last shouting match and he hadn't said anything in the last 2 days. Going to school changed that. Hinata was a lot happier and was always smiling whenever she met Kiba outside the front of the school in the morning. She had never been so in love. Watching from her seat, she had bare witness to the confrontation between the girls. I guess some things never change, but what was up with Sakura? She seemed off. She was then joined by Kiba, who greeted her with a kiss on the cheek. Hey, he smiled politely, sitting down with his own food. Hey, Kiba, she replied, kissing him back, her eyes wandering off slightly. Something up? He questioned the sad look on her face. She mumbled quietly, it's Sakura. She just had a shouting match with Karen, and that's not like her. Usually, those two are pretty okay with one another, but just now, she turned to Kiba. I've never seen Sakura act like that before. Kiba slowly opened his can of drink. Well, it's either a girl's argument about nothing or much like what happened with Ino the other week, they've fallen out. He took a small sip, his eyes looking over at the redhead as she walked out the cafeteria. It annoys me that she's still here. Can't believe she had the guts to do that to someone. Speaking of, have you heard from Kabuto lately? Hinata asked curiously. Shikamaru mentioned that he's okay, just a bit shaken up still. I hope he does come back, he's a decent guy. But from what you told me, do you think he will? Hinata had been told about the whole affair a few days after she had gotten out of the hospital, astonished that Karen did that to someone. Kiba shrugged, beats me, but I'll check on him later. Hinata smiled, that's very generous of you, Kiba, I am sure he'd appreciate it very much. Tenten's plan, Operation Jackpot as she called it, hadn't been what Neji would describe as perfect, himself being an avid planner and strategist when it came to his schoolwork. He enjoyed the challenge that came from making a plan and executing it with precision and perfection. This, however, was far from that. Neji grumbled as he looked at the clock. 12:30, at some point, Naruto would be heading to the music room to practice with Kiba. Well, Neji hoped that he would. Tenten had been keeping a track of Naruto's schedule for the last couple of days, even going as far as getting a copy of his lesson plan from the teachers. Now though, she had another idea. This one involved grabbing something personal from him. Neji's phone vibrated as he looked down, having received another message from Tenten. Tenten. He should be there soon, you know what to do, right? The boy pinched the bridge of his nose as his train of thought began chugging along in his head. Neji. Are you sure this will work? Tenten. Have some faith, would ya? This is foolproof. Just make some small talk and you'll be fine. Neji placed his phone at his side for a moment, taking a deep breath. What was so nervous about this? It was only small talk. Neji. Fine, I'll let you know what happens. He headed downstairs towards the music room and waited for Naruto to show up. Neji observed Naruto walk into the music room and place his backpack down. He signed heavily. There was no way any kind of small talk was going to solve this dilemma. What the heck could Tenten want from his backpack? He thought as he watched Naruto pick up his guitar and started to tune it. Nevertheless, I am not going to waste too long here. Neji noticed a small red handle encased in a glass case next to the staircase. Damn it, Tenten, he gritted his teeth, gazing at the object. You had better not try and get me thrown into detention for this. Without another second of hesitation, he smashed the case with his fist and pulled the handle down, causing an alarm sound to be emitted throughout the school. Naruto and Kiba looked up from playing as the sound began piercing through the room. Oh, that's just great, Naruto shouted, placing down his guitar. Who the hell decided to start a fire now? Attention! The fire alarm had been pulled. Will all students please head outside the building and into the playground immediately, came the voice of Principal Senju through the loudspeakers. Damn, we better go, regardless if it's a drill or not, Kiba said, standing up from his kit. Great, Naruto responded sarcastically, as if my week couldn't get any worse. Neji hid in the small alcove by the stairs, Naruto and Kiba quickly heading past him and up the staircase. Checking the coast was clear. Neji snuck into the room and opened Naruto's backpack. Come on, he muttered quietly looking through his books, it's got to be here. He carried on rummaging until he picked up a small red book with a black binding and covered with various band stickers. This must be it. Neji flicked through the pages, discovering notes upon notes of different songs, titles, guitar tunings, along with a very interesting page that was outlined with red ink. The top of the page read, Ino Yamanaka is one hell of a great bass player, plus she's really cute. Neji rubbed his forehead at the cheesy love statement. Geez, he's quite the Romeo, isn't he? He carried on until he reached the back page of the book entitled Final Setlist for Talent Show and Adjustments. I guess this is what Tenten wanted. He pulled out his phone, took a quick photo and placed the book back in the bag. I'd better hurry outside and join the others so I don't arouse suspicion. A few minutes later, he rushed outside to join the other students who stood in the playground in lines as the teachers were doing a head count. Luckily for Neji, he had arrived just in time before his name was called out. Neji Hyuga, called out Asuma with a clipboard in his hand. Present, he replied as he stood next to Tenten. So did you get it? She whispered quietly in his ear. He nodded. Yes, I did. You do realize if they find out it was me who did this, he'll be thrown into detention, right? Tenten responded with a pout. Oh boo-hoo. She hissed annoyingly, the great Hyuga prodigy getting detention on his spotless record. Cry me a river. There's love at stake here, and we're not done yet. Neji could only grunt in annoyance as he faced forward with a scowl on his face. Why did he put up with his girlfriend's antics? That was it? Nothing else? She asked him, looking at the photo he had shared with her. Oh, I am sorry. Do you want to know about Naruto's sappy love-struck notes that sound like he's writing a romance novel? Neji retorted sarcastically. If so, you go back in there and find that. Ahem. Asuma called out, can we have some quiet please? The two returned facing forward with their peers. Moments later, Vice Principal Kato came out into the playground with an announcement. It's all right. It looks like one of the alarms wasn't working and it was set off without us knowing. No harm done here, folks. Please return to your classes immediately. Neji and Tenten looked at one another as they walked back in. You were saying? Tenten sniggered, jabbing him with her elbow. You know I am going to get you back for this, Neji muttered, unamused by the whole ordeal. The students walked back into the school, discussing amongst themselves why there was a weird fire evacuation in the middle of the day like this. Ino, within a small crowd of people, was wondering the exact same thing. She was lost in thought for a moment and didn't realize she bumped into a familiar figure. She lost her balance, falling down next to him. Ouch, sorry, she said, rubbing her head. Hey, it's okay, a familiar voice responded, much to her chagrin. Ino was stunned by the appearance of none other than Naruto, who quickly picked himself up. Ino, he said, with a blank expression. She stepped back a bit and got up, feeling all her emotions come crashing in at once. She looked into his cerulean eyes, which carried the same sparkle from the afternoon they first met. However, her heart right now was not in the same place as her head. Damn, why now? This is like the first face-to-face in 2 weeks. Does he even remember what happened? Naruto took a deep breath as he looked upon her. Ino, look, I just want to say that. Ino, startled by his immediate response, quickly cut him off. No, Naruto, I want to say. An awkward silence beckoned the two of them and Ino felt her body shake a little. Why am I so nervous all of a sudden? It's just Naruto. She felt that all too familiar pain slither into her heart once again. Why can't I? The silence was interrupted by another familiar classmate of theirs. Hey, Ino. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Tenten appeared next to her with a cheery expression. Did you manage to find it? Huh? What? Ino replied, confused as anything. Naruto himself was wondering what was going on. You know, Tenten suggested discreetly, the keychain that I made in the metal shop. Did you manage to find it out here? I am pretty sure I dropped it, and her eyes turned to Naruto. Hey Naruto, how's it going? You haven't seen my keychain, have you? It looks like an owl and it's painted white. Naruto shook his head at the girl's strange request. No, but if I see anything I'll let you know. Well, thanks for the offer of help, Tenten grumbled, noticing her friend looking anxious. Come Ino. She grabbed her arm and began pulling her away. Let's check the bathroom stalls again. Maybe I left it there. Naruto watched with a raised eyebrow at the two girls headed in front back towards the school. What was that all about? He mumbled to himself. He had wanted to say something to Ino, but couldn't. He didn't want to show it, but his own emotions were a jumbled mess. Perhaps I need more time. She's probably still upset with me. His mind was cast back to the Saturday of their date together. He had enjoyed every moment of it, all the laughter, all the fun discussions, and how amazing she had looked that day. To him, Ino was absolutely beautiful and no other girl came close. Was it really over between the two of them? Naruto began walking back to class on his own. Tenten and Ino hurried a few feet ahead, with the former gritting her teeth in annoyance. Talk about awkward, she said, frustrated. Geez, what's it going to take for you two to say something to one another? Ino frowned. What did you want me to do? That was like the first conversation in 2 weeks. Tenten's eye twitched at her remark. Conversation isn't the word I would use. That was barely even a sentence. Easy for you to say, Ino thought sadly. You weren't the one who slapped him. Noticing Ino looking depressed again, the brunette placed her hands on her shoulders, prompting the blonde to look up at her again. Look, I promise you, you two are going to be back in each other's arms by the time this term is over. she exclaimed with optimism. Now, do you still trust me? Ino looked into her friend's eyes and nodded. Yes, I trust you. Great, Tenten replied with a smile. Now shall we head to class? Kabuto Yakushi had arrived at the end of the school day after everyone had gone. Mentally, the last 2 weeks had left him shaken and drained. He had stayed at home while his foster parents had telephoned Principal Senju asking about the whole affair that had occurred and that he would be needing some time off to recuperate. Kabuto took it easy, managing to revise for his subjects online and rereading a few books too. Noticing the empty hallway as he entered the building, he breathed a sigh of relief. He headed towards the center of the building when he was stopped by a familiar face. Hey, Kabuto, he turned around to see Kiba with Hinata at her locker grabbing some books. Kiba, he said, noticing the two of them, I had no idea there was anyone still here. Yeah, well, stuff happens, he replied, as he placed the books in his backpack. How are you doing? I heard from Shikamaru you needed some time off. Sorry to hear what happened. I promise you though, as long as me and Naruto are here, we're not going to let anything else happen to you. Kiba had felt guilty for not being there when it had happened, so he was hoping that making a promise like this would be the best way to make it up to him. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, taking in the boy's sincere words. That is most generous of you, Kiba. He blinked, noticing how close Hinata was to him. I see you two are dating now. The blue-haired girl blushed a little as she grasped her arm around Kiba's. That's nice, Kabuto said softly. I am pleased for the both of you. Much to his proud exterior, inside he was feeling a tad jealous and upset. One of the things he had been thinking about was Namita. Had she forgotten about him over the last 2 weeks? Did she ever want to see him again? He didn't know. Thanks, dude, Kiba replied, placing a hand on his shoulder. You let me know of anything that troubles you. Hinata and I will do our best to help you make it right. Trust me. We will not let that bitch beat you like this. You're a genuine guy, Kabuto. That's right, Hinata added, joining Kabuto on his other side. We'll do our best, together. Kabuto looked into the eyes of the Hyuga and saw genuine compassion radiating from them. Is this what it's like to have friends? I've never really felt it before, and now these two are pledging themselves to help me out like this. Simply extraordinary. Thank you, the two of you, Kabuto continued, but I must be going. See you later. He headed down the hallway, leaving the two of them alone. Wonder why he came so late. The day's over, Hinata wondered. Kiba was left with a puzzled look. Beats me, but I am glad to see he's still in one piece. Kabuto approached the door of Principal Senju, giving it a light tap with his knuckle. Enter, came the voice on the other side. He opened the door slowly to see Tsunade going over some documents. Shizune stood on the other side of the room preparing some tea. Kabuto Yakushi. Tsunade questioned his sudden appearance. What brings you here? I thought you were not due back until I had a call from your parents. Yes, but I thought it would be a good time now to explain some things. Tsunade adjusted her posture and placed her hands together, intrigued to hear what the boy had to say. What would you like to discuss with me? Ino walked home alone again. The school days seemed to drag on and on. She really wanted to skip school if she could, but knowing what would happen if her parents found out, it would probably be the end of everything for her. She trusted Tenten that she would help her. Today's situation had just made things more awkward. Her phone vibrated, with a new message popping up. Tenten. I've got what I needed. Can you meet me tomorrow after school to go through what we need to do? I am sorry about earlier. It must have been awkward, but I promise you, he is just as in as much pain as you are. The blonde blinked as she felt her eyes water slightly. Is he though? He didn't seem like it. Maybe I should just give up. He's probably found someone else. A second message followed the first a few seconds after. Tenten. And if you think otherwise, forget it. I am not going to let you two idiots fall out like this. Got it? Anyway, make sure you bring your base. You're going to need it. Damn, did she read my mind or something? Raising an eyebrow at the last sentence, she shook her head. And what does she plan to do? Have me serenade him? Ino arrived home momentarily, throwing her bag on the bottom of the stairs. Walking into the kitchen, Inoichi was sitting at the table reading a news column and sipping some coffee. Hey Pumpkin, how was school today? He asked as Ino responded with what could be described as a grunt. She reached into the fridge and pulled out a bottle of water. Ino, he said, wondering what had got her in a mood, can we talk? She stopped herself from leaving the room as she noticed the last line had a more serious tone to it. About, she asked drearily, wanting to get back to her bedroom. Inoichi placed down his paper, offering her a seat next to him, to which his daughter reluctantly agreed. You, of course, he began bluntly, the last 2 weeks I've noticed you haven't been yourself lately, you've barely said a word over dinner or on the weekends, hell, you haven't even been playing your bass either and you've loved that thing for a while now. His eyes encompassed pain as he looked into Ino's. She had always been a happy girl, but these last few weeks had seen her the most depressed he had ever witnessed. Inoichi loved her very much and couldn't stand seeing her like this any longer. I am. Ino began her response but felt her mouth go dry, forcing her to take a sip of water. I am. It's just school, that's all. A lot of work lately and stuff. Inoichi sighed. Ino, no offense, but you're my daughter and I know when you're lying. Your face right now is saying something completely different to what your mouth did. He gently placed his left hand over hers, as she turned her head in the opposite direction. It's about that boy, isn't it? Ino was flabbergasted at his response, turning slightly red. What? No, how did? Minato told me, he replied. We met over the weekend for some beers and a catch-up. He said something about Naruto being expelled for trying to break up a fight with Karen. A strange story, I thought at first. He brought his free hand to his chin, the thumb stroking the stubble as he contemplated the story he heard. Ino, what happened between you and Naruto? The other week when you two went out, you were the happiest I've seen you in ages, and now, to see you like this. Ino blinked as her eyes fell slightly. Bumping into Naruto today during the fire evacuation was awkward enough, but now her dad knew about the whole thing. She might as well ask the ground to swallow her up now. Her lip quivered, struggling to form the words that she wanted to say. I screwed up, Dad. I screwed up everything, she repeated, the familiar stabbing pain in her heart returning for the second time that day. I lost my cool and slapped him, told him I never wanted to see him again. Tears formed in her eyes. Now he probably hates me. Watching his daughter sobbing began cracking Inoichi's own heart. He clasped his hands over hers again, comforting her best he could. Ino, it's okay. You made a mistake and that's understandable. I heard everything. It sounds like Karen isn't the person you thought she was. She sounds bitter and full of rage. He furrowed his brow slightly. I mean to attack someone like that. Ino let go for a moment to wipe her eyes with the back of her hand. But what do I do, Dad? She cried sadly. Naruto. From what Minato said to me, he said, cutting her off, Naruto sounds like he's just as upset as you are. He's just not showing it, Inoichi said calmly. Look, if he said he hated you, he would have said something. Now take it from someone who's known Minato for years. He's one of my oldest friends and he has never shown any kind of malice or hatred towards anyone. It looks like Naruto takes after him after all. What I am saying is give it some more time, Ino. Approach him when you feel you're ready. I am sure he'll come around. A nice boy like that would be a shame to lose, even as a friend. Great, first Tenten and now my dad. Does anyone else want to shove advice in my face today? Her face softened with a small smile. She couldn't be mad at them for trying. They were only looking out for her best interests. I guess they're right. Naruto must be in pain too. Well, if Tenten knows something I don't, I should give her a shot. Thanks, Dad, that means a lot. I'll make sure to make it up to him. Inoichi grinned proudly. That's my girl. Why don't you go and play some music It'll make you feel better. Also, I'll tell your mom we're gonna order some takeout tonight. How does that sound? Ino stood up and gave her dad a big hug. That'll be nice, thanks a lot. She let go and headed upstairs to her bedroom. Inoichi stood there with a smug look, hands on his hips, shaking his head. Teenagers. Why did I have to have a girl? Boys would have been so much easier to deal with. Damn you, Minato. Ino entered her bedroom, picked up her bass and sat on the end of the bed. She plugged it into the small amp she had on the floor and began to tune. Tenten, you'd better be right about all this. Ino plucked a few strings, tuning the keys slowly. 2 weeks of not playing had made her a bit rusty. Maybe it was time to get back into playing to enjoy herself again. What was that song he showed me? Willing. Tsunade Senju had been a teacher for 20 years of her adult life. Starting out in her late 20s, she had hoped it would have been a fun and exciting career for herself. After all, what could be more interesting and rewarding than helping grow and develop the young minds of the next generation? Unfortunately, that answer became a lot more difficult to answer as her career progressed upwards. About 5 years ago, she had taken over from the previous principal, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who really wanted to settle down, retire and enjoy a round of golf now and again with his friends. He had personally recommended Tsunade for the position due to her previous track record. Accepting it was an honor, actually doing the job was more painful than she had expected. She sat at her desk where Kabuto Yakushi had talked about his story with regards to Karen, explaining how and why she attacked him in the first place. Her eyes widened as the boy finished off with the part of the blackmail. And that's the whole story, ma'am, Kabuto finished after a few moments. I see. Tsunade sat up, taking a sip of tea Shizune had prepared for her. I had already excluded Karen for 2 weeks for that attack, and perhaps I was wrong for Naruto to be excluded as well. She placed her cup down and took a breather. But the use of blackmail, Christ, what is it with kids today? She shook her head. And you mean to tell me that any relationship you have had with any student is strictly platonic and there was no sexual behavior of any kind? Because you do realize that if you are lying, the consequences will be even more severe. Ma'am, I solemnly swear that I am telling you the whole truth regarding this matter. Kabuto himself really didn't want to lie to her, but if there was any way to stop these rumors, perhaps this would be a start. Tsunade nodded. Understood. I will keep a close watch on Karen. She is treading a very fine line at the moment and I will not hesitate to expel her permanently if she is found assaulting you or anyone else. Thank you for approaching me with this matter. Feel free to come in tomorrow and I will alert the rest of the teachers with regards to any additional work you may have missed. Kabuto stood up. Thank you, Principal. Tsunade watched him leave the room and shut the door. Karen Tatsumaki is a strange one indeed. And she's cousins with Naruto Uzumaki of all people? The pair of them of complete opposites of each other, you'd have no idea they were related. She bit the nail of her thumb, contemplating everything she had been told. Still, from what Kabuto told me, this seemed to be going on for a while now. I am going to keep a close watch on her. Thursday lunchtime. The next day at lunchtime, Ino headed straight to the music room to meet up with Tenten. What could she be planning? Ino wondered why her friend had mentioned bringing her instrument. Today had been a better morning overall for Ino. She had eaten a well-balanced breakfast, put on her favorite playlist on the way to school, met Tenten outside the usual cafe and paid attention in class. She had to thank both Tenten and her dad for their pep talks. Perhaps her life wasn't over after all. Ino entered the music room promptly to see Tenten sat up on a table with legs crossed, bobbing her head, music blaring out from her headphones and casually drumming her fingers. Tenten? Ino asked, tilting her head, wondering if her friend had forgotten. She clicked her fingers twice before the brunette snapped out of her music daze and took off her headphones. Oh hey, sorry about that, she chuckled, scratching the back of her head sheepishly. I was in the zone, why no? What were you listening to? Ino asked curiously. It sounded very techno-y. Tenten took the headphones out of her phone jack and swiped the music player off. Little band named Circle of Dust, industrial rock, lots of synths, great stuff. Ino rolled her eyes, something Naruto would probably like. Anyway, glad you made it, Tenten said cheerfully. Where's your bass? Ino gestured to the side of the room. I keep it here in that locker. It was meant to be a secret. She turned her head to the side, feeling embarrassed. But as you probably know, Naruto found me out in. That's in the past. What's important now is that we put this plan into motion. Tenten sat forward, letting her legs dangle off the table. Get it out for me please. Ino nodded, walked over to her locker and retrieved her bass. She took a seat next to Tenten, playing a few chords. Ouch. The brunette pulled a face, hearing a very uncomfortable rumble. When was the last time you tuned that thing? Ino looked puzzled. A few weeks ago. Tenten rubbed her forehead. You need someone to help play with you. Her eyes scanned the room. Which one of these is Naruto's locker again? Say what? He keeps something in here, right? She gestured towards the locker which looked pretty beat up. I am guessing that one. Ino could only nod as Tenten walked over, pulled out a hairpin and started picking the lock. Tenten. You do realize that what you're doing is pretty much illegal, right? Fidgeting with the lock, she grinned as she managed to unlock the door. As far as I am concerned, if it's getting you two back together, nothing is illegal. Tenten got out Naruto's guitar, sat down with Ino and began tuning it. You do know he's gonna flip when he finds out someone's been here. Aw, forget it, she exclaimed, Striking a few chords, what he doesn't know, won't hurt him, am I right? Anyhow. In a matter of seconds, like it was nothing, Tenten began playing a solo that was all too familiar to Ino's ears. Enter Sandman by Metallica. The exact same song she had been practicing the day she had met Naruto. Playing it with the swiftness and grace of a professional, Ino's jaw dropped, watching her friend complete the solo so smoothly, she didn't know what to say. Tenten took a breather and looked up to see the blonde's face bamboozled. What? Tenten asked, confused. I've dabbled in music before, it's just I never really dedicated myself to it properly. But, Ino replied, feeling a tad jealous at her friend's skill, you play so well. You should be playing with Naruto instead of me and... I am gonna stop you there, Tenten demanded, her voice slightly raised. My plan is to get you back with Naruto, not take him away from you. You're going to be playing with him in the talent show in 2 weeks, and you are going to blow everyone's mind when you walk on stage, got it? Ino sighed sadly, you really mean that? That's your plan? She was even more puzzled than she was before. How's that going to get me back with Naruto? He won't accept it. I am well aware of what he might do, Tenten added, placing down the guitar, and I've got it all figured out, just, have some faith, okay? She placed her hands on Ino's shoulders, before enveloping her with a warm hug. I promise you, I am going to make this work. Now, shall we play? Ino returned the hug, and couldn't help but smile as well. It really felt that after all the drama of the last few weeks, Tenten was now pretty much her closest friend. No judgment, no grief, only someone who was now looking out for her best interests. Damn, she's such a great person. I can't believe she wants to help me like this. Thank you, Tenten, Ino said softly. Hold on, what do you mean by play? Tenten let go and sat back on the table. From her backpack, she produced a bit of paper to which Ino took. Upon closer inspection, her eyes widened when she realized what was on it. Hold up, this is... Precisely, the brunette chuckled. I have to admit, your boyfriend has great taste, but I think it's up to you to see if you can master it all. Blushing at the boyfriend comment, Ino scowled at her. How did you get this? I told you the other day, I had backup. Tenten picked up Naruto's guitar and began tuning it. Now, how about we try that first song? Or better yet, I have another suggestion. So for the rest of that lunch hour, Ino and Tenten began playing with each other. Parts 1 and 2 of Tenten's plan had been set in motion. Now she was hoping that part 3 would be just as successful. Naruto and Kiba sat outside on the front lawn, having their lunch with none other than Rock Lee. Sorry, you want me to do what? Lee asked, finishing his meal. We would like you to be part of our band for the talent show, Naruto said confidently. We think your playing could add another dimension to our music. That is most admirable of you, Naruto, Lee said with a smile. I would be more than happy to take part. What songs are we playing? Naruto pulled out his notebook from his bag and handed it over to the boy. This is our list. If you join us in the music room tomorrow and a few hours over the weekend, we can go through them together. If you can practice at home too, that will be a bonus. Lee's eyes scanned through the notes, and he quickly made notes in his own little pad. Thank you very much, Naruto. I look forward to getting involved. I will admit I have dabbled into rock music myself. You have heard of bands like Yes, Genesis and Pink Floyd, I imagine? I have managed to replicate and play a lot of their songs using only my keyboard, and I believe it is fantastic. Kiba smirked at the boy's tenacity. You seem to know your stuff there, dude, but we play stuff that is slightly faster and heavier than your usual progressive rock. Lee gasped. If it is a challenge you want me to accept, I shall wholeheartedly accept it. He clenched his fist with pride. I shall sleep, eat and breathe heavy metal. Naruto and Kiba looked at each other with a weird look. Was this really a good idea? Let's just focus on actually playing the songs, okay, Lee? Naruto said. In the back of his mind, he really did miss Ino and really did want her to come back, but he wasn't so sure anymore. She was a damn good player and would probably ace the whole show with them. He sighed, feeling his own heart tear in two, but little did he know that he would be in for the surprise of his life. Kabuto retrieved some books from his locker. The truth was out there, but what would it take for others to believe him? He could only trust the principal's word for now and hope things would work out. You sniveling little weasel! Cried a very angry voice, prompting several students in the hallway to turn their heads. Kabuto turned round to see Karen charging towards him. Now listen, he was cut off by a swift punch to the gut. How dare you show your face around here? she shouted, the sound of her voice piercing his ears. You have the guts to come back after last time? Didn't you learn your lesson? Kabuto coughed but couldn't help but laugh a little as well. It's funny, I should ask you the same thing, he muttered through another cough. You haven't changed at all. That ego of yours really is the worst. No wonder no one likes you. Hearing that made her blood boil, to which she responded with another punch to his stomach, this one knocking him to the floor. You fucking prick. I am going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. She stomped her foot across Kabuto's elbow, with him screaming in pain with the pressure crushing his bone. Maybe a broken arm will finally get through to you. You're nothing and you will always be nothing. As Karen was about to apply her other foot to his arm, she was stopped by someone striking the back of her ankle, causing her to lose balance and fall to the floor. Who the hell? Karen cried as she stumbled to her feet again. She looked up to discover Mirai helping Kabuto. Kabuto, you okay? Mirai asked, slinging her arm around the boy's shoulder. Yeah, just barely, he replied, coughing. Thank you. Karen grew angrier. Teacher's pet. I thought I said to you not to poke your nose into my business. Mirai stared directly into her eyes, piercing right through like daggers. You've got a lot of nerve, Karen Tatsumaki. How dare you carry on like this? Karen wasn't ready to lose just yet. Just you wait and see. I've got plenty more where that came from and. She stopped talking when she noticed someone else joined them. Sakura? Karen wondered, smiling slightly. Oh, thank God. These two losers think they can talk back, but you're still here, right? Look, I am sorry about that outburst yesterday, but if you... No, came a firm response from the pink-haired girl as she looked at the redhead with forcefulness. What? I said no, Karen, Sakura replied, walking over to the other side of Kabuto. We're done here. Karen's mouth parted slightly as she watched her friend walk over to the other two students. Kabuto, Sakura spoke, observing the boy's bruised arm. I am sorry I let this happen to you, but no more. I'll take you to the nurse's office. Get some ice for that arm of yours. Kabuto's eyes widened. Sakura, I am going to start making this up, the right way. Sakura, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Karen's heart began pounding anxiously. Why are you helping out that loser? Sakura twisted her head around. We're finished, Karen. We're no longer friends, not while you continue to act like this, she spat venomously. Say what? You're doing what to me? Karen shouted back without me. You're nothing. What makes you think you can walk away like this? Sakura stood her ground with a defensive stance, because I've seen the real you. The real person behind that fake mask you hide. You act like you're the most popular person here and that everyone should love you, but the real truth is, you're a sad, scared little girl who abuses and manipulates everyone to get what you want. I followed you for years, thinking you'd always be there for me, but no more, Karen. You fucking slut. Karen screamed, her emotions reaching a breaking point. You were nothing before you met me. You'll lose everything that you've ever had. I'd rather lose everything and be happier than spend another second being friends with someone like you. It's over, Karen, you've lost. Sakura is right, Mirai added, stepping next to Sakura, and if you try to attack or bully anyone else here, you will be sorry. I'll make sure of it. Oh, little teacher's pet thinks she's got guts, huh? Well, I know people. My family knows people. I can make it so your life is ruined, permanently. Try me, Mirai answered icily. Try me, and let's see how it turns out. You're psychotic, Karen Tatsumaki. Leave, get help. The atmosphere had turned hostile for one thing, but it looked like neither side wanted to back down. Karen stared down at the two of them. How was she losing like this? She practically ruled this school. Who was this girl to tell her otherwise? Sakura, Karen said darkly, I expected better from you. From me? Sakura snapped in anger. Look at yourself. How you can carry on like this is beyond me. Shino was right. Your whole family is toxic. A feud from years ago and you've been fed the diluted poison from it all. At least Naruto has the decency to move on from such drama. Karen snarled at hearing her cousin's name. That bastard is nothing. No, you're the one who's nothing. Mirai countered furiously. It's over, Tatsumaki. A few other students stood next to the trio of Sakura, Mirai and Kabuto, all holding their ground. Karen's eyes hesitantly scanned the hallway left and right. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, before slamming one into the locker next to her. You think this is over? I don't need you. I don't need any of you. Mirai smirked. We're finished here, Tatsumaki. I suggest you leave, now, the last word she emphasized strongly. Without another minute's hesitation, Karen Tatsumaki turned and walked away defeated and humiliated. She couldn't stand being here much longer. When she was out of sight, Sakura and Mirai gave each other a graceful nod. Nicely done, Sakura, Mirai complimented. I am so glad you did that. I can't believe I did it myself, the Pinketty replied, feeling embarrassed. She shook her head and drew her attention back to Kabuto. Kabuto, I know I don't deserve your forgiveness for not helping you from before. I want to say that I am sorry and I didn't know things would escalate this badly. I want to start making things right and make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else. She lowered her head in sadness. If you don't forgive me, I understand, but right now at least let me take you to the nurse's office. Kabuto was at a loss for words. Yesterday with Kiba and Hinata, now today with Mirai and Sakura. It was like the world was finally giving something back to him after all the drama he had faced for years. Sakura, I forgive you. You had the courage to stand up to your friend and that was impressive. Thank you for your offer of friendship. He cracked a small smile, though he flinched at the now shooting pain in his arm. Come. Sakura placed her arm around his waist. Let's get you there pronto. As Mirai and Sakura walked Kabuto to the office, a small burst of applause came from the students in the hallway along with cheers and whistles. Way to go, Kabuto, nice work. Sakura. Mirai led the boy to get medical aid while Sakura disappeared and went to the bathroom. The lunch bell rang notifying the students to head to their next period of lessons. The girls in the music room packed up the equipment and headed out the door. Are you sure he's not going to know? Ino asked, worried that her friend's actions might cause more harm than good.
The thing about learning how to lockpick is that I've learned never to leave any evidence behind, Tenten said proudly. The worst thing he's going to know is that his instrument is out of tune, but I doubt that.
You're really optimistic, aren't you? Ino muttered. Anyway, I've learned that Naruto and Kiba use the room on Monday, Wednesday and Friday, so that only leaves us with Tuesdays and Thursdays. He'll come round yours after school and we can carry on from there. Are you sure about this? Positive, Tenten answered. Okay, Ino said, let's do this. Spending time with Tenten these last few days had given Ino some of her confidence back and she felt more herself again. The only question she asked herself now was, would she be able to finally patch things up with Naruto? She suddenly felt her phone vibrate. Picking it up, she looked at the sender information. Sakura? In the girls' bathroom. Sakura sat in a stall, exhausted from what she had done. I did the right thing, she thought, her heart still pounding. Naruto was right. She was nothing about a damn liar. Why did it take me so long to see that? I really hope Ino is okay. She pulled out her phone and took a deep breath. Please let me make things right. She began typing a quick message. Sakura. Ino, if you get this, please don't ignore it. I am sorry. I am sorry for not seeing what Karen was really like, and I am sorry for not being a better friend to you. I've just seen Karen being put in her place and I finally understand. You're your own person and I will always respect you for standing up for what you want. Please, let me make things right between us. The next morning, Sakura met up with Ino outside her house. After sending the text yesterday, Sakura didn't expect a response at first but was surprised when Ino did reply. Hey Sakura, Ino greeted, leaving her house. It's good to see you. You too, Ino, Sakura replied faintly. Let me just start by saying I am sorry for everything that happened. I didn't know Karen was so messed up, but I am here to make things right. Her voice echoing optimism. Anything you want help with, I am here for you no matter what. Ino smiled gently. Sakura, thank you. The two gave each other a small hug. So what happened to Karen? The blonde asked curiously. Sakura recounted the whole incident as the two began their walk to school, from when Karen assaulted Kabuto again to the final point where Sakura stood up against her, coupled with help from Mirai. Damn, Ino said, amazed at hearing her friend's story. She really was put in her place then, huh? Too right, Sakura added, and it looks like Kabuto is going to be all right after all. Thank goodness, Ino replied with a sigh of relief. Anyhow, on to another matter. What's going on with you and Naruto? Did you make up with him or? Hey, Ino. A voice called out. The two of them had reached the front of the school to be greeted by Tenten. The latter, however, pulled a face when seeing Sakura. Hey, Tenten, Ino replied. How is everything? Good thanks, Tenten answered, keeping her eye on Ino's friend. What are you doing here, Sakura? Last time I checked you were with Karen. Karen and I are finished. Sakura responded firmly. I want nothing more to do with her. I put her in her place yesterday thanks to Mirai helping me and I want to start making things right. Tenten folded arms, raising an eyebrow at her statement. So what I heard yesterday was true then, I heard about an argument in the hallway, but didn't think you were part of it. Believe me, it was for the best, Sakura said. Now, what's going on with the Naruto situation? I want to help you out any way I can, Ino. Ino looked away slightly, embarrassed. Well, it's not been exactly what you think. Basically, I am making sure these two get back together in the next 2 weeks, the brunette said confidently, and so far, it's going to plan. Sakura nodded, curious about what the brunette had done so far. I see, so this means you still love him, right? Ino blushed furiously at her remark. Oh, she so does, Tenten chuckled, but anyway, you said you want to help, right, Sakura? How good are your makeup skills? Pretty good, I guess. Sakura could only wonder why Tenten was asking her such a bizarre question. The latter looked like the kind who barely wore any if any whatsoever. Perfect, Tenten smiled, fist pumping the air. Then you can help with part 2 of Operation Jackpot. Operation Jackpot? The Pinkette queried. What does that have to do with getting these two back together? Well, this is how we do this next part. Roughly around the same time, Namida and Wasabi had met up to walk to school together. So I don't know if you heard, but Kabuto showed up yesterday, Wasabi began, reaching for her vape pen. Namida stopped walking for a moment, her mouth parted and her eyes widened. Wait, what? She exclaimed upon hearing the news. Kabuto, what happened? I heard from Nitora that he stood up to Karen when she tried assaulting him again and kicked her ass. Namida couldn't believe her ears. Did he actually come back after all this time? Her heart fluttered at the prospect of seeing him again, but then was replaced with a touch of sadness, feeling that he might not want to see her again. He did that? Namida questioned. How did he? Wasabi brought the vape to her lips and took a quick draw. All I know is that he had some help from Mirai. A few moments later, Karen walks away without saying a word. She shot a mischievous smile while she took another draw. Damn, that just sounds so enticing. Can't believe I missed seeing that bitch being put in her place. Namida, while happy that Karen had been taught a lesson, was still feeling sad. Wasabi noticed the change in her facial expression, letting out a sigh. You're still worried about him, aren't ya? Namida didn't answer. Hey, her friend lightly nudged her on the arm. Don't you worry, the worst bit is over. He's doing okay, but I think I owe it to ya to do one last thing. The brunette looked puzzled, only wondering what her friend could be planning. What thing? Wasabi grinned. Leave it to me, I have an idea. At lunchtime, Naruto and Kiba went to practice as usual. The former picked up his guitar from the locker, but when he began to play it, he noticed the sound was out of tune. That's weird, he commented, playing a few chords. What's up? Kiba queried. When I left the other day, my guitar was in C tuning, it's now D tuned. Meaning? Naruto frowned. It means either I forgot the tuning, or someone's been tampering with it. But that's impossible, you're the only one who has a key to your own locker. Someone's been here. I wouldn't be this reckless in something like this, he muttered, retuning the strings to his standard tuning. He played a few chords, his ears resonating to the pleasant sound whilst Kiba played some drum fills. Better? Kiba asked. Now isn't Lee supposed to be showing up right about now? At that moment, Lee rushed into the room, looking out of breath. Sorry, I had to take care of work, Lee spoke in between panting. Don't sweat it, Naruto responded. Glad to see you made it, that's all. You ready to play? Lee gave a small salute. Yes, Naruto. I have spent time practicing at home with the songs you gave me and I am ready to showcase my talent. The other two nodded as Lee set up his keyboard. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Naruto instructed as the group began the first song. The blonde began the opening riffs whilst Kiba and Lee joined him momentarily on their respective instruments. Pacing aimlessly, with my mind is at unrest, unsure of what may come, he crooned loudly. After school that day, Tenten, Sakura and Ino snuck down into the music room to not only hang out properly but to continue work on Tenten's plan. Sakura was not only surprised at how Ino handled a bass, but also that Tenten seemed to lockpick Naruto's locker with ease. Is that the right thing to do? She pondered, watching the brunette take the guitar out of the locker. I said the same thing, Ino droned, tuning the keys of her instrument, but once she starts something, there's no use trying to change her mind. I am right here, you know, Tenten grumbled, sitting up on the table. Upon noticing the padlock on the floor, she pulled a face of annoyance. Looks like I'll have to work harder on that, she uttered, tossing the hairpin in the bin. Right, Sakura, I want you to look through a couple of these magazines I bought with me. Check my bag. Sakura checked over Tenten's satchel, pulling out a couple of music magazines, a few which primarily focused on female artists. So, what look are we going for? Sakura asked, flicking through the various pages. The rock chick/gothic look, Tenten replied, playing a few chords. Let me know what you think. She turned her attention to the blonde. That boy is going to go crazy when he sees you. Ino went red in the face. You plan on dolling me up for him? Not for him, it's to make a statement. I think after these last few weeks, it's time to show everyone that Ino Yamanaka is a badass. Now, how about that ending song Naruto picked? Ino, still bamboozled at her friend's statement, looked through the list of songs. Pour some sugar on me? Talk about cheese, she uttered, unimpressed. Tenten sniggered. I think he wants to end this spectacle with a bang. Plus, I might have a few ideas of my own on how to tweak it. You're basically saying you're going to sabotage his own setlist? Sakura said with a raised eyebrow. The brunette raised her hands in defense. Please, sabotage is such a dirty word. I prefer adjusting to save the love lives of two idiots who don't know how lucky they are to know each other. She adjusted her posture and began playing. Sakura, give us a few minutes and you take some notes, okay? Sakura began reading through the magazines, whilst Tenten and Ino played together. Over the next week, things at Konoha High seemed to be relatively normal again. On Monday, Naruto finally reunited with Kabuto after what had seemed to be forever. Naruto, it's good to see you. Kabuto greeted him with a handshake. Same here, pal. Returning the aforementioned gesture, Naruto noticed his friend was looking a lot healthier and a lot more positive than he had been before. How are you keeping? I've heard Kiba's been keeping an eye out for you. Indeed so, and I am eternally grateful for the both of you. He adjusted his glasses. Thank you again for what you did a few weeks back. No worries, I am sorry that I let Karen get to you like that. You should have said something sooner, Kabuto. I would have done anything to help you out. I was nervous and ashamed at the time, the boy continued softly, thinking back to that weekend, because of what I did to you and Ino. I hope you can forgive me for my heinous act. Naruto placed his hand on his friend's shoulder. It's okay. You were being messed about and didn't know how to act. It's all in the past now. You have a lot to look forward to. Kabuto smiled a small smile, feeling content at his friend's words. Thank you, Naruto. However, I am not so sure about. He bit his lip in hesitation at the next bit, his thoughts occupied with the face of a certain girl, her. You mean Namida? I am sure she's forgotten about everything, the blonde responded confidently. You just have to talk to her. I am sure she'll listen. Just, give yourself a chance, okay? Kabuto sighed but told himself Naruto was right. Thank you, Naruto. I'll see what I can do. Watching from the other side, Tenten grabbed her books from her locker alongside Neji. How's your plan going? He asked, amused. You haven't said much. Tenten pouted, slamming the door shut. It's going well, thanks. Just wait and see what happens at the show. About that, Neji pondered. You didn't say anything about how exactly you are going to set the stage for that part. I assume you'll be using some illegal act to try and set it all up. Tenten's jaw fell at her boyfriend's remark. Wow, you make me sound like a criminal. Do you have any bright ideas, Mr. Big Shot Pianist? Neji gritted his teeth. How dare you? I've been planning this for months. Tenten rubbed her forehead. I swear you can be such a hothead, Neji. She placed her books in her bag. Just wait and see what I've got going. Just then, Sakura and Ino walked by Naruto and Kabuto. The two blondes' eyes met with each other for a brief moment. A small twinkle appearing in both their gazes. However, such a moment of euphoria quickly disappeared, their attention diverting elsewhere. Hey Kabuto, how's it going? Sakura asked politely. Great, thank you, the gray-haired boy responded. How's everything with you? Ah, ya no so. Can't wait to hand in this essay to Mr. Sarutobi. Thanks again for your notes. She noted the presence of Naruto next to him. Hey Naruto, good to see you. Naruto was confused at the two's interaction. Hey, since when did you two start talking to one another? Believe it or not, it was thanks to Sakura I was able to beat Karen last week. Naruto blinked twice to make sure what he was hearing was correct. Whoa, hold up. Karen? You beat her? Yep, Sakura said, stopped her from making a scene with Kabuto and told her I was sick and tired of her bullshit. She won't be ruining anyone else's life, that's for sure. She remembered something else suddenly, so the whole cousin thing. That must really suck, huh? Being related in. Naruto cut her off abruptly. I'd rather not talk about that, it's annoying every time I think about it. No problem, sorry, Sakura replied in a small voice, turning back to Kabuto. She gestured with her thumb to move on.
Come on Ino, this is your chance. Oh, Naruto, I need to speak with Sakura about something. He scratched the back of his head. We'll catch you in a bit.
Kabuto and Sakura left the two blondes together, standing awkwardly with each other.
Hey Naruto, you okay? Ino asked nervously. Great. First conversation in like forever and all I can ask is, are you okay?
Naruto nodded slowly. Great, thanks. Look, I just want to say, I am sorry for what happened, and I've missed you. If you want to come along to the show next week, it would be great to have your support. Ino no longer felt that awful stabbing pain she had felt the previous time. It had been replaced with what she could only describe as a gentle touch to her heart as she looked into the boy's eyes again. I am sorry too, for what happened. She fiddled with the hem of her skirt, her fingers twitching ever so slightly. I'd love to come, but I can't. Family stuff came up. I am sorry, but I hope you have a good time though. You're a talented person, Naruto. Don't let anyone else tell you that you're not. Naruto's face softened, taking in the girl's sincere words of encouragement. At the same time though, he was a bit sad that she wouldn't be able to make it. Thanks, Ino. I hope the stuff with your family goes well. I'd best be getting to class now. See ya. He gave her one last smile and turned to walk away to his class. Ino looked deflated, turning away to head to the bathroom. Neji and Tenten looked on, with the former questioning what just happened. Please tell me that was part of your plan. He tilted his head slightly, taking in what he had just witnessed. I want to say yes, Tenten replied, but I didn't plan that part, unless Sakura got wind of the idea and took it upon herself to do it. Wait, now Sakura is a part of this? Neji blurted out, then why do you still need me for? Tenten only responded with a smug look, someone has to keep the stage warm for me. The Hyuga prodigy could only turn beetroot at his girlfriend's remark. The rest of the week was pretty relaxed. Naruto, Kiba, Hinata and Kabuto hung out together at lunch, whilst Tenten carried on helping Ino with her music. Tenten had to be crafty though, having to make sure she was extremely careful not to leave any evidence behind. She had had a narrow escape when she had almost accidentally left a broken hairpin from picking the lock on the floor. Luckily, she had managed to dispose of it before anything bad happened. Sakura was pleased to be hanging out with Ino and Tenten. The three of them seemed to gel very well with each other, with Sakura even getting involved on the music side of things. She was impressed when the other two started listing off different artists she had never heard of before. And while she wasn't akin to the heavier stuff the two had been practicing, she couldn't help but bop her head to a few songs by Within Temptation when Ino had played the songs on her phone during their breaks. Are you sure about this whole thing? Sakura asked while she was experimenting with a makeup design for Ino. Positive, Tenten answered, placing down the guitar for the last time that day. This needs to be perfect. Naruto, Kiba and Lee had entered the room multiple times that week, and each time, Naruto could have sworn his guitar had been touched. Each time, one bit had been slightly out of tune. Was he losing it? Or was this Karen acting out some kind of weird revenge? Speaking of Karen, she was nowhere to be seen. While others had said she had attended classes, she disappeared the moment classes were over. Karen herself was disgusted at how everything had turned out. She owned this school, and now she was playing second fiddle to everyone. It sickened her to see her former friends so happy and quaint. They had been nothing without her, so what gave them the right to do this? She had lost a battle prior, but she was damn sure she wasn't going to lose the war. 1 week later, the day had finally arrived. The students had been more than excited to reach the 3 o'clock bell as their final lessons ended, and the event was mere hours away. Naruto and Kiba left their last class of the day and headed towards the music room to sort out their gear one last time. Much to Naruto's surprise, his guitar was perfectly fine. Is this some kind of joke? Because I am not laughing, he muttered, checking over his instrument last time. Maybe you imagined it. Dude, I am serious. Someone has been messing with this. Naruto gritted his teeth. I swear if I find out. Naruto, Kiba said firmly, relax, remember, we've been practicing way too hard for this to fail. Lee and I have got your back, okay? Besides, let's have some fun with this too. He couldn't help but daydream of what Hinata might be thinking of him when he went on stage. Naruto nodded, you're right. He pulled out his notebook and checked through the list one more time. From the top, 2 hours later, all the students arrived at the school's theater. It was a large room decked out with the main stage and rows of seats heading towards a large set of double doors. Atop the ceiling sat a booth where lighting and sound were controlled for the whole stage respectively. The stage itself had a massive curtain, and behind that lay several rooms, additional equipment for sound and lights, and a back door which was used as another exit outdoors. Mirai and Hinata were the first amongst the students to sit down a couple of rows away from the main stage. Didn't you say your boyfriend Kiba is taking part? Mirai asked with a cheeky smile. The purple-haired girl felt her cheeks tinge pink. Yeah, I am not sure where he is though, he might be coming on last. Hey, you two, another voice chipped in. The girls turned their heads to see Sakura joining them in the row. Hey Sakura, Hinata said happily, you're welcome to join us, or are you taking part too? Thanks, and yeah I am. She turned her attention to the other girl, Mirai. Do ya need to ask? We're practically friends now. Mirai gestured to the empty seat next to her. The pinkett sat down next to them with her heart full of euphoric joy. It had been a few weeks and she had felt happier than ever, no longer being shackled to someone who never seemed to have her interests at heart or want to change. She was now with new friends that brought a positive influence on her life. I am glad this has all worked out, she thought, looking towards the stage with curiosity. Okay Tenten and Ino, show me what you got. The first one to appear on stage, much to everyone's surprise, was Shikamaru Nara. He had placed himself on a lone stool, a singular spotlight and a copy of a script. It was a one-man performance of Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, a play he had been all too familiar with, having been inspired by a famous actor to perform parts of it by himself. Much to his own lazy attitude, he performed it quite dramatically. The attention of everyone was drawn into how he was capturing each character's emotion, vocal tone, posture and body language. The second student to show up was none other than the prodigy, Neji Hyuga. Armed with a piano and his own talent, he performed several compositions from Ludwig van Beethoven. Each symphony played beautifully in its own way. Nothing but a wave of silence captured the senses of the students, watching in awe as the boy played. Reaching the end of the final symphony, Neji was met with a round of applause, to which he stood up and took a bow. He looked upon the crowd, noticing Tenten was absent. Whatever she's got planned, she'd better do it fast. Naruto is due to go on quite soon. The next two to approach the stage were Namida and Wasabi, who performed a combination of interpretive dance and violin. Namida, who had been trained in ballet, began a series of graceful movements while Wasabi played a song along on violin. Afterwards, stepped up Sasuke Uchiha and Sai Shimura. Unbeknownst to most of the students, the two boys were skilled in martial arts, with the former in kung fu, and the latter opting for the Brazilian martial art of capoeira. Sasuke? Sakura looked bewildered at seeing the Uchiha prodigy show up. I am surprised as well, Hinata commented. I didn't think he'd be up for doing something like this. Me too, Mirai chipped in, but I am more intrigued about Sai. All I knew is that he was into painting, but martial arts? She brought her fist to her lips, her eyes locked on the boy. Simply extraordinary. Would you believe Ino actually dated him? Sakura remarked. Say what? Hinata and Mirai said together, surprised. It didn't work out, Sakura replied sadly, but damn it if I am going to let you and Naruto fail. Tenten, this plan of yours had better work. Both opponents entered the stage and bowed to each other respectfully, taking a fighting stance. Sasuke launched at his opponent with a swift and mighty kick, to which Sai blocked effectively, countering with a low jab to the former's gut, adding a backflip to give himself some breathing room. Sasuke jumped back, retaliating with a low roundhouse kick, to which Sai swiftly leaned into another flip, taking advantage of the opening to land another punch one after the other on his opponent. A moment of woes elicited from the crowd at each impact between the two fighters. Sakura herself was especially surprised at her crush's actions and technique. Sasuke is this good? Sai looks like he's giving him a run for his money, but then again, they both look extremely talented in what they do. Launching himself forward, Sasuke jumped in the air hoping to land another blow but missed as Sai collapsed himself to the floor and got back on his feet quickly. Two more consecutive flips led Sai back to Sasuke, with a shove to the gut of the former, throwing him off balance. Seeing a chance, Sai let loose with two succeeding punches, was about to land a third until Sasuke countered, blocked and retaliated, knocked back. Sai took advantage and landed another kick before giving himself room again. The two fighters carried on for a few minutes with a parade of different moves, until both of them had each other on the ground. They exchanged blows, countering one another as fast as they could, until getting back on their feet.
Tsunade, watching from the sidelines, was impressed, yet shocked at how furious and dangerous this fight was looking. She was about to step in and break them up when the two resumed to their original stances and took another graceful blow.
The crowd burst in applause, having witnessed possibly one of the greatest things they had ever seen. Lastly, Sakura Haruno approached the stage, much to everyone else's surprise. The same girl who had broken away from her popular identity was now feeling more free and alive than ever before. She took up her place in the center of the stage, placing together two large drums in front of her. Within seconds, her fingers and palms frantically began slamming the instruments in front of her, producing a harsh tribal beat that echoed throughout the hall. It was a skill of hers that she had never really shared with anyone before, not even Karen. To her, this activity was therapeutic and reminded her of simpler times when school wasn't so hard on her. Sakura quickly changed up her rhythm and tempo, astonishing the crowd that laid before her. Minutes seemed to feel like hours. Her mind remained focused and her skills remained sharp. She suddenly stopped, closed her eyes, took a deep breath and exhaled. Opening them again slowly, she finished off her performance with a rapid motion of her fingers, ending with a harsh blast on the drums. The crowd before her applauded her, with herself even taking a small bow as well. For the first time in a long while, Sakura had felt appreciated and accepted. A lot more than Karen had ever done for her. Making her way back to her seat, she was greeted with a hug from both Mirai and Hinata. "That was amazing, Sakura." Hinata beamed. "How long have you been doing that for?" "A couple of months." Sakura curled some of her hair back behind her ear, looking a little red in the face. "I just didn't think anyone would like that sort of thing." "Nonsense!" Mirai cried. "That was incredible. I'd like to see someone top that." Sakura couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. "Thanks, Mirai. You're pretty awesome. But now, where are those other two? They said they'd be here soon." During Sakura's performance, through the back door of the school, two figures entered quietly and made their way to the theater. "Okay," the first one noted. "I think it's time for the real show to begin. Are you ready?" The second one nodded proudly. "Absolutely. Remember my signal. You'll know when it's time." Finally, after everyone else, Naruto, Kiba, and Lee walked out on stage. Kiba sat at his kit fine-tuning the cymbals and toms. Naruto picked up his guitar to begin tuning and Lee placed himself at his keyboard. Lee had taken upon himself to upgrade his equipment, which included a pair of turntables. After a few moments of preparation, Naruto looked out on the crowd once more, but there was no sign of Ino. I guess she couldn't make it after all. He felt himself crying inside but was holding back from showing it to his friends. He shook his head, his bandmates acknowledging him with smiles of their own. "Naruto," Rock Lee said, "are you ready to do this? Let's do this." Naruto tuned his guitar and began playing the opening riff to Sweet Child of Mine, with Kiba and Lee following on with drums and keyboard respectively. They only got 90 seconds into playing, and all of a sudden, the power cut out and the lights went pitch black, eliciting a gasp from the audience. "What the hell?" Kiba shouted. "Naruto, what's up?" "Nothing," he replied with a slight panic. "Everything was working just before." "This is unfortunate," Lee added. "We need to get the power back now." Meanwhile, up in the control room with the lights, a certain someone had managed to lockpick the door and access the control panel. "Okay then, 3, the figure spoke. Flicking a few switches, the group were about to move over to check their equipment and power supply, and the lights suddenly came back. The figure in the booth above smirked, watching the others below. 2. "What the hell's going on, Uzumaki?" The principal called out. "Is this part of your act?" "No, I don't know what's going on." The audience looked around to see what would happen next. So friends, how are all? Finally I stop here friends, see next video.